Hello, hello, everybody. It is so good to be here. Welcome to our all day event for Kyron's 22nd birthday. This is our birthday wish for justice. Hello, Kalia.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Happy birthday, Kyron, wherever you may be.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I got to get over to the comments real quick and see who's here. Hello, Connie. How are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Yaya's here. We are so excited to be live today. I mean, our summers have been full, or this summer has been full. Me and Kaylee have been really busy. Taking
Mm-hmm.
the summer break has been awesome to do. But I've just missed everybody so much. Hello, Ashley. Thank you for being here. Good to see you from the group. Um, we have a Facebook group, Kyron Horman Case Revisited. It's an amazing group. It has so much information about Kyron. Come over and join us over there. Um, this all day event, this is to bring awareness for Kyron, to get his story out there, to tell it, to tell it as truthfully as we possibly can, because hopefully we don't have misinformation. Hold on a second. Pretty sure we don't have misinformation, but everything we do, we just try to tell the truth about everything. We try to show the proof of it while we are talking about it. And we're going to start from ground zero, which was Kyron's school, and um, just go from there. Tell the story, because there are so many layers to the case. We've got tons of videos to show throughout the day. And when we get to this unaccounted time, I'm going to take you guys out on a little drive of where Terry's unaccounted time could have been. But first, let me just start out with, you know, let's talk about Kyron, Desiree, Kane, and Terry, and tell you guys all about them and who they are. Um, Kyron Richard Horman was born to Desiree Young and Kane Horman on September 9th, 2002. Kyron was a 7-year-old boy who disappeared from Skyline Elementary School in Portland, Oregon on June 4th, 2010, after attending his science fair with his stepmother, Terri Horman, now Vasquez. The local and state police, along with the FBI, conducted a search and launched a criminal investigation just 7 days after Kyron came up missing. Kyron's disappearance sparked the largest search and criminal investigation in Oregon's history. Desiree Young and Kane Horman divorced 8 months into Desiree's pregnancy with Kyron. The two had been granted shared custody of Kyron until 2004, when Desiree was diagnosed with kidney failure. Kane took over custody, but Desiree was very active in Kyron's upbringing and his life. He visited his mom regularly. Um, Kane and Desiree had an amazing parenting plan, a good schedule. They loved sharing time with each other. Um, Kane then married Terri Horman, Terri Vasquez. Moulton was her maiden name in 2007. And in December of 2008, Terry gave birth to their daughter, Kiara. And meanwhile, Kyron was a student at Skyline Elementary School that was near Forest Park, which is one of the largest parks. It has 5,200 acres. It's 80 miles of trails. And I mean, it's crazy. This is a huge park and it's in the middle of a rainforest. Kyron was such a happy boy. You could tell by the intro, seeing the pictures. He's always smiling from ear to ear. He loved spending time with his family. He loved going to school. He was good at math, and he was so smart. He was shy and timid, though, and he had lots of friends at school. He played soccer. He took swimming lessons. He loved to go fishing. He loved going to the beach and camping. He loved cars like his dad. And he loved the Portland Zoo and he loved tree frogs. And that's what he did for the science fair project on June 4th, the day he disappeared. His two favorite songs were Abracadabra by the Stevie Miller Band and Fireflies by Owl City. So I just wanted to talk about Kyron because you're going to be able to see throughout the day when you're seeing pictures, when you're hearing the story, just how much he was loved by Kane and Desiree, by his entire family, by his siblings. And it's just so important when you're talking about a missing child to just really show the emotion, really show like just everything there is to know about Kyron, right? Like we want to know about this missing child. We want to see these pictures. We want to hear his voice. We want to hear what his parents have to say because that's what's important, right? Kane
Mm.
and Desiree have never, ever stopped searching for Kyron. Ever.
Yeah, it's been a long 14 years for them, and the the drive to keep going. Even, I mean, I know I've never been in their shoes, but you can really see it going either way. Where like, oh, the pain is just too great, and it's been so long, or you can use that as motivation of I literally will never stop until my last breath, which is exactly what Desiree has promised.
Exactly. And I mean, even like her recent stuff that she's been doing, like on Doug Bishop, we're going to talk about it at Crime Fest Northwest here in Portland just a couple weeks ago. We're going to talk about it because there's new information that she keeps throwing out there. And I'm telling you, this mother's sick of it. Desiree is done. She is over it. She is ready for justice for her son, and she's going to do anything she can. She's like unstoppable.
Yeah.
She's still out there speaking. She's speaking across the country, you know,
Yep.
helping other parents that have missing children. She is so brave. I mean, and even Kane, MCSO came out and talked about how he showed up and did an event every single weekend after Kyron came up missing. He started the Kyron Horman Foundation, and that is still going. It is still collecting money.
Hmm.
Desiree's doing car washes. Kane's doing car shows. Um, they're passing out flyers. They're passing out bracelets. It's a continuous search for their son, and they're never going to give up. They are never going to give up. I don't believe I will ever see or hear of them just not, yeah, having car washers or doing something or at least talking about it.
You know, one of our members shared recently that they were driving around in the Portland metro area and they were behind a truck that had Kyron, like a wrap of Kyron on it. And that's Kane's truck. He still has Kyron's face and his missing person flyer on his truck as like a mobile awareness everywhere he goes, you know? Just those things, they really matter. And
Yeah.
I hope that 14 and a half years, here we are, 2025 feels like a huge year for Kyron. There's a lot of things in the work, and you just said you said it so perfectly that Desiree is sick of waiting. And it really feels like I really hope, I know a lot of us do, that 2025 is Kyron's year.
Because it's showing. You can see she's over it. I'm
Yeah.
done. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's doing anything. I'm going to just start throwing out new information for the public to grab. So, and I even considered like maybe we are to write a letter to the DA's office or something. Like all this new
We
evidence
should.
is coming out, and
Right.
we need to be asking questions to the DA's office. Like there's new information about this, this, and this, and this, and we're still sitting here 14 years later. Like, why aren't you guys prosecuting? Why?
I,
I cannot
yeah.
wait to tell Kyron's story today. I have been talking, our last all day live on June 4th was 14-year anniversary of Kyron's disappearance. I did an all day live. I absolutely loved doing it. I loved all of my moderators that were here for the day. I loved talking people throughout the day, new people that would come in and ask questions. I welcome that. I will be answering questions. We will all day long. Um, on the hour of every hour, we will stop. We will play a video of Kyron because this is to bring awareness for Kyron, and it gives everybody a second to take a break. I'll be taking breaks a little bit through some longer videos that I have to play, to get drinks, go to the bathroom, and stuff like that. Kaylee is actually working in the office today, so she'll be pausing and coming on and off. I'm going to be throwing up links for other people to join if they feel like they want to come up and talk about anything. Maybe Lori will show up today, which was one of Terri Horman's ex-boyfriend's friends. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting day. And even though this is a missing child's case, it's okay for me to be excited about this because I get to share new information and we get super, super stoked when we are able to do that.
Hmm.
Um,
It is
just
exciting to
wow.
think about. I mean, yeah, I can't wait to hear what you got planned for us all and to go over some of that new information because there's still things that even somebody like myself or Samantha, we've invested like we've said something like at least a couple thousand hours between our admin team, Heidi, Samantha, and myself. A couple thousand hours have been dedicated to researching Kyron's case. So when we get information that kind of matches what Desiree's saying here recently, and it's kind of like throwing us back to what was said in the beginning, it's so exciting and just like we know that this will come, justice will come one day. So that's what the birthday wish is for today, right? Let's all
Right.
wish for justice for Kyron and his family.
And you guys don't hear about Heidi very much, but I have to applaud her because even though she doesn't come up here on our lives, she is so very active in the background, and she has been just a great team member to have. Um, she joined us for our last event. Um, we're just so happy to have Heidi. So I just thank you, Heidi, for all of your hard work and everything you do. I know you're listening. We love you. Thank you so much. Ashley's inviting people to come over. Connie's saying that she loves all day lives. And Yaya's like, she's not talking about me. It's another Heidi.
You're awesome too, Yaya. You've been here for a long time in our lives, and we appreciate you being here.
Yeah, we appreciate everybody being here, mods being here. I'm ready to tell Kyron's story. I just want to start off with the fact, Kyron did not live in a neighborhood, okay? He wasn't living in a house next to a house, next to another house, next to another house with garage doors and basketball hoops laid out on the street and cars going back and forth. There's not even pavement to get to Kyron's house. It's right on the edge of a rainforest in very rural northwest Portland off of Cornelius Pass Road. Um, yeah,
when I
That pretty much
went,
sums it up. Like,
I was I was really surprised because even when you drive up to onto the road, off of the main road, you can't even begin to see any housing structures from the main road. It's so like densely forested and far. It's not like it's right up on the road either. So yeah, it's not like what you might see with your white picket fence type house or neighborhood at all.
yeah, he lived on 5 acres worth of property with huge, tall evergreen trees, other kinds of trees. It was a small, quaint little house that he lived in. He lived in this house with his stepmother, Terry, his father, Kane, and his baby sister, Kiara, and his stepbrother, James. And Kiara at the time was only 18 months old. And I want to say James was 14 or 15 at the time. Kaylee, do you know how
I
old
think
James was?
I'm just going by memory, but I think he was 16. I think
Yeah.
that's something
Okay.
that he answered, but I haven't like done the math or anything. So that's just going off memory. I could be wrong.
Hello, Kim. How are you doing? Nice to see you. We're staying on her neck. I love that. You have really started a trend with us. Keep on her neck. So, living with all of them, stepbrother, baby sissy, stepmom Terry, and daddy Kane, and he was 7 years old. Um, he wakes up in the morning. He talks to his dad about his science fair, and he's just saying, "Hey, buddy, afterwards, like maybe we'll go out for ice cream, maybe we'll go do something to celebrate. Have a great day at school." Gives him a kiss, and Terri Horman drives him to Skyline Elementary School in Portland, Oregon, to go to his science fair. They arrive there about 8:15 in the morning. They travel around the school. They go to so the science fair is set up to where you walk in and you kind of just wander around to look at the different science fair projects that are inside the classrooms and all the different classrooms. Um, so they went in, they returned some books that Kyron had, and then after they wandered around, they went into Miss Porter's class, where then Terry at 8:45 a.m. takes a picture of Kyron. Let me see, I have it here. This is the science fair picture that was taken of Kyron at 8:45 a.m. There's been lots of questions about this picture and when it was taken because Terri Horman's tried to lie about when she actually took the picture. But this picture was taken of him. There were pictures of him with his friends. There were teachers and staff there that witnessed this picture being taken. But I also have a little clip talking about the last picture ever taken of Kyron that I want to throw up. So we are at 8:45 a.m. in the morning at school, and this is what Desiree Young has to say.
That maybe the picture had been taken before.
Nope, I know for sure, 100%. The picture was taken in the school. It's GPS. It's confirmed. It's verified. We know exactly what time she took the picture, where she was at, and it's confirmed with technology. So she was in the school at 8:45 taking that photo of Kyron in front of his exhibit. I know that she left the school. She left with Kyron. And we have eyewitnesses that place them outside the school en route to the truck. It's from that point where it gets unknown.
So there you have it. So at 8:45, Terri, between 8:45 and 8:50, Terri, Kyron, and the baby leave the east side of the school and walk out the side where the buses are of the school. The bus driver, one of Kyron's friends, and his friend's grandmother see him walking through the parking lot with Terri, walking towards the road where Terri had parked Kane's truck that day. So let's talk about Kane's truck. Terri borrowed Kane's truck the day before to bring Kyron's science fair project to school. She said it wasn't going to fit in her Mustang. And she did some recycling that day, according to her. But she had Kane's truck the day before. It's not really that normal for her to take the truck unless she's doing recycling. And she also borrows Kane's truck the day that of the science fair, the day that Kyron comes up missing, because she says she's got to pick up Kyron's science fair project, even though the science fair projects weren't supposed to go home until the following week. So you have witnesses seeing Kyron walk behind Terri, walking towards the road where the truck was parked. So I'm going to remove some of these, and then we're going to talk about the parking lot. We're going to talk about the eyewitnesses and stuff there at the school. So this is an image or a little video that I made. This is the parking lot of Skyline Elementary School. Not a very big parking lot because it's not a very big school. Not a very big school at all. Let me back up a little bit. Can I do that? Oh, I think I'm going to go all the way around the school in this video. Let's just keep playing. So this is the entrance into the playground area that sits in front of the school. That's the front of the school there. And then I believe I show a couple of trees here and turn around, and it's going to show you where Terri Horman parked that day. So across the street is the church where the press conference was done. They did so much for Kyron's disappearance as far as helping. But right underneath those two trees, that is where Terri parks the truck. And there's an incline there. So I don't even know how much of the truck you would have actually seen, because when I park my car there and I turn around, you cannot see my SUV. Hello, Latonia Allen. Nice to see you. Thank you for being here. And Kim G, no, she can't handle the pressure, and we're going to get into the pressure. I've got so much to show today. So that's where the truck was parked. And yeah, it's just not very visible or anything. So witnesses didn't see him actually getting into the truck, but they did see him following her. She claims that her attorney has people that see her afterwards, but honestly, if he did, he never produced it to any judge. He never said any, he talked about it in court, but he never showed any proof of anything. And see, yeah. I'm kind of just giving you a visual, like you cannot see my car parked underneath those trees. And this, of course, is the front of the school.
Yeah, and you know what? If Kyron was seen walking through the parking lot, and that was the last time anybody saw him, and he was with Terri on their way to the vehicle, you don't have to, I hate to say this, but like you can put two and two together, right? If she was the last person seen with him and they're seen walking through the parking lot together, that speaks volumes. And you don't need to then go and follow him and watch him get into the truck and actually drive away.
Well, and it's also very telling. So let's talk about the eyewitnesses for a second. one eyewitness was Kyron's everyday bus driver. She is an amazing witness to have in Kyron's case because she picks up Kyron, drops him off every day, right? I mean, that's saying something. And she's sitting up high in this bus and she can see everything. And here in a second, we'll get over to where Terri actually came out and you'll understand that. But then as they are walking past the bus and the bus driver sees them, they're walking further down the sidewalk and they run into one of Kyron's friends. He actually stops and has a conversation with him, and his grandmother is there witnessing all of this and seeing this and watching them walk away together.
Yeah, and this child has testified to the grand jury. This is something
Yes.
that was reported from the very beginning. So yeah, they obviously took this witness testimony seriously.
Well, a bus driver is going to know who Kyron
Mhm.
is. Like if
Yeah.
she says she saw Kyron, I believe that.
Me too. Especially
Now,
like you said, when it shows here in a minute, you'll see that chain to the left. No other cars were allowed to be there except the buses. So
yeah,
she was at a, like you mentioned, she was in a good position. She was higher than a regular vehicle would be. So her vantage point and her viewpoint would be better. And she knew him on a
right.
first name everyday basis.
And this was her view. This is right here, the little sidewalk there to the right. This is where they were walking to go down to the truck that was parked on Skyline Boulevard in front of the school. Really, there's no other reason for them to even be walking out that way, except Terri will try to confuse people. She loves to do that. She tries to tell everybody, well, we had to walk back to the truck to go get Kyron's backpack and blah, blah, blah. Well, she didn't have to walk back to the truck. And if she did, she had plenty of time to do it before the buses even arrived. And she
Yeah, the
tries to
whole
tell the
thing,
story.
it
Yeah,
doesn't match with the rest of her time frame because the first thing she does is return the books to the librarian, and that was the very first thing she did. And when I found this information through research, it was reported that Terri told Blink on Crime that she turned around without ever stepping foot into the school that day. So that means this would have been 8:15. She walked, according to what she said back then. Now, because it doesn't fit with the rest of her time frame, now this has changed, and now she realized she forgot the book bag while she was in the classroom and had to turn all the way back around. And
which
mind
is not a
you,
very far walk. So if she walks up to the
no,
school, forgets the backpack, turns back around, goes back to the truck, and comes back up to the school, it's going to take her all of 5 minutes. And if she says
right.
she's getting there at 2:15, then she would still be walking into the school at 5:20, and buses don't even arrive until 10:35 because she's trying to throw out that the bus driver saw her because the buses were already there. But
It just
that's
doesn't fit
incorrect.
any of the other timing that we know. And isn't it quite interesting to hear that this little blip of information has never been included in any of her timings for what they did that morning?
And you guys are going to see throughout the day just all the different kinds of ways that she has tried to lie, straight out lie, make up stories about different suspects. She has just told so many stories and just tries to confuse, and from the very get-go causes so much confusion that she actually just sends police on a wild goose chase. But this right here is the view of the parking lot that the bus driver had, and then behind here is where the bus is parked, right here in this lane. To the left of that line is where the bus is parked every day. So there's a bus. I mean, couldn't even get a better view. And then now the buses would pull into that parking lot and actually go back behind, back where that shed is in the back, the white shed. They would go all the way in the back, turn around, and then face forward right here. I don't know how they did it, but they did it because everything's just so small. And then this is the east door where Terri Horman says she left. And this would just be the view of that bus driver. And Terri says, so her timeline. We're going to talk about this too. So Kyron leaves and Terri goes to 2 different Fred Meyers. She has a receipt for 912 at one Fred Meyers on Embry Road. She says she's going there to get medicine for her daughter that has an earache, which we have now found out by Desiree Young. She had already taken antibiotics and her earache was already feeling better. This is at 912. Since she can't and claims she cannot find this medication, whatever medication she's looking for, Motrin or Tylenol, she leaves this Fred Meyers and goes to another Fred Meyers that is down Highway 26 and off of Walker Road, which is almost a 10-minute drive, where she could have literally stopped at any pharmacy, Walgreens, or a place, another store, anything. She chooses to go to this second Fred Meyers. This second Fred Meyers on Walker Road, she actually runs into somebody that she knows there from the gym, an acquaintance that sees them. It's raining. They talk. Terri Horman shows that last picture of Kyron in the parking lot. She's saying the baby's sick and she has an earache, but they're standing in the rain and she's showing a picture to an acquaintance. And it just struck this person from the gym where Terri goes to just kind of odd that they sat and had this conversation. She's setting up her alibi. She goes into the second Fred Meyers. She makes some odd purchases, according to Kylie Boshi, which is somebody from News KGW here in Portland, has been following. He has found out very odd things were bought from that Fred Meyers. And then she goes around the corner to the Magic Cleaners, where she goes in. I don't know if she drops off or picks up dry cleaning, but she's there just for a few minutes. But she goes into the dry cleaning without the baby. This is key. Why doesn't she have the baby with her at the Magic Cleaners? Second point I want to point out is that this Magic Cleaners is in this Fred Meyers shopping center. Why did she even go to the first Fred Meyers? It doesn't make sense. Why would you go to the first Fred Meyers to get any Tylenol if you knew you were going to go to the Cleaners by the other Fred Meyers anyway? Why not just go straight there? But why doesn't she have the baby with her? Is she just sitting in the truck with Kyron? Did she pick somebody up and is the baby sitting with that person in the truck with Kyron? Did someone pick the baby up to babysit her for a while? I don't think so, because we'll talk about things, just things the baby might have seen. And then she leaves the dry cleaners and she told police that she went to a Michael's Craft store, which she didn't. And I'm going to throw up a video right now about, let's see. To delete this. I have so many videos, so y'all will have to bear with me here for a second. I'm going to throw it up. Hold on. And this is Desiree talking about the Michaels store that Terri said she went to after she left the second Fred Meyers.
Went out of her way to, I would say, mislead law enforcement or direct them to anybody but her. So she was throwing all kinds of stuff up, and then we would go to, well, of course, they want to confirm the story or whatever she's saying, and then they never could. For instance, she had thrown out one location where Kyron could be, and her description of it wasn't even not even accurate whatsoever. And so, of course, law enforcement had her with them to drive them to this location, and it was false information. None of it was accurate. And so things like that you see through the book, and just it reveals a lot of, I would say, where her mind was at.
In the wrong direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Physically leading them in the wrong direction.
Yes. Yeah.
I just want to pause for a second so that I can answer some questions as they come in, because the feed will start going off. One question was it confirmed that she took Highway 26 to the second Fred Meyer? It hasn't been necessarily confirmed, but the thing with the second Fred Meyers is the timeline that she had and when she was seen, because she was seen on the footage of that Fred Meyers when she got there, that the only way she could have possibly gotten there that fast is if she would have traveled Highway 26, in my opinion, because it's like a 10-minute drive, and just the time from her receipt from the first Fred Meyers to getting to the second Fred Meyers, it's just kind of obvious, I feel, that she probably took Highway 26 down. Now, Ashley's saying that she never heard any information about the baby not coming into the dry cleaners with her. Yes, there was a witness at the dry cleaners that talked to Kylie Boshi, who has even appeared before the grand jury. And we know, according to Kyle Eboshi, because he wanted to try to confirm, and we wanted to confirm it. Actually, Kaylia was the one who emailed Kyle Eboshi and was just like, listen, we're trying to find out about the dry cleaners and confirm whether or not she even went there. And that's because Terri had changed her story so many times. We just wanted to confirm so we could make a timeline. Well, he says, yeah, I actually talked to an employee, or maybe it was the owner of the cleaners, and she was there. She wasn't there long, but the baby wasn't with her. So yeah, why wasn't the baby with her? And then she says she traveled to Michael's craft store. And this is what Desiree is fixing to talk about that.
Correct.
Yes.
Them in the wrong direction.
Yeah, there were several different versions, of her timeline. She was the only one of all of us that was having a challenge in the house, and was actually having to sit down and type up her timeline to back into it. And all the rest of us were already cleared, investigated, we were able to prove where we were at that day, hands down, no questions. And she was the only one that came back and said, oh, well, maybe I forgot about the craft store I went to. And then we start backing into it. Well, the well, there was no camera footage that proves that you were there, and well, the lady says you weren't there either, and you start really tearing it apart, and well, that wasn't really true. And so, well, maybe I was at the craft store on a different day, and there was so many different versions of what she was telling people and where she was at. I still know to this day what I had for lunch. I know everything I did that day. That was the day that our world turned upside down. I can tell you where I was. There's no way that she doesn't know where she was at.
There is no way that she did not know where she was at. Terri can remember in this group that she's in, that she posts in. She can remember everything, you guys. Everything about everything in full detail, okay? But for whatever reason, she can't remember from 8:45 until 3:30 in the afternoon, or until she goes to the gym at 1:20, which we'll get into. So after she says she goes to this Michael's craft store, she says she goes to this Albertsons, which we have now found out, talked about for years and years, was never true. She never went to that Albertsons. Her time, unaccounted time, starts after she leaves this dry cleaners. It's approximately like 10 minutes after 10. Desiree Young says her phone does nothing for a while until it pings on Highway 30 at 11 a.m. in the morning. Desiree Young has now said, which we're going to talk about this person later on, but she says that Terri Horman picked up her friend Dede Spicher from West Wind Farms, where Dede Spicher was working that morning. And then after that, both ladies are missing. Now, in the beginning, Terri's unaccounted time was 90 minutes. Now, according to the book that was written in 2019 by Rebecca Morris, Desiree worked with her to write this book. I don't know why I just had like a huge brain fart. But anyway, yeah, according to the book, she picks, oh my gosh. Sorry, you guys. My brain has been on a mode of doing videos and videos. So Terri picks up Dede, according to Desiree. Then her phone pings at 11 a.m. on Highway 30. According to the book, now in 2019, Terri's missing time was 2.5 to 3 hours. Now, Dede's missing time, almost 4. Okay, we're going to get into Dede Spicher later on. Right now, we're just kind of going with the flow, going throughout the day. So her telephone pings. Let me stop for a second. I want to see if anybody has been saying anything. Oh, yeah. Corrine sent her sister to go meet Desiree the day that we had our event on Kyron's car wash event. I remember speaking with you. We messaged about that. I am so glad that you're here. Thank you for being here. Kim, she really likes to put some pressure on these ladies. Hello, Pixie. Thank you for being here. I can't believe she's still walking around free. Where is Kyron? Thank you for being here. Yes, Terri, where is Kyron? So her phone pings at 11 a.m. in the morning. And then after that, she's missing. Now, Terri says she got to the gym at 11:39. Isn't that a strange time, you guys? 11:39. Why not 11:35, around 11:30, or why not just say 11:40, right? I got to the gym at 11:39. Well, Terri was seen on camera footage at the 24-hour fitness coming into the gym at 1:20, not 12 or 11:39. So that gives her almost an extra 40 minutes. And so her original story isn't adding up. She can't get her story straight. She wasn't in the gym, but all of 15 to 18 minutes, according to Desiree. And you'll hear it from her own mouth when we start going through the interviews that they've done. And when we talk about the crime fest that she just went to and the Doug Bishop show, where Desiree just starts pounding out information and timeline. And during this time, Dede was actually seen abruptly leaving the property. So we know she left the property, even though she says she didn't. And now when Terri leaves the gym, she goes home. Kane gets home shortly after, a little after too. And remember, this whole time, Kyron's gone. Kyron's missing. Terri was the last known person to see Kyron at 8:45 a.m. in the morning. So he's now missing. Then Kane, the baby, and Terri walk down the long hill from their house, down the gravel road in this foresty area, to walk down to the bus stop to wait for Kyron to get off of the bus. Kane says in one of his interviews that Terri walked back up to the house. She said she forgot something. Then she walks back down. The bus comes. No Kyron. Kyron is not there. They're asking the bus driver, "Where's Kyron?" He was not on the bus. And then they all go get into the vehicle, go up to the school, and then he's reported missing because they call up to the school. He's not there. They're like, "No, he's not here." Because they thought, maybe he got on the wrong bus. Maybe he's just up at the school. Maybe he thought Terri was coming back to get him. Terri never picked up that science fair project that she said she was going to that day either. It was never picked up. Terri never went back to the school. Terri told people she was going to go back to the school at 11 a.m. because there was supposed to be a talent show. And he was supposed to be in it. And at 10 a.m. in the morning, Kyron's teacher is marking Kyron absent. Why? Because Terri emailed Miss Porter, Kyron's teacher, and said he had a doctor's appointment on June 4th, the day he disappeared. And then she gets to the school. She wrote her a note to remind her Kyron's got a doctor's appointment. So all day goes by and nobody from the school has called Terri or Kane to let them know that he was marked absent at 10 a.m. in the morning. And it's because Terri herself set it up in a way to where no one would be worried about him being gone from the school because he was at a doctor's appointment. I have a video I want to show real quick of Bruce McCain. He worked for Multnomah County Sheriff's Office at one point, a year prior to Kyron's disappearance. He talked a lot about Kyron's case. And here he is talking about this appointment, talking about why it's important. And we're going to go over some messages that Terri herself has said and talked about, and what Desiree said about this doctor's appointment. Yes, the school thought he had an appointment. Okay, let me go over questions real quick, then we'll get over here to that. Okay, let's see if the statement is true, which they are finding. Let's see. They are finding a missing child will usually be found within a mile from where last seen, so why not check a mile everywhere she was seen? Well, we're going to get into the places where she was seen because witnesses did see her throughout the day driving all these crazy rural roads. And I've driven all these roads and I've taken videos of all these roads. And we're going to talk about everywhere where she was. And they searched a 2-mile radius around that school. When did Terri post a photo of Kyron from the Sirens Fair? Because if I remember correctly, she posted it when she got home around 1:30. So she goes to the gym. She's there at 12:20, is there for 15 or 20 minutes. So around 12:40, she gets home about 1 o'clock, and at 1:10, she posts the picture of Kyron. And then Kane gets home at 2. Then they go down to the bus. But nobody has called any of these parents. Kyron has been missing now for 6 hours. All because Terri sets up this crazy story about a doctor's appointment. Let's hear about it.
Former captain in the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. He retired just last year. Good to have you with us this morning.
Well, thank you, Erica, for having me.
There are new reports out that Terri Horman told her stepson Kyron's teachers on the morning he disappeared that he had a doctor's appointment later that day. She claims she said she alerted them to the appointment, which was going to happen the following Friday. I know you look at that information, you say there's something that doesn't work here.
The critical thing about this June 4th doctor's appointment is that put the school in the position of not being concerned at all that Kyron was not in his class, wasn't at lunch, and wasn't on the bus that afternoon. So it looks like, at least this point, Terri was able to bring Kyron to school, establish his presence there, and then perhaps take him away. At least that's the theory they're working on, without the school picking up the phone and calling Kane at work, for example.
As you're putting that together, you spent many years, obviously, with the Sheriff's Department. Does that tell you that there could be some sort of premeditated plan here?
Well, obviously that looks like it very much would be a planned issue, especially with the deceptive answers she gave later about, gee, I think I meant June 11th, which would have been long after the school was already out. So the key right now is going back and focusing and reconstructing every hour and minute that she spent on that fateful June 4th to find out exactly where the holes are in her original story.
Like he said, when she's questioned about the doctor's appointment, she goes, oh, yeah, it wasn't today. It was the 11th. So she's already changing her story. This doctor's appointment gave her and whoever helped her, Dede, possibly a third person, to do whatever they needed to do in this 6-hour period of time. There's so much to talk about. So much to talk about. Glad to see you here, Susie. That's our other admin. She uses Tim Blanche's name. She's over from our Facebook, Kyron Horman Case Revisited. If any of my mods could throw up our Facebook link, you guys come over, join. We have discussions. We throw out all of our information from all of our lives over there to show the proof that we have, the way we have documented it, and, because we want people to have the proof. We want you to have a link. We want you to know how we found out our information, and that's where you can find it, is on our Facebook. Now we're going to go over some messages about this doctor's appointment, because the doctor's appointment has been a very confusing, touchy subject over the years. Terri knew. Kim says, Terri knew she was going to say, no, I didn't. it was the next week, knowing she told the teacher it was about that day. Come clean, Terri. You will pay either way on earth, on your bed. Get over with it. All right. Back to the doctor's appointments. Let's play this. Desiree Young. There was never a doctor's appointment. She made the entire thing up. We knew this the first night he went missing when I gave consent to get Kyron's doctor's records. So then when she was questioned, she said it was the following week to try to cause confusion and appear legitimate. But the truth is, Kane, Tony, and I never saw anything wrong with Kyron. And it was all just a smokescreen to further confuse people so they didn't look at Terri for this. Like maybe he would have walked out of the school on his own or something. All baloney. And that's the thing. She goes on to say repeatedly the reasons why he was having a doctor's appointment. She once said that he was just walking in and out of rooms to be confused. She said that he was SA'd by somebody or thought that he was. So she wanted to set up a doctor's appointment. There are so many reasons that she gave of why, that he was just acting strangely. And he wasn't doing anything. You have Desiree here talking about the fact that Tony is, by the way, Desiree's husband. Kane and her never saw anything wrong with Kyron. Thank you so much, Susie, for being here. Oh, that's okay, y'all. All right, so let's go to another message. Sweet little Kyron with his helmet on. Here's Desiree again. There was never a doctor's appointment. She made the entire thing up. We knew this the first night he went missing. I didn't realize that was the same message. I guess it was because it was all highlighted. This person asked Desiree, just for clarification, was there a doctor's appointment the following week ever confirmed? And did Miss Porter have paperwork that the doctor's office needed to be filled out? And Desiree says, no doctor's appointment, no paperwork. And that's because Terri herself talks about paperwork. Terri says, I believe the whole thing started when my friend was interviewed by various media on my behalf without my asking, because she has known me since we were 12 and wanted people to know I wasn't portrayed horribly wrong. During one of the interviews, she was asked various things and misspoke about the papers being given rather than created by Porter. She always does the night thing and stands up when others won't. Given her area of expertise, I wanted her, she wanted Mrs. Porter's advice on Kyron or something like that. To be clear, there weren't any papers to fill out, she says. Zero, zip, nada. Porter was to write her personal observations and didn't need to be formal. She had noticed issues too in the past few months, and coupled with my concern, we agreed I should call his pediatrician and ask for advice and direction. Now, Kane says Terri was pushing this doctor's appointment thing, but he didn't know of any scheduled appointment of an appointment that was actually made yet. There had only been discussion. Terri says made up entirely. I always tried to schedule appointments at the end of the day so not to disturb the flow of class. But she says, nope, it was for next week. Why didn't she just say, well, the appointment was for after school? She tries to cause so much confusion. She actually talks about Mrs. Porter being deaf and that she didn't hear the conversation correctly and tries even blaming the teacher. And at one point, Terri and Miss Porter get into it at the school. And I think she was just trying to play off like she was mad at Miss Porter for not understanding the situation correctly. As a, as long as a shot wasn't involved, he was good. I always scheduled after school for appointments or the very end of the day so as not to disrupt the class schedule for dynamics. But yet she claims there was an appointment and has defended the fact that there was actually an appointment. Why does she need to defend that if she made an appointment and when she does, she usually does it at the end of the day? It doesn't make sense. And, she always tags all of these people that will listen to her lies and her story from this group. That's what this is. Interesting, since I hadn't even told Kyron about his appointment for the following week yet, and that's because somebody asked her whether or not Kyron had spoke to another child about his appointment that day. So she's just letting them know. She never told Kyron about it. Terri, is this what they are all accusing you of, questioning you about since the beginning, or is this new accusation? Wow, just wow. Because they actually treat her like she's a famous person over there. It was asked, but verified. I was telling the truth, then dropped. So she's basically saying that all of this information about this doctor's appointment was dropped, that she was telling the truth, and it was verified. It's just a lie. It's all a lie to cause confusion, because that's what she does, cause confusion. This is the newest updated. Oh, where'd that go? Wanted that picture up. There. This was the newest upgraded picture that they did of Kyron, the age progressed picture. This was done a couple of years ago, but this is what they think the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children put out for Kyron. If you have any tips about Kyron, please call in the tip. No tip is too small. It's very important to call in tips. I want to throw. You can call the telephone number at 503-988-0560. That's the tip line phone number. Like I said, no tip is too small. One of these days, a tip's going to come in that's just going to help these investigators, and yeah, then this whole thing is going to take off, right? Hold on, I'm reading the message. All right, I need to make a adjustment here. Go to my comments and gonna make somebody else a mod real quick, you guys. One of my mods is having problems making changes in chat. Okay, yeah. I got you taken care of. You should have one now. So, does anybody have any questions so far? It is on the hour. I am a little bit late on the hour, but this is when we bring awareness to Kyron by showing his face and running the banner across the bottom for anybody that has a tip. So let's throw up some green and blue hearts and some frogs for Kyron. Oops. Happy birthday, Kyron. 22 years old today. He has missed 14 birthday parties with his family, 14 birthday songs, happy birthday songs. He has missed out on the holidays. He has missed out on so much not being with his family. We send out our prayers to his family today. I can't even imagine how they are feeling on his 22nd birthday. Prayers for them. And yeah, if you have any tips, 503-988-0560. We are here all day to talk about Kyron, all day to give awareness, all day long to talk about Kyron's case, to bring people up to speed, to show new information, to, really let everybody know, just about the case, because this case does have so many layers. There's so much confusion in this case. And that's why talking about the doctor's appointment was so very important. There was never a doctor's appointment. Terri sent an email saying there was a doctor's appointment, Miss Porter, on June 4th. Kyron won't be at school. So when he's marked absent at 10 a.m., she doesn't think twice about it. She thinks, oh, all right. Miss Porter shows up. We'll talk about this a little while later because Desiree Young just talks about it. But at one of the car washes last year, Miss Porter showed up to let Desiree Young know that he was supposed to be in the talent show that day. So Terri was supposed to bring him back. And there was other things that she told him. We'll all talk about it all later. I want to talk about the school. You know, well, actually, before I talk about the school, we'll go back to that in a second. She's missing during this unaccounted time. You know what she tells investigators she's doing? I was out driving around trying to soothe the baby's earache. An earache that Desiree Young says she had taken amoxicillin for, antibiotics for, weeks prior to Kyron's disappearance. It was already healed. The baby was already feeling better by this time. Terri herself in messages, and I have them and we'll go over them later, even says, I had already given her amoxicillin and I took her to the doctor the day before Kyron disappeared because her ear was still hurting, and the doctor said to give her Tylenol. And that's why she says she's running around all of these stores. She claims there was a shortage on medication. And the fact is that Johnson's & Johnson's did put out a statement saying that they had pulled items off of the shelf because it was tainted. But the thing is, that doesn't mean that there was a shortage on the Johnson & Johnson's products, maybe. But do you guys know how many unnamed brands there are, or like, you know, your generic brands? And Fred Meyer's even carries the Kroger brand. They carry Equate brand. So you have like, and I actually went through online, you guys, because I was so like, there's just no way. And I actually found something that talks about there was no shortage. The FDA put it out. I've showed it on our other videos. FDA puts out there was no shortage on Tylenol and Motrin, and there wasn't expected to be. And even on Terry's Facebook, she talks about how much Tylenol she went through the house. And me and Kaylee and our other admin, we all sit and talk about how much Tylenol did she actually go through in this friggin' house. Like, that's just way too much friggin', you know, medicine to be passing out to these kids. How much medicine's being taken? We're talking, she must have talked about 3 or 4 bottles of Tylenol at the house, gone in a month, you guys, because this post was like at the beginning of May. So there's no shortage. So there's no reason she didn't find it at the first Fred Meyer's. But I still always go to that, you know, why even go to the first Fred Meyer's if you are going to a second Fred Meyer's that has the cleaners that you have to go to that day? Does not make sense. It's all for an alibi. At the first Fred Meyer's, she stops, she talks to like somebody for a minute, like she's asking where the Tylenol is. And what's funny about this is her regular grocery store, the grocery store she goes to all the time. Why is she walking in and talking to the security person about where the Tylenol is in the store when she knew where the Tylenol was in the store? She shops there all the time. It's her regular grocery store, right? Doesn't make sense. I'm going to catch a few comments here. I need to scroll up. You guys are blowing me up. Yes, 22 years. 22. Thank you guys for all the happy birthday wishes, for just showing Kyron love. That means so much to me. Yes, anybody that confided in, or that Terri and Dede confided in, please do the right thing and talk. If you've heard anything, please talk. Always sending prayers out to Kyron's family. Terri, Dede, where's Kyron? Hello, May. Nice to see you here. There's a very large fire in the city of Clear Lake. It started last night. Oh, wow. Didn't know that. Did you guys know that we have we actually have an article that talks about Terri starting a fire at her parents' Roseburg house when she was younger? Just a FYI. Thanks for mentioning the fire. Hope everybody's okay. We'll send prayers that way for everybody. I don't know how to collab with the Spanish channel, but I would love to. I will collab with anybody. I will talk about Kyron on any platform. I love to talk about Kyron and get his story out there. Thank you guys so much. Yes, there are people that believe that Terri drugged him, that she picked up something that day at the store and drugged him. Sad to think about. All right, so I think I am getting through all these messages, just making sure there's no question. Somebody says, my gut says that Kyron is somewhere close to his house. I believe he is somewhere in that area. I know that because her cell phone was pinging in that area, and her credit cards and her cell phone pings put her in different places than where she told law enforcement. Terri changed her story. She claims that she didn't. She says it's just new regulations. No, it's all lies and deceit. I'm going to throw up a video real quick just to show everybody June 4th. And it's a little bit of a timeline about things that have happened. Let me throw this up real quick. And then we're going to talk about the school, about her changing stories, and the multiple times that his parents have actually talked about it.
June 4th, 2010. Kyron's stepmom, Terri Horman, is the last known to have seen the boy alive around 8:45 a.m. at his school when she dropped him off for a science fair. By late afternoon, when he didn't get off the bus, a frantic search began, complete with robocalls from the school district.
If you have seen Kyron or have any information you think may be beneficial, please call Portland Police.
By nightfall, the sheriff's office was obviously worried.
He's a 7-year-old boy and we want to have him found.
Days after the disappearance, with hundreds of tips but no solid leads, an emotional sheriff's spokesman revealed the impact of the case.
We're gonna bring you home, buddy. Nothing is more important to your family, your friends, and to us. So
we're going to cover this creek area here.
As the first week drew to a close, the search for Kyron was the biggest in state history. By the 4th of July, the case had taken a twist. Court documents claimed Terri Horman tried to hire someone to kill her husband, Kane. He moved out of the house. She hired a lawyer and fled to her parents' home in Roseburg. By the next day, Kyron's dad, Kane, and his birth mom, Desiree, accused the stepmom of not cooperating with the police, and Kane drops a bombshell.
I think everyone knows the fact that she's taken her two polygraphs. She has not passed those 2 polygraphs.
As the summer dragged on, the focus on finding Kyron expanded to include the stepmom's friend, Dede Spicher, who was called in to testify in front of a grand jury investigating the case. By August, police were asking for the public's help to remember if they'd seen the Horman truck on the day of the disappearance. As the summer ended, the case made the news fewer and fewer times. The sheriff kept a task force in place through the winter and into July of last year, when it finally disbanded.
That tells so much in this story. We're going to talk about the school real quick, and then we're going to get into what happened after Kyron came up missing, what took place afterwards. Thank you guys all for being here. AV, did I see her somewhere? Nice to see you. Thank you for being here. All right, so let's talk about the school. Here we go.
Day at the school and what she did at school that day, her accounts of it to me are completely different.
What did she tell you that is different? Well, this is important.
My story from her was that they went up to that main set of stairs by the office, and they parted ways right in front of the office.
And according to law enforcement, that was her second version when they also felt like it wasn't jiving with them. They countered her in the interview, and then that's when she said she went up the front staircase.
I mean, look how far he's going. He's not going that far. And even if they did split right there, you're going to tell me that he got picked up by a stranger in about 50 feet and willingly walked out the door with someone that he didn't know. Absolutely not. Not a chance.
And that hall would have been populated.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
with tons of people that all know each other.
400 people or more at the school. There's absolutely no way. These people all know each other. There's no way he could have been taken by a stranger. And Terri claims this. Terri continues to this day to claim so many different things that could have happened to Kyron. We're going to get to that. Why? Because it's an all-day live. Glad to have you guys here. This is she can't even come up with anything of where she was, okay? She cannot say even how she left the school. We know she left through the school on the east side of the school because witnesses saw her. But in the beginning, she was telling people to confuse people, different versions of the story. She even said she tried leaving out the front. Now she'll say she went out the east by the buses. But earlier on, it was somewhere that way.
By the main office, and he was here outside his classroom?
I think he was coming this way down the hall, and she was turning and going the other way. I don't know if it was down the stairs out or out the side door. I can't remember which version of the story it was at the time, which changed a few times. So,
it did?
But it was, going somewhere that way.
Somewhere that way? She can't remember how she left the school? She can remember details about everything, but she can't remember. She cannot remember how she left the school or where she was during her unaccounted time. It's crazy that she's walking free, Yaya. I can't with it all. I'm so frustrated, especially with all of the new information that's been coming out, evidence and even circumstantial evidence that Desiree talks about. I have seen people put away for less circumstantial evidence. I know they want to make sure that they have everything they possibly need, and they're waiting for that one smoking gun to put Terri away, but to be sitting here 14 years later while she is committing more crimes, while she is living her life, remarried. Oh my goodness. It's crazy. It should not be allowed for her to even be living her life. It just should not. Here's something else up. I want to throw up real quick. If you got anything on your ears, it's a very bad recording. It got taken down a long time ago on YouTube, so it was very old. I was able to make a TikTok out of it. It's the only recording of it I have, but both parents go on the Oprah Winfrey show and talk about her story change. And that's what we're talking about right now. Is she cannot tell anybody the truth. She keeps telling a different story every time she opens up her mouth.
Suspicious of her.
First polygraph results came back. She was very vocal with everyone in the entire house about how it went, how that she failed. And then the actions after that, and the discussions that we had trying to understand what happened that day, she would change her story daily, if not more than that. I mean, every time you talk to her, it was a little bit different about, well, here's what happened that day. And it, you kind of look at her going, we have a major crisis here, and you don't even have a story that's believable at this point.
Not only was she changing her story, she would change her story multiple times a day. Like he says, we have a missing boy here, and you can't even give us an accurate timeline of your day. Desiree Young repeats it in all of her interviews. I can remember what I had for lunch that day. I can tell you everything I was doing that day, and she can't tell you where she was for 3 hours. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And I will talk about the fact that Terri peed herself when we get to Dr. Phil interviews. I know it cracks me up every time too. Literally she did. Yeah, she really did. Yeah. We are also frustrated that she still walks free. So they go up to the school after the school's told them no. Kyron is not here. He's been marked absent. Nobody has seen him. So he's been missing for 6 hours. Do you guys know how long? 6 hours? They want to try to start looking for a missing child immediately. Because most stranger abductions don't happen, but when they do, the child usually ends up DEAD. And they really weren't able to even start investigating anything right off the bat, right? You can't do it. They get up to the school, and the secretary calls Desiree while she's at work to inform Kyron, because that's Multnomah County, is telling the secretary to call Desiree and let her know and let them know that he's missing and the police have been notified. Desiree called Terri to ask her what the hell was going on, and Terri told her that Kyron was missing, and Desiree let her know that she was on her way to Portland. Now, Desiree Young lives in Medford, Oregon, still does to this day. So that's a 4 to 5 hour drive, depending on traffic, to get to Portland. And Desiree knew that she had to contact her husband, Tony Young, and let him know that Kyron was missing. And he is an active law enforcement officer, a detective down in Medford, who was actually attending a police gathering at a camp. And she had to get a hold of Tony. Couldn't get a hold of him on a cell phone. She actually had to use the phone and call up where he was at this cabin area or whatever for this police gathering, the home phone up on this, cabin area, to get a hold of him and lets him know he's missing. So after that, he comes to where Desiree is, and then they take that long, drive into Portland. Let's see. I just can't even imagine this long drive. Could you imagine driving 4 or 5 hours after you just found out that your son's missing? She gets a phone call. It's Terri on her way down. And Terry's playing games with Desiree like she still does to this day on Facebook. And she knew it was going to get to Desiree because she tells her, because Desiree's thinking, oh my God, here's the call. Okay, like Kyron's going to be found. Yay, was happy to pick up the phone, and it's Terri, Kyron still hasn't been found. And she proceeds to tell Desiree that his coat and backpack were still up at the school, and that he's gone and he's missing and he doesn't have a coat. And that was just to torture Desiree, literally torture her. And I'm not joking when I say that's the kind of games that she plays. She's pure evil. And that long drive, still, even after that, Kane had talked to Desiree too, just to touch bases with her and let her know, and they're not finding Kyron. All right, I am going to find... I got to the end of these. Because I just want to give you guys a good idea of the timeline. And I am looking for I just can't. I just sit back here and I kick back and just think to myself all the time, how is this possible? How did she actually get away with it? Because if you think about it, the trail that she leaves isn't very smart. Her phones are pinging. They were able to prove she was other places than she actually said. She's writing an email to the teacher to let him know about a doctor's appointment that doesn't exist. Writing her a letter to say, there's a doctor's appointment, reminding her of it that day. She is saying, oh, nope, it's the 11th. Desiree Young signing consent to get the doctor's records to even see if there was a doctor's appointment. I mean, and then you've got credit cards and cell phone pings. I'm always sitting there just like, how? How did she get away with this? And where could he be? So you have law enforcement has been called, right? And they're ready to get up to the school. They immediately look around the school for Kyron, in the closets and everything else. And here recently we heard there's tunnels underneath the school. And I guess they looked in these tunnels for hours and hours. But the first search teams arrived at Skyline School. Now, these are the search teams. So you've got law enforcement out there after 3:30 in the afternoon. I don't even think that they showed up until almost 5 o'clock. Well, no, that's incorrect. I'm sorry. I was thinking about something else. Law enforcement doesn't show up there until after 4 or close to 4. And so they're just there. And then everything goes crazy. Search teams don't arrive to the school until 8:09 p.m. And shortly after, at 8:15, Lieutenant Mary Lindstred also arrived up the school and met with the people that were there up at the school, and then began emailing a photo of Kyron to all of the local media. And then at 8:25, the search and rescue coordinator showed up. So we're talking PM, 8:25. He has literally almost been missing 12 hours, and they're getting his picture out. They are, getting the search coordinator and the search, up and ready. Desiree arrives at Kane's house at 9:38. And at 9:48, Mountain Wave, an emergency communications and search and rescue group based out of Gresham, Oregon, arrives up at the school. And at 12:22 were the first reports that he was missing. That's when that went out on the news. So he's now gone, 14 hours before his face gets posted up on the news. At 10:40 at night, officers reported that they had completed the search of the school, all of the crawl spaces, storage areas, classrooms, outbuildings. They even had searched the house, the Horman house, where Kyron lived, and the property. And then a tipster at 10:44 p.m. calls in to make sure officers check the train tunnel in the area near the school, because sometimes kids like to play there. So then that was searched. And Desiree Tony Quinn, which was Kyron's brother, stayed the night there at the house. And then Desiree and Tony were taken up to the school at 2 a.m. in the morning. The school was basically the command center, and they were doing interviews on both Tony and Desiree, and the sun was coming up when they left there. 3:30 a.m. they call the search off for just a couple of hours and start back up at 5 o'clock. And yeah, let's just pause a little bit there. Okay. Because now we're going to start getting into all kinds of other stuff. And knowing that Ellie has evidence of Dede being responsible makes me even more baffled that they are letting these two walk. I agree with you, Susie, 100%. Where is Kyron? If you guys would like to become a member, please join us. We love having everybody here. Thank you guys all for joining today. I want to talk about this period of time where Terri says that she was driving around all these rural roads, driving with the baby to soothe her and get her to sleep. Because I have been able to gather up different things that she has told different people about this drive and putting the baby to sleep during her unaccounted time, because it's all a bunch of BS. Thank you for posting up our Facebook group. We would love everybody to join our Facebook group, Kyron Horman Case Revisited. It's where all of our information from all of our lives go, and all of the information that we collect on Kyron's case gets thrown over there. We've got over 5,000 members now. It's growing super fast here this last year. Would love to see any new faces over there. We love raising awareness for Kyron. So, driving the baby around to soothe her earache, the earache that Terri still claims that she has, even though she's already taken amoxicillin.
10 to 11:39 is law enforcement.
11:39, that's that time that she tells Dr. Phil that it has now been confirmed that she was seen at the gym at 12:20, not 11:39.
It says you tell them that you're driving around with your daughter because she has an earache, and
what I told them was, as I was trying to get her down for her 10 o'clock nap.
You're soothing her.
Correct.
With cars will put kids to sleep.
Right. Exactly what I'm doing.
We do know that.
Yep.
So from 10:10 to 11:39, you're driving along a rural, well, there's a lot rural up there, but you're driving along a road and hoping to that she'll go to sleep. Then the last time that someone knows, can verify having seen you, is 10:10. So then from 10:10 to 11:39, you're driving with your daughter. And at that point, you've said to them and to us that your thinking was, okay, if she goes to sleep, then we go home and have the nap. If she's not asleep, then I'll go to the gym and work out.
And I did the exact same thing the day before.
I find that so odd that she says that. I did the exact same thing the day before. Isn't that strange? Because the day before, like I said earlier, she borrowed Kane's truck. And borrowing Kane's truck was not a normal thing for her to do. She usually only did it when she had to take recycling. But now she says, or she has said, that she used the truck for recycling the day before. She did the exact same thing the day before. She took the baby to the doctors the day before. And there was even somebody in another Facebook group that mentioned that they overheard a conversation that Terri had in the doctor's office, and that when she was talking with the doctor, because her daughter worked at this doctor's office that she went to the day before, where she says she took Kiara to the doctor, and she says that she asked the doctor to give something to Kyron to calm him down. So it's just really crazy that she says, I did the same thing the day before.
Terri says she left Skyline Elementary that day at 8:45, her 19-month-old daughter Kiara with her. She says she drove to a nearby Fred Meyer's pharmacy to look for a specific kind of medicine for Kiara. Terri says they didn't have the medicine, so she drove to another Fred Meyer's to see if they had it in stock. Then comes a period of unaccounted time many who have followed the case closely question, when Terri says she pulled over to tend to her fussy toddler.
I parked for a little while, for about a half hour, and I rocked her to sleep and got her to crash for a little bit.
So why pull off the side of the road?
She works best at the time, works best to be rocked to sleep.
Terri says that once Kiara was asleep, she began to drive around to keep her napping.
So there you have her telling People magazine that she pulled over to the side of the road, rocked Kiara in the back seat to get her to sleep because she works better doing it that way. And here's an email. We'll talk about emails in a little while, but here's one of the emails written on June 5th. And it says that she tried getting her to sleep in the truck, but no go, so off to the gym at 11:20. And there's another time change, because she said she went to the gym at 11:39, but here she says 11:20, but we know she didn't get to the gym till 12:20. So here she's saying, you know, I tried to get her to sleep in the car for a few minutes, but no go, so off to the gym. She's literally saying she didn't fall asleep. But she told People magazine she did fall asleep, and then she drove all the rural roads to keep her to sleep. So she lies about this soothing the baby's ear rake was one story, and then, like she said on Dr. Phil, it wasn't an earache. What I actually said was I wanted to get her down for her 10 o'clock nap. But that doesn't make sense either if you think about the other things that she says, because she is leaving the dry cleaners at 10:10 a.m., but also says she went to Michael's Craft Stores and this Albertsons. But then she flips on that and says, I wanted her to have her 10 o'clock nap. Are you guys seeing this messed up timeline? It is crazy. Her stories change and change and change. And this is her change about the baby's earache and this drive that she went on. Okay, do we have any questions so far? I just want to, I want to give you guys an idea of what happened that day and how it happened. And then we're going to just start showing video clips. We're going to talk about new stuff that Desiree just put out. going over interviews with the parents. Really just want to give you guys a really good perspective, because here in a minute, we're going to start going on this drive that Terri said she went on, and you're not going to believe it. You're just not going to believe it. Witnesses saw her, where they saw her, in the truck. We actually have a live that we did. It was Woman in a White Truck that talks about her day. And we're kind of going to go over all of that again today. I was nosing around Dee Dee's Facebook page last week and noticed that her sister-in-law had posted about her and her husband's white four-door truck being stolen from their driveway, but they got it back. Oh, wow. That's crazy. Now, Susie says she is so full of it. She works best to be rocked to sleep my butt. She is such a fake person. Oh, she is, and she lies. She lies and lies and lies. So, what else are we going to go over here real quick? I want to look and see. All right. So in the beginning, something else that Terri started to do was throw out her suspects. She immediately, well, I don't know if I want to get into that yet. Hold on, because I don't want to confuse you guys. I want to really take a good look at her timeline. And we can go over some emails. Let's look. Here is one of the interviews with Kyron's parents in the beginning.
The parents of 7-year-old Kyron Horman sat down this afternoon, once again begging for the public's help to bring their son home.
There shouldn't be any fear from anyone to get in the middle, but we need that information.
He's a great kid. He's got a great smile. Everybody has become familiar with it. Just remember that. Keep it in your head.
It's been 2 heartbreaking months since a 7-year-old went missing.
What do you miss most about seeing him as a mother and father? What do you think about?
Is a very affectionate kid. He has been since he was a baby. Just the random hugs and the sounds, and he has a short hair. I always run my fingers through his hair.
He helps me shave my head and likes to rub my head for the 3 or 4 days while it's still short. Going out and feeding the cat together, our morning walks down to the bus.
Police are releasing few details about the case, but the family says it's heading in the right direction.
Are there any new leads at all?
Many. Lots of
Anything
news.
you can talk about or share that?
No.
However, seemingly the most unlikely person is still the focus of this investigation, Kyron's own stepmother. Pictures she posted on Facebook would suggest they had the perfect family, a trip to Disneyland, dressed alike on Halloween, family vacations. But Kyron Horman says Terri is not the woman he married. Since the second grader's disappearance, he says Terri, who has not been named a suspect, has failed 2 polygraph tests.
If Terri did this, what could her motivation be?
I have tried to put my head inside hers, and I can't. I'm a completely different person, so I really can't answer that.
You try to put a logical sense or even a thought process behind it, and the next event comes up and it completely just blows it away. It's difficult in this situation too, because you have someone who's so close to you basically betray you in this situation.
Since Kyron's disappearance, lurid allegations have emerged about the stepmother, including an alleged murder for hire. Court documents say she allegedly attempted to hire her landscaper to kill her husband, Kyron's father.
The landscaper, in fact, assisted police and either wore a body wire but agreed to have a further conversation with Terri Horman, and which was recorded by investigators.
Then came allegations from divorce filings that she was texting and sending sexual photographs of herself to one of her husband's former high school classmates just days after Kyron's disappearance. Additional divorce filings allege Terri paid her attorney a retainer of $350,000. Now Kyron Horman is demanding to know the source of that money. She claims the amount is grossly overestimated.
You believe without a doubt that Terri has something to do with this?
Yes.
Do you believe that she has help from someone?
I, as a logical person, think that. I don't have any evidence to tell me that. I just believe that.
In fact, one of Terri's closest friends, Dede Spicher, has been called to testify before the grand jury. Last week, working from information provided to them by the police, Kane and Desiree singled out Spicher, a 43-year-old gardener who they believe has been aiding and advising Terri Horman since Kyron's disappearance. Reports also surfaced that Spicher was spotted abruptly leaving her job for 90 minutes on June 4th, the day Kyron disappeared. Around the same time, the boy is believed to have vanished.
Does your gut tell you that she may have some information that could help crack this case?
I think all we want for her to do is cooperate with law enforcement, whether the information is related to the case or not. It just needs to bring it forward.
Knows where Kyron is. Dede knows where Kyron is, and they need to talk. You know, who drops their daughter off in the gym, daycare, when they have an earache, according to her? You know, just some really strange stuff that she does. We'll talk about the murder for hire plots. We're going to talk about all the different crimes that Terri has committed through the years. Lily says here she's the same person that Kane married. He was just manipulated. That is correct. You know, he did not see who she truly was. He didn't believe that she was capable of doing anything to him up until the time Kyron disappears and he finds out about the murder for hire plot. Yes, there was a murder for hire plot, and there wasn't just one. There was 3, you guys. Okay? 3 murder for hire plots. So Terri, the very next day after Kyron comes up missing, thinks, you know, I'm going to just be more focused, more worried about myself. I want to know what people are saying, what people are doing. And she actually starts sending emails. She is in the blog, she's in the comment section on news. And then the news actually receives emails given by somebody that they don't mention, whom Terri was sending emails to. And these emails, the very next day, she is already trying to cause so much confusion. Let's see. Here is emails about the doctor's appointment. Let's throw this one up.
Terri knew suspicions settled on her, even writing, quote, "They are blaming me in the blogs. I just want to scream."
Terri, do you have anything to say? Do you have anything to say? You know where Kyron is. Yes or no?
She is the person everyone wants to talk. Kyron Horman's stepmother.
You tell the world something.
But while Terri Horman has remained silent in front of cameras, her fingers have not. These are excerpts from 2 emails that K2 News obtained, written by Terri to a source we will not reveal, sent on the day after Kyron vanished from Skyline School during that science fair. Now, investigators have said Terri is the last person to see Kyron, but this is what Terri wrote. The teacher thought I said I was going to take Kyron with Kitty for a doctor's appointment. I said I was going to look at other exhibits. How do you mess that up? His coat and backpack were still at school. So
here you have her blaming the teacher. You know, Now she's going to start pointing fingers because she doesn't want the finger to be pointed at her. She mentions again, she's already told Desiree, now she's mentioning again, the coat and backpack were left at the school. So you have, made up this doctor's appointment, and you have conveniently left his coat and backpack at school. Why? So when they start looking around and everything else, Terri could say, well, I didn't have him. I left, the coat and the backpack are still at school. I didn't have him. Leaving that at school was on purpose.
I left the school at 9, and he was seen with a man, chaperone, and 2 girls after I left. There were no men on the chaperone list. That, and it was highly chaotic. Had to been 300 people running around, no coordination.
There she goes, pointing the finger again. There's no coordination up at the school. Must have been 300 people up at the school. There was actually over 400 people at the school. But she's pointing finger. She's wanting you to think how chaotic it was there at the school, and nobody's paying attention. The one thing that she did from the very get-go was control the narrative from the beginning. And she did it well enough that it threw police off so much that Albertson store that I told you about earlier that she never went to, they had to go to that Albertson store. They had to get footage from that Albertson store, and they had to look up, and see that she never pulled into the parking lot of that Albertson store. They had to do the same thing with the Michael store that she said that she went to, and talked to the employees there that said they never saw anybody meeting that description. She's not on footage. So they're backtracking. They're looking places they shouldn't even be looking because Terri's lying to them. And in a case like this, lying is huge. You can't lie and lie and lie and lie and actually think that the police aren't onto you, right? They're onto you. They're already onto you the moment they got Desiree's signature to look at this doctor's appointment that didn't exist when she tries to cause confusion with it.
The reference to her daughter's doctor visit not mentioned again in a follow-up email sent later that day. I didn't just drop him off. I spent time with him, took pictures, and he was in safe hands, I thought, as I watched him walk down the hall. Kids saw him after I left. Teacher put him as absent at 10 a.m. Someplace between 9 and 10 is when we think it happened. I have a receipt showing I was checking out at Fred Meyer 7 miles away at 9:12 a.m. I went to another Fred Meyer looking for meds for Kitty they didn't have at the first Fred Meyer. Then I was trying to get Kitty to sleep in the truck for a few minutes, but no go, so off to the gym at 11:20, out at 12:20, home at 12:45, Kane home at 2, bus at 3:30. That was my day. They keep asking me. Now on my 5th interview with them.
Now, isn't it crazy? This reminds me of what Desiree Young says. She says that she walks into the room. Terri's on the computer. Terri's asking her, what are you doing in here? And she was just like, I just come in to see what you were doing. And she seemed very flustered or whatever, and ends up telling Desiree that she was on the computer writing out her timeline. Writing out your timeline? Really? But what you just heard in those emails, she is literally naming off everywhere she was with times and everything else in this email. But the day before, she couldn't tell law enforcement where she was. But now, make that make sense. And why is she emailing? Why isn't she talking to law enforcement? Why isn't she doing something to help find Kyron instead of being online or writing out a timeline, right?
Terri went on to talk about Kyron's recent behavior. The past 2 weeks, he's been acting really weird, staring off into space. Can't remember anything. Walks into the room and then back out, stopping to stare and then move on. The doc thinks that he is having many seizures, and I made an appointment on Thursday for next Friday to have him checked out.
saying that he was having mini seizures even. Nobody saw Kyron having mini seizures. None of his parents saw him having mini seizures. He wasn't having them. Okay? This is her controlling the narrative, trying to make everybody think, you know, this is what happened. There was no doctor's appointment. You know, she's pointing blame at the teacher throughout her day as she is trying to make this timeline, even at the gym, even at the Fred Meyers, and inside the gym talking to other people. She is showing this picture of Kyron, this last picture that she took of Kyron. It's like her proof of life picture or something. She wants everybody to see it, to remember her. It's like, if I show them this picture, maybe they'll remember that they saw me. You know what I mean? Like, this is all about her alibi and some, you know, weirdos out there, pedos, when they do weird things or whatever, you know, they're keeping the underwear maybe of whatever they're doing. Was this her trophy? This picture of Kyron? That she later on, when Desiree gets there, hands her the picture of. It was printed off by law enforcement. She hands it over to Desiree and gives it to her, the last picture. And in the picture, you guys, let's get even into more details. The last shirt, the shirt he is wearing, has CSI on it. Now, there are so many people that talk about the fact that she's so pure evil that she had him wear that shirt that day on purpose. You know, Terri loved true crime. She was always watching true crime shows. She was always, you know, reading true crime books. That was something that she did. And here he is wearing a CSI shirt the day he comes up missing. It's crazy.
That contradicts what multiple sources have told K2 that in the days before the science fair, Terri informed Kyron's teacher he had an appointment that day, June 4th. That is why no one expected that he would be in class and why he was marked absent.
And then this is again just Desiree saying that it's all baloney. There was no doctor's appointment, no doctor's appointment the following week. Here's Desiree saying that Miss Porter had an email from Terri Horman excusing Kyron from class. Kyron left the classroom with Terri and walked out of the school. There would be no reason for Miss Porter to question a parent or to think that there was anything wrong. It was all Terry's fault that we are here today, her and her only.
But it appears Terri Horman has been quietly making her own comments all along. ABC station KATU in Portland found postings they say they verified as Horman in the comment section of their website, including statements agreeing with supporters and others arguing with detractors, writing, "Wow, unless you know all the details, the stress, the worry, the pain, you have nothing to speak of. You're merely making assumptions. You have no facts, details, or knowledge to present. So please refrain from your accusation."
So she's just getting into arguments with people online in the comment section of news channels. You know, nobody saw Terri breaking down or crying or anything. Later on that night, while Desiree is there and everybody's there at the house, you know, she says Terri is running around the house trying to serve people coffee, offering coffee cake, you know, acting like Mary friggin' Poppins or whatever, like this hostess with the mostest, something to prove, running around and stuff. She also said that during this time that the baby, the 18-month-old Kiara, Terri and Kane's daughter, was just not acting herself. And it even talks about it in the book that Kiara did not want Terri. She was actually acting kind of scared of Terri. She wanted Desiree and Kane and Tony, and she just didn't want anything to do. So it started making people wonder whether or not the baby had witnessed some kind of unimaginable horror. Okay. And that's just scary in itself to even think about. She's like 16 years old today. I hope and pray to God she never remembers anything. If she did see anything, yeah, it might help find Kyron, but at the same time, you wouldn't want to wish that kind of memory on anyone, right? So you have this unaccounted time, and Terri is driving around all these rural roads that day, okay? And you guys aren't going to believe these roads. I have many videos. Well, I won't say many, but a few videos. Yaya, would you like to come up here and join me? I can send you a link. Or if anybody would like to come up. I just put up a link if anybody wants to click and come up and talk. When the coat and backpack were finally picked up by Terri, I always wondered why she decided that she was going to wash all that stuff. Then she got back to the house. Yes, we are going to talk about that too. Yes, I do. I want you to. Come on up and join me. I'm just going to be up here playing videos and stuff, and it's nice to bounce ideas and things off of somebody. Yeah. I'm going to start throwing up some videos of these really strange and odd places. Yeah, Ashley brings up a good point. So the other crazy thing that happened when law enforcement gets back to the house. So they're going to search the school area because Kyron's missing, right? But they're also going to start looking around at the house, and the canine, they come. Okay, I got your picture here. Hello. Good to see you.
Hello. Nice to see you too. It's been a while.
Yes, it has. So Yaya's been following this case with us for a long time. I met her this past year. I've had her up on stage before, doing the Madeline Soto case, which I actually will be covering again here soon. But yeah, I was just going to tell everybody. So in the book, it talks about the fact that Kyron's coat and backpack got washed by Terri.
Mm-hmm.
We recently just found out when Desiree went to Crime Fest Northwest, which was just a couple of weeks ago, she actually says that every single piece of clothing that Kyron owned, including his bedding, was washed and dried, unfolded, piled up on his bed when detectives and K9 got to the house to search the property and stuff, and K9 couldn't find an article of clothing for K9 to use because she had washed everything.
Wow.
Yeah, it's insane. I can't.
That's suspicious right there.
Yeah, I mean, what in the hell would law enforcement be thinking about at that particular point in time? Like, they're already, this is right in the beginning. They're probably have already talked to her about this doctor's appointment. She's already changing her story about a doctor's appointment. And then they show up at the house with K9 and everything's washed and piled up on his bed. And I mean, when she said, Desiree will go over the interview that she did, or the talk that she did. but she said every single piece. So could you imagine every single piece, every article of clothing that you have washed? That means you're taking stuff out of the drawers, the dirty clothes, the closets, and everything else from around the house. But then the coat and backpack that he wore up to the school.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I can't even believe or even fathom what the detectives had to have been thinking at that point, because that new information coming out by Desiree just blew my mind. I mean, I always thought when it was mentioned in the books that his dirty laundry like got washed or whatever, but no, she was saying every single piece of clothing. We've got Susie over here. Couldn't they have used shoes like she couldn't use dress shoes? I'm not sure, Susie. All I know is that Desiree says they didn't have one piece of art. How did she put it? They couldn't find one piece of clothing or an article of clothing to give to Canine. And that, we have talked about one of the searchers getting mad because he wanted to help, and he couldn't help because he got mad when he was told that they didn't even have an article of clothing to give him to even have him search. Yeah, it's suspicious. But I want to throw up some videos that I've taken of the area. So if you guys just want to go with me on this, she's already gone to 2 Fred Meyers. Her phone was off for a little while. Then her cell pings at 11 a.m. in the morning. And now she's off on this drive. Let's see. Gots to find them first. Yeah, I like having people up here. It's nice to have somebody to bounce stuff off of with.
Can you hear my fan though?
No, I can't hear anything that's. Let's see.
I'm in my office and I have my little fan going, so.
Having a hard time finding.
So she washed every piece of his clothing.
That is what Desiree says. Yes. I think it's crazy. I think it's absolutely insane to even think of every single piece. I'm at that point, I would almost want to arrest somebody. Like, okay, this is just weird. I don't know. Like, I know I jumped the guns and my feelings would have probably gotten involved, but I definitely would have gotten out my notepad and started taking notes that every single thing of him. I mean, what? Does that mean when law enforcement walked into the bedroom that the dressers and the closets were empty? That's what I want, a visual of it. Like, I wish sometimes I could just be a fly on the wall and get a visual, or just know some, because we're not privy to any information. So it's just crazy to me. This is what?
I mean, that's a lot of work,
Yeah.
Plus you have the baby and the baby's allegedly sick. That is so suspicious.
Well, yeah, and she's doing all of this. And she has the baby. So, it's been said that Dede Spicher hurt Kyron for Terri. And we'll get into all of that later on when we talk about Dede. I think Dede's pure evil, actually. And I just kick back and I'm just like, all of the information that they have. But yeah, being a fly in the room that day with everything being washed. I mean, could you even imagine being Desiree or Tony or Kane? Like, what the heck's going on? Or being her husband at the time? Like, why did you wash all of his stuff? Like, that was a conversation they had. Tony's a detective, and Desiree, she's not stupid, so I'm pretty sure they're already putting some pieces together. Things just aren't adding up, you know what I mean?
Yeah, sorry, my dog's barking, so I keep muting.
Oh, no, you're fine. So, one of the places that Terri was seen that day was Newberry Road. And we've talked about Newberry Road before on some of our other lives. I'm going to go ahead and play this video, though, because Newberry Road's very important. It's in the book that Rebecca Morris writes. And then it says in the book that somebody saw Terri parked on the side of the road on Newberry Road. And then when Terri was asked about it, she said, I might have been changing a diaper. Might have been changing a diaper. So let's open this up and watch this. And this is one of the videos that I did in the area, you guys. And you can watch any of these videos. Yeah, you just look up the videos instead of live streams anytime you guys want to take a peek. I've got all kinds of stuff.
Just got home with dinner.
Do what?
I'll be right back. My husband just got home with dinner, so I'm just
okay.
I'm just gonna mute myself.
All right.
Hey everybody, this is Samantha with Missing PNW, and we are cruising down Newberry Road from Skyline Boulevard. Skyline Boulevard is the road in front of Skyline Elementary School where Kyron Horman disappeared from. Let's talk about Newberry Road. In the book Boy Missing, written by Rebecca Morris, The Search for Kyron Horman, it's mentioned in that book that Terri Horman was seen parked off at the side of the road here on Newberry Road. When asked about it, Terri never denied being on Newberry Road. She said she might have been changing a diaper. This area right here that you see where cars are parked is part of the Forest Park Trail and could be one of the spots where she had been pulled over to the side of the road. The Wildwood Trail, I believe, also connects here. We've done a few videos on that today. Back to Terri Horman. She says she thought, or maybe she was changing a diaper. I'm a mom, and I've had to pull over to the side of the road to change one of my baby's diapers before, or one of my grandkids' diapers. The thing is, though, is if I would have been asked for any reason later on that day, whether or not I had to pull over to the side of the road for any reason, or say law enforcement asked me a question about me pulling over to the side of the road, I would have been able to say, yeah, I pulled off the side of the road. I was changing my kid's diaper, my grandkid's diaper. You're not going to forget about changing a child's diaper. I found that very interesting. We all know that Terri Horman likes to lie. We know that she likes to play games. And I feel like, she didn't want to be completely honest about what she was doing on Newberry Road. Where is Newberry Road? Newberry Road comes down off of Skyline Boulevard. I'm headed downhill right now, and it heads north to Highway 30. And we know Terri herself admitted to being on Highway 30. So that's interesting. Is this the road that she took down to Highway 30 that day? Newberry Road is also exactly the middle point between Skyline Elementary School and West Wind Farms, where Dede Spicher was working on June 4th, 2010. And I find that very interesting. A halfway point. Could somewhere here on Newberry Road, or the place where she said I might have been changing a diaper, been a pickup or drop-off spot for Dee Dee and Terri to have met with one another? Who knows? We will never find out, because Terri and Dee Dee both refused to cooperate with law enforcement, and they have refused to cooperate with law enforcement for 13 years. Another thing about Newberry Road, before I get down here to Highway 30, is at the very bottom down here is a stop sign, and if I were to take a left, I would be a hop, skip, and a jump, literally within a quarter of a mile of Sauvie Island Bridge that leads on to Sauvie Island. How interesting is that? So there's a lot of factors when you want to talk about Newberry Road, right? I hope everybody's having a beautiful weekend. It's nice to be out doing Kyron Horman searches again now that the weather's nice. Have a great evening.
So, just going over a little bit here, I want to kind of give you guys an idea, because they started searching Sauvie Island shortly after Kyron disappeared. And where the 2 dots are at the bottom and the 2 dots over on the right and left, that whole line in between, that is Newberry Road. And then where it says Wapato Bridge, the dot up at the top, that is the Sauvie Island Bridge. And that is how close it is to Sauvie Island, which I've always found really super interesting, especially after I took Newberry Road down. I just couldn't believe how close it was to Sauvie Island. And then this is just kind of gives you like a straightaway. You got Newberry Road over here to the right, and then you have the Wapato Bridge, which is right here next to this red dot, all the way over on the left. And it kind of gives you, that's Highway 30 right there. Terri admits to being on Highway 30. She talks about it. She doesn't like when people talk about Sauvie Island, and we'll get into that too. But it's not very far at all to go to Sauvie Island. And since Newberry Road is a halfway point between where the school is and where Dee Dee Spicher worked that day, and if Terri picked her up, did they come down Newberry Road, end up on Highway 30, and then go over to Sauvie Island? We don't know. But that gives you a little bit of perspective. I mean, Newberry Road, I think, is just so important. How could you not remember pulling over to the side of the road to change a baby's diaper? Really. Does not make any sense whatsoever. If anybody has any questions, yeah, let me know.
Beautiful area.
It is a beautiful area. I love living in the Pacific Northwest. I mean, we get a good spring and summertime, fall time, winter time here, you know, all of the beautiful seasons. Every time I go up to go take Kyron videos and stuff, I'm always feeling so relaxed. And yeah, it just to be out there for a drive. Me and my husband always stop and pick up Subway and then have a picnic up there at the school and just, you know, take a little minute or two to think about Kyron up there. But yeah, I absolutely love going up there. So I'm behind on the game of throwing up a video for Kyron. We want to miss. I get going and I don't stop. Let's throw up a video for Kyron. Everybody can throw up some green and blue hearts and some frogs because he loved his frogs. And, you know, wish him a happy birthday and send his parents some love. And I just want to take this time to tell everybody I appreciate you guys so much for being here. I know it's an all-day live, and asking some of my mods to be here all day. I mean, you guys can definitely come and go. You don't have to be here all day. I'm committed to being here all day, but I don't care. And my daughter gave me this like new office chair because my other one kills me, and I'm like, I'm gonna do this all day live, but I got a new chair. I'm here and I'm ready to go. So
Well, I'll be here all day with you, so
well, thank you so much for being here.
no problem.
Oh, it's so disheartening to just be here 14 years later. Kyron is still missing, and it is his 22nd birthday, and this is our live event for Kyron to bring awareness, talk about the case, get to know the two suspects, Terri Horman and Dede Spicher. And if you have any tips, just realize, please, if you have had any conversations with Terri or Dede and know anything, please call the tip line at 503-988-0560. That is the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office tip line. No tip is too small. If you think you saw something on June 4th, 2010, or days surrounding that time, please call. Terri Horman's Mustang was seen in the area a week prior or days prior. They think she may have been out scouting, looking for a place to put Kyron. So if you saw a red Mustang in the area a week prior to June 4th, 2010, you wouldn't have been able to miss it. It was bright red. We'll talk about her car some more in a little while. And it had a vanity plate that said Red Squirrel on it. It's only going to take one person, one tip, one thing for law enforcement to do what they need to do, which is put handcuffs on Terri and Dede and arrest them so they can rot. That's just how I feel. But yeah, I am so happy to be here. I am so thankful that I have such amazing members and such amazing subscribers and new people that come and follow Kyron's case. I started doing this a few years ago, and I will tell you, this last year, I have seen more and more lives done on Kyron. I will have to say not all of them have correct information, but that's whatever. His face is out there. They're talking about it. It is what it is. But yeah, I am thankful for that. I am thankful to see his name out there, and I'm thankful to know that there have been recent searches done for Kyron. In June, when Desiree Young did her car wash and she talked about Kyron, she let everybody know there's been recent searches. I also know of searches that were done in March of 2024. So they've been doing searches all year long. And what's important about that is the searches that are being done right now aren't just Desiree Young. These searches are being done by Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. Kind of makes you wonder what's going on in the background. So thank you guys all for wishing Kyron a happy birthday. I have more videos to show. I have a bunch. I took the time to pay for some more cloud, make more videos, put everything into folders and stuff. And what did you guys think about that area he was driving in? Or she was driving in? I mean, Newberry Road isn't so high up, but she did say she was on Highway 30, and that's a way to get down to Highway 30. But I just keep wondering, why are you driving around for so long? It doesn't take that long to get a child to sleep, if that's what you're actually doing, right? And then you live in the area, so wouldn't you just get them to sleep and go home? Put your baby down?
That's what I would do.
Yeah, but she drives around for hours, and then she goes to the gym and puts her baby in daycare, even though she claims that the baby was sick. Yep. Doesn't make sense.
I had put up in chat earlier that when my boys were toddlers, they had, chronic ear infections. And there's no way I would have put my child off on somebody else when they were like that, because there's no consoling them. And
yeah,
it's our responsibility as parents to take care of our children. So she'd miss what? Would she say 1 hour of exercise to take care of a sick baby?
She wasn't even there long. She was only there from like 15 to 18 minutes. They have her on footage. She never changed into gym clothes. And then somebody at the gym actually witnessed a gash on her leg while she was there too, which she ended up telling law enforcement, and tells this person at the gym that she had dropped a weight on it. Well, weights aren't going to give a gash. When you hear gash in the book, the gash is almost bloody. Gash is not a scratch. It's not a bruise, which you would get from dropping a weight on your leg, not
no.
Gash. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And my younger sister also had earaches growing up, and they're very painful. They're so painful. So if her baby has an earache, why is she driving around in all of these high elevated places? I mean, yes. My older sister is here, Mrs. Barbecue.
Hello,
good to
Mrs.
see
Barbecue.
you. I am so happy that you're here and you made it. I actually forgot to tell you I was having a live today, sis. I forgot. They joined us for our event Bigfoot barbecue. They did some pulled pork, and we all did like pulled pork sandwiches and everything for everybody to come. But yeah, our sister Shannon, she actually had earaches growing up. They were very, very painful for her. She had them randomly all the time, and she was constantly, going to the doctors and getting amoxicillin. And I'll tell you, I'll be the first one to tell you, when you're given the amoxicillin, it only takes a couple of days and the earache starts to feel better. I remember waking up to my sister screaming in the middle of the night, crying so much because of how much pain that she was in. So to know that, I mean, if she did have an earache, I've talked about it before, the popping. My ears pop when I go up there. My husband's ears pop. I took Kaylia up there to look around, and her ears were popping. How painful. I've actually had people tell me that maybe she was just used to the area. I don't care where you live. When you start climbing high elevations, your ears have to
It
adjust.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, my boys ended up, both of them having to get tubes put in their ears because they were so bad. And the only way they would sleep at night, like you're saying, your sister, was if I sat in a rocking chair and held them upright.
Yeah.
No matter what I did, there was no consoling them. So to be driving around in mountainous terrain, going up and down, I'm sorry. That's.
Yeah, I want to talk about this Fred Hall account. He's a rancher, and he said that he saw a white pickup truck on that Friday, June 4th, 2010, the day that Kyron disappeared, and it was about a mile away from the road where he lives on Moreland Road. And he said it was a white truck, and it had a gal sitting in it. Hall said that he called into the tip to investigators and told them where he saw the unfamiliar truck on Skyline Boulevard. It was parked at one of the gates, he said. Investigators said that they are specifically searching the land around the turnouts and have turnouts in the gates that were in that area. And I have a video that I want to show you guys, because now this is going to be up on Dixie Mountain. That's up there. You have to travel from the school and go west, and you are climbing elevation on Skyline Boulevard, Northwest Skyline Boulevard, the entire time until you get up to the top of Dixie Mountain where Fred Hall lives. And it's just so telling when you see this area. I mean, he sees her sitting at a gate, and you guys have to remember, these ranchers, these farmers up there, they have all of this property, all this land. I kind of describe it in the video, but they're watching. They're watching and keeping good eye on their properties up there. They don't want to vandalize. These people here in the Pacific Northwest, when you have property like that, these people have guns. They are going to protect their property. So keep that in mind. And let's watch another video of an area where a white truck and a gal sitting in it was sitting there parked off of one of these logging roads. He said it was a mile away from his house.
Bring it.
Hey everyone, it's Samantha with Kyron Horman Case Revisited. I'm on the corner of Skyline Boulevard and Moreland Road, and right behind that fence is Fred Hall's ranch. He came forward a few days after Kyron came up missing and said that he saw a white truck parked off one of the fire lane or the logger roads that are down this way. Fred Hall, a rancher, said on Monday he saw a white pickup on the Friday that Kyron disappeared about a mile down the road. It was a white truck and it had a gal sitting in it, he said. Hall said he called in the tip to investigators and told them where he saw the unfamiliar truck on Skyline Boulevard, and it was parked at one of the gates, he said. He wasn't sure if it was like the first, second, or third gates that are down there, but we are going to check that area out. And then this is the little gravel cul-de-sac, and behind this blue gate was searched, and this cul-de-sac was actually turned into like a command center for law enforcement to station up and set up to look for Kyron up here. So now we're going to leave this area and we're going to travel down Skyline Boulevard and we're going to look at these gates. Okay, so we're pulling away from the little gravel cul-de-sac and we're traveling down Skyline Boulevard. Once again, me and my husband are like, why would anybody be down here traveling these roads with a baby? There's just absolutely no reason for it. So Fred Hall says that he couldn't remember exactly which one of these gates it is, but there are 3 within a mile up here, and he said it was within a mile. You know, these ranchers and stuff out here, they pay attention because there are a lot of properties that get vandalized. In the cul-de-sac where we just were was all kinds of broken glass and everything else. So this is one of the gates, and we can see right now that there is a huge log behind that gate, so the gate doesn't open anymore. I know Stacy Green just recently,
I mean, look at that gate's there. It turns into woods. That's what's so crazy about going up here, you guys, and being in this area. And I wish I could just give everybody even a way bigger perspective of it all. But I mean, everywhere you go, just right off of the road is either a really steep ravine or it is forest. I mean, it just gets thick so fast.
We have a lot of logging trails up north of me, so I know what those areas are like.
Yeah, and back then these gates could, I mean, some of them open because I like looked into it, and now some of them are like closed for good. They have cameras on them, no trespassing and this and that. But yeah, these roads were used by loggers. You can see some of it when you're up there. You'll see it in some other videos that we show of the logging areas and stuff up there. It's just crazy. I mean, just pull right off of the road and see things so thick already. And what is someone just doing, just parked there? A woman in a white truck just parked there. What the heck is going on?
I'm just kidding.
Well, and then another question is, like, was she up there because they were doing something with Kyron? Was she up there by herself trying to throw law enforcement because Dede was somewhere else? Because she's seen on all different rural roads. You know what I mean?
How far is that from her home, may I ask?
Okay, so from, let's see, from Cornelius Pass Road, you have to take Skyline Boulevard, Northwest Skyline Boulevard West, and it takes you about 15 minutes.
Okay.
10 to 15 minutes to get up there.
Okay.
And it's all uphill. You're just slowly escalating up as you go up on Dixie Mountain. And the next video that I show of Rocky Point, I actually muted that video because of things that were said and stuff in there. But we'll be able to talk about how high an elevation it really is, because Rocky Point Road leaves, the video that I show leaves Dixie Mountain going down, and you can see how far up you are. It's just crazy. Well, let's finish this one up real quick.
Okay.
Came up here in this area, and did a video for Grizzly True Crime. And she was also showing Fred Hall's eyewitness accounts. See, even this car right here. He let me back out of the spot. He put on his brakes and slowed down and was paying attention to what me and my husband were doing. Now that there is a huge log behind in this area, and did a video for Fred Hall's eyewitness account.
That car was actually completely stopped. That car right there completely stopped after it went forward and passed where me and my husband were parked at that gate. And I start talking about it, but I really want to just take another moment to really emphasize the fact that these farmers aren't messing around up there. They want to know who's up there, what they're doing, why they're up there. And that's why it's so important. This Fred Hall account, I just think that it's spot on. I believe he's seen Terri Horman up there. I believe that's who he saw. And it just really makes you wonder why. And I go on in this video to talk about, like, he was kind of a nosy old man.
See, even this car right here. He let me back out of the spot. He put on his brakes and slowed down and was paying attention to what me and my husband were doing, because, you know, people up here pay attention to what people are doing. They don't want their property vandalized. They don't want their area, you know, messed up. Here's another one. I mean, look at that. There is nothing but a bunch of overgrown stuff. And right now it even says that this is on surveillance. It says, notice, if you can see the surveillance sign to the left of this gate. But, wow. And there is a huge steep ravine here off to the left. And these areas were searched by law enforcement. You know, and law enforcement, they don't waste their time coming out here if they don't have a reason. Fred Hall had no reason to lie. He was an honest old man. Actually, I've heard he was quite nosy. And, you know, that's why he's calling in a tip, because he knows this little boy's missing. And then here's the other one. Not very far. See, all three of these are just right up the road. I mean, look at this. Now there's a sign, private property, no dumping. There's another surveillance sign on this. I mean, this one is actually kind of off of the road. I mean, if you were to pull off in here and come all the way up to the gate, you're not going to be really seen at all from the road.
Yeah, parking here at this gate, I could really, I just told myself, wow, if I pulled in just a little bit further, I am, like, you're not going to see me. You would see me if you were paying attention, but just to drive by not paying attention, you're really not going to see unless you look back. It kind of goes in and then off to the left a little bit, trees covering you from both sides. I mean, if you were paying attention, you would see. But if not, you weren't. And it's all the way up on Dixie Mountain, and you just have to ask yourself, why is Terri driving around in high elevations with her daughter, who she says allegedly has this earache, even though Desiree's confirmed she had already taken amoxicillin and she was no longer sick. So that's that video.
even if she wasn't, quote, sick at that time, to be driving around like that with a baby with ear issues or whatever, unless there's a reason you have to go up there, you know what I mean?
Right.
Most people wouldn't be doing that.
Right. And you also, if you think about it too, so you have like her cell phone pings and you've got eyewitness accounts. And then you have searches going on Dixie Mountain, months and months later after they've collected this information and it ends up matching. I mean, law enforcement isn't going to go up there, put up a command center, start searching that area and wasting time, money, and effort looking for Kyron, if they don't have some kind of clue that he might be up there.
No, back when she was up there, were those logging trails, were they logging back there at that time, do you know?
Back in 2010, I want to say there was a lot of logging done back there because I drove down Moreland Road, which takes you back to the other side of Fred Hall's ranch. And I was driving down there, and in the Pacific Northwest, the logging industry and the way that Oregon and Washington are set up. So they log, and then they reseed and regrow.
Right.
So what I was looking for when I went up there was, 12-year-old growth. What can I see? And when I went down Moreland from the other side, I actually did see where they did do logging up there.
Okay. Because
So
I know from here, you know where I live. I mean, I don't care. Everybody know I'm from Wisconsin.
Right.
So a lot of our, excuse me, our industries, I guess, maybe the farming, the logging and all that stuff, and when they're logging, I mean, I remember being a kid and we had a cottage up north, and when they were logging, it was very dangerous to be driving around in those areas because those trucks fly on those roads. And those I mean, I'm just trying to, picture why anybody would be doing that with a allegedly sick kid.
Right. Well, and the other thing about that too, like you bring up the fast trucks and stuff, I actually don't know how fast those trucks would be able to because it's so windy. You're winding, big, sharp, windy roads. Like,
we don't have mountains like you guys do, but the roads are windy and they don't care. They fly.
oh yeah, they do. And I know exactly what you're talking about, especially on some of the bigger freeways, like going over the mountains to go to the beach. The trucks haul ass going down those roads.
Yep.
But these are little bitty, tiny little roads.
Yep.
I don't know how fast they would be able to go, but I can tell you one thing. When we're up there, I mean, in our drive up to Moreland Road and getting up to Dixie Mountain, we may have seen 2 to 3 cars. When I brought Kaylee with me and her only saw like 3 or 4 cars. So even now, 14 years later, you're up in the middle of friggin' nowhere. There are some houses up there, but I can't even imagine how many less houses there were back then in 2010. And I mean, I've gone up there earlier in the morning to take videos and then couldn't even take the videos because of how foggy. It was like every single time I went up there to go do this Fred Hall account video, it was so damn foggy because we were up so high that I could never even get the video. We'd gone up there, I want to say 5 or 6 times. And then I'm finally just told my husband, okay, we're going to have to wait till later afternoon on a sunny day to come up. And even then we were running into fog. This video was actually taken over the summertime and I finally was able to get it. But yeah, I mean, the area, all I kept thinking in my head was, I'm hardly seeing any traffic up here. I'm not seeing anybody. There's hardly any houses. I wonder what it looked back, in 2010.
Yeah, it'd be easy
Oh,
to get away with something back then.
I forgot that at the end of that video, I wanted to show everybody what it looked like up there. Hold on.
Hey everyone.
Because I think I added a little map to the end of this video. I did. So yeah, Moreland Road on the left meets up with Fred Hall's ranch. So he has a horse ranch. So all that dirt looking area, that's Fred Hall's horse ranch. And it's all dirt like that because he has so many horses that they just, they're all over there. So, it kind of like turned to dirt because they eat all the grass up and stuff. But that's his ranch there to the left. Where the dot is right on the corner of Skyline Boulevard and Moreland Road. And we were just a mile down Skyline Boulevard. But look at that area.
Yeah.
Look at all the woods. I mean, you're hardly seeing any roads off to the side. You're in the middle of nowhere. Yep. And then I go even further. Now I didn't know where Jackson Creek was until I put this map together for this video the other night for this live. And when I was looking at the area to give everybody a perspective of look, you got one other house way down here on the right. That up by the dot at the top where the little cul-de-sac was, you see the trails. Those are just walking trails up there to the right. But there's one house down here on the bottom right. I mean, literally in the middle of nowhere. And I know they searched Jackson Creek. I've heard that, but I did not know where that was until I put that video together. That was crazy to me.
That's a huge horse ranch.
And then just to give you guys some more perspective, where the yellow dot is Skyline Elementary School. And then where the red dot is Fred Hall's ranch. And you have to excuse all my mapping because I won't erase them because I've put pins at every single location that had something to do with Terri. One of these days I'll have to do a live just to show everybody, but you guys would not you guys can't even begin to imagine because I've put pins where they've searched, pins where she was seen, pins where she might have been searched, and I put it all I have so many pins in that area. I mean, every time I look up to go over in that area, my GPS wants to send me somewhere crazy. Let's see. The thing about this that really hits me hard is Kyron is the same age as my son, and my son did a project on the red-eyed tree frog too. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that would be definitely hitting close to home. For sure. I have 6 grandbabies, 3 kids. Kyron with just something about seeing his little face on the news, and it just spoke to me. I've been interested in his case ever since he disappeared. Connie's saying when my kids were sick, I took them to the doctor, but didn't drive them everywhere, right? Thank you guys for being here. So yeah, now you're going to really understand the elevation thing here, because there's another sighting. So I just showed you up on Dixie Mountain, white truck, woman in it, and now we're going to go over to Rocky Point, which is it's a mile past. So if you were to travel not the way that the gates were, but the other direction, about a half a mile or a mile, maybe even a little bit more, I can't remember right now, you get to Rocky Point Drive. And a woman in a white truck is seen at the bottom of Rocky Point Drive pulling on to Highway 30. So she's up a high in elevation. Don't know how she got up there. I actually think she may have taken Logie Road. We'll talk about that one later too. But here's another eyewitness account. And what's crazy to me is that it does flow together, doesn't it? She's seen up on Dixie Mountain, and then she's seen at the bottom of Dixie Mountain pulling onto Highway 30.
I'm going to mute myself and move around a bit, and I'll be back in a little bit, but I'll be up here muted. I'll be on my phone now.
Okay, no problem.
All right.
You can even leave if you want to. I'll see you jump on if you want to hop back on later, or just message me or something, or mute yourself. It doesn't matter.
I'll do that, and then I'll switch computers then.
Okay.
So,
thank you for joining. I'll see you in a bit.
I'll be back in a bit.
I love having people on. So we are going to travel down Rocky Point. I do not speak during this video. I actually had muted the word, so we're going to be able to talk about it as we're going down because it's an insane drive. Here she is up at the top of Dixie Mountain, and now she's driving down Rocky Point to get out of there. She's seen at the end of Rocky Point getting onto Highway 30. I mean, you're already up in high elevation. Now you have like all different in this area you have blackberry bushes, ferns, moss, evergreen trees, birch trees. You have everything growing everywhere. It's so thick everywhere you go, unless you're traveling on a road or a trail. Me and my husband actually saw horse signs, like horse crossing, because people ride their horses up there. While I was taking the videos, I actually did. I saw, horse signs, and it's like, wow, you really are up in the middle of, nowhere. And so this right here, let's get to a spot where I can pause it so I can show you guys just how high up we actually are while taking this video, because it's just so far up. And I really want to give you guys that perspective, because you got to ask yourself, why would Terri Horman be driving a truck with her daughter in it all the way up here? And did she have Kyron while she was up here on these rural roads? And her cell phone pings put her on these roads. Okay, there were so many different roads traveled because of her cell phone pings. So many roads searched for Kyron all over this area. And like I mentioned before, there is a rainforest right behind Kyron's school. So that in itself give you an idea of just how in the middle of nowhere we are. And here's where we're going to get to a corner where I can finally pause. Look out to the right. Huge ravine. Way, 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 way down there, you got the Multnomah Channel that runs underneath the Sauvie Island Bridge and runs all the way down. But look at that valley. And over to the right, you have a bunch of tree cuttings and stuff that are down. Very, very high in elevation. Yet she's driving up here. Look at the mountains even to the side of me. So very high up there. I was so glad to finally get up there with no fog and actually get a good video on a nice sunny day. Believe it or not, this was in October. No, this one, was it October or after summertime, I think. Oh, no, that was the Fred Hall video, was summertime. This one, I think, was actually done in October. I said October. I should have stuck with it. But I really hope this gives you guys a great perspective. Like, what are you doing driving up here, right? The witness that saw her down on Highway 30, when you get all the way down to the end of this road, which it just goes and goes and goes. I'm having to literally put my brake on, keep my foot on the brake the entire way down. There's never a time where I have my foot on the gas because I'm going straight down. That right there is a little bike path. There's all these little bike paths and places to pull off and stuff where the bikers go now. I can't even imagine how rule this was back in 2010. But when she gets down to Highway 30, this eyewitness, this man, says that he saw this white truck with a woman sitting in it, stopped at Rocky Point and Highway 30. And he had noticed her, or noticed the truck as he's coming from the west traveling east on Highway 30. He sees that truck just sitting there at that stop sign for like a minute. And then he passes it. Then he notices there's a woman in it. As he's passing it, he's thinking to himself at that time, I wonder if they're okay, because he had noticed that truck sitting there, probably just idling or whatever. I don't know what the heck was going on, but just sitting there. And then it finally pulled out onto Highway 30. He knew that, the truck was good, or the person in the truck was good, or whatever. But that's why he noticed it, because it just kept sitting there instead of pulling out onto Highway 30. And thank God that there were witnesses that actually came forward to, come out and tell law enforcement, hey, I saw this, because tips are so important. Tip line phone number is 503-988-0560. If you have any tips, if you traveled down Rocky Point, if you were up on Dixie Mountain, if you know anything about any of these areas, or saw the Ford F-250, call the tip line. Call Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. If you know anything about Kyron himself, 1-800-THE-LOST is the phone number to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And we're still traveling downhill. I'm just keep trying to think of things to talk about and things to say, because I'm still traveling downhill. That is how far up Dixie Mountain is. This is real-time footage. I have not slowed it down. I have not sped it up. This is me traveling down, from Dixie Mountain down Rocky Point. The area is just absolutely crazy. And it's not until you get down towards Highway 30, like you just saw the boat sitting on the side, that you actually start seeing homes, a couple of homes, few homes down here. And we plastered this area with flyers. Plastered. Matter of fact, I'm going to be putting up flyers here soon again, because I just bought the material that I needed to cover some of Kyron's flyers up with some laminate. So this is Highway 30. This is where she was sitting, or allegedly sitting, if the witness account was correct. Just sitting here waiting, and he's traveling from the left, coming, and he just sees this truck just sitting there, passes her, wondering, if he needs to stop and help. But he ends up calling in the tip that it was a white truck and a woman sitting in it. And Terri Horman has said that she was on Highway 30. And this is just traveling Highway 30 east. And if you were to keep going, you would run into Sauvie Island about 3 miles up the road. Sauvie Island Bridge. Yes, it is a very long, long road going down. I've only got a couple of more of these videos to give you guys some perspective, and then we're going to talk more about the case. I just really like giving people a perspective because you think, they looked in this area, they looked in that area, she traveled this, she traveled that, but you don't really get a good idea. Some people just need that visual. I'm one of those people. That's one of the reasons why I thought doing videos in the area was just such a great idea to do for Kyron's case, because I'm right here. Now, the next place that I want to talk about, well, we'll talk about that last. Let's do Logie Road. Logie Road, actually, I brought Kaylia with me up to Logie Road. It was the first time that we met. It was over the summer. I believe it was just before our event in June. And we traveled Logie Road.
Hey everybody, it's Samantha with Missing Pacific North.
Oh, I forgot to mute it. But this is one of the steep ravines. It's down a little bit from Dixie Mountain. It's not so high up, but it is still very high up. And she wasn't seen by a witness here, but her cell phone pings put her in this area. And we're talking 11 different cell phone towers was looked into during this time. Just another steep, way more windy than the other road. Going downhill again, down to Highway 30. This one is a little bit more secluded, I feel. There's homes down at the bottom, but way up here, there was nothing. No homes. There were a few places to pull over to the side of the road, like little turn-offs where you could have parked and got out and done whatever. I wish I could speed this up, but Logie Road ends up down on Highway 30, sitting right next to Rainbow Lake. And Rainbow Lake was searched for Kyron. And so was the area on the other side of Rainbow Lake. Matter of fact, all along that Highway 30 area, all the way down to a golf course and across the street to the train track, was searched for Kyron, because they were doing a Kyron Horman evidence search in that area. So something led them to believe that there was some kind of evidence, which I think was something that was either used or something that Terri had that she had to get rid of, because I know that the burner phones that Terri and Dede used, yes, burner phones that they used on June 4th, the day that Kyron came up missing, and then more burner phones bought at the end of the month. I know those were not found in that area, and we'll talk more about the burner phones. We're actually really going to start diving really super deep into the case. I'm very excited. Thank you guys all for being here. In a moment, we're going to play another video for Kyron, show his beautiful face, show his smile, and tell him happy birthday. I mean, this road just got crazy. It was so windy coming down. And, if they're doing an evidence search down at the bottom of this is what made me think that maybe Terri drove up this road and then took a right on Southwest Skyline Boulevard to head up towards Dixie Mountain, traveling from Sauvie Island or down by the Sauvie Island Bridge, because her cell phone pinged around Sauvie Island, not on Sauvie Island, because Sauvie Island does not have a cell phone tower. It's actually 2 miles west of the Sauvie Island Bridge, one of them. But yeah, I mean, We'll kind of speed this up a little bit to get down to the bottom. Yeah, you can start seeing more houses and everything. Just so crazy to be up in the middle of nowhere like this with a baby. And now you're down at the bottom. This is Highway 30, and right to the left is Rainbow Lake, where they searched for Kyron Horman, and where they did an evidence search further from there down to the golf course. There's actually a long road that goes all the way down off of Highway 30. It's a dirt road and it travels along the freeway, and they searched that whole dirt road all the way down to the golf course and then across the street from the golf course. I believe they knew something very specific to look in that area. Now we're going to talk about the Jim Kelly eyewitness account. This is so very important because Jim Kelly witnesses a truck parked outside the front of his house down this rural road. Well, I wouldn't say rural road, but it's a dead end road and hardly anybody ever goes down it. So why is somebody down his road? We've talked about the Jim Kelly account many times, and it's also right around the corner from Terry's house. And we'll play that right after we throw up some hearts and frogs for Kyron. And remember, call in those tips. Thank you, everybody, for joining us for our all-day Kyron event. Today is Kyron Horman's birthday. He is 22 years old, and his parents miss him. His family miss him. His siblings miss him. They want him home. They have spent 14 years without him. We send our hearts and prayers out to the family today. And I just want to thank everybody for being here, joining me for our all-day event. You know, June 4th and his birthday are just two very special days. We do a lot for Kyron Horman, trying to throw up his information and stuff, which we are about to dive super deep into information. I hope you guys are going to be able to catch up. You'll be able to ask any kind of questions that you want. One of the next places that we're going to talk about is Jim Kelly. Jim Kelly, who lives about 1.5 miles downhill at the end of a windy, secluded country lane off of Cornelius Pass. Police actually searched his property on June 5th, 2010, and continued into the 2-mile radius of the school. Federal agents, K-9 teams, and helicopters scoured the area by Jim Kelly's house. Jim Kelly said we had 2 odd sightings of a vehicle on our road Friday. Kelly said around 3 p.m., so about a half hour before Kyron's supposed to get off of his bus, he and a neighbor reported seeing a white truck with a female driver pulled to the end of a long road, idle, and then turn around. Then again at 2 a.m. in the morning, Saturday morning, so that would be 2 a.m. late Friday night, early Saturday morning, a similar white truck. So again, appears idled. And when a neighbor loosened her dogs, they eased away. Kelly says it was strange to have a car, any car there, that we didn't know. And B, it was strange to have a vehicle come down our dead-end road twice in the same day, hours after a little boy goes missing. It's beyond rare. And in other interviews early on, you can't really even find them anymore. I've looked for them. He said that, in a year, he said maybe 1 or 2 vehicles would get lost and travel down that road and go down to the end and then, turn around and go back. So yeah, for the same vehicle, white truck with a lady in it going down, it was strange. And we all know it couldn't have been Terri Horman, right? Terri Horman's with Kane at the house at 3 p.m. They're getting ready to go walk down to the bus. And at 2 a.m. in the morning, you've got law enforcement at Kyron's house. They've got their eye on everyone. Family members are usually the first suspects. Clear all family members first and then move on, right? That's what you're going to do. So now there's this sighting at 2 a.m. in the morning. Well, you're going to know. And you're going to remember that 2 a.m. sighting, even if you get the 3 p.m. on the 4th wrong, because you're going to wake up in the middle of the night hearing something out there and go, what the hell is anybody doing here at 2 a.m. in the morning? You're going to remember that 2 a.m. And that's why Jim Kelly calls in and why they are searching there. They took it very serious. They went there more than once. They've searched this property several times. Let's throw up this video, because there are places to turn around if you need to, and there's just no reason why you would just be back here idling. You're not getting out of the truck. What are you doing? Why are you back there? You have many chances, if you were lost, to turn around. Well, not many, only 2 different places could a truck turn around if it was a big truck. Let's take a look. This is one of the most important sightings that day, because I actually believe that the burner phones that were used may have been found in the area where this truck was seen. And I just read this to you about the sighting and everything that he had. And let me back.
Hey everybody, it's
Kelly said authorities have twice searched the Deep Ravine Creek railroad tracks. Let me get back there. Near the end of his street by air and on foot.
Hey everybody, it's Samantha with missing PNW Crimes Revisited, and I am with Kaylia today, and we're doing a video of the eyewitness account from Jim Kelly. We are going to be traveling down 8th Avenue, and let's talk about it. So Jim Kelly saw a truck come down this road at 3 p.m. the day Kyron Horman came up missing on June 4th, 2010. And he also saw a truck at 2 a.m. in the morning on June 5th, so later in the evening time of June 4th. As you can tell, it is a pretty potholed road. It's kind of far back in here. It's a dead-end road, and Jim Kelly said that not a lot of people ever drove down here, and as we're coming onto the road, there is no outlet signs to let you know that you're going to an area that's going to dead end. There are plenty of places to turn around before you actually get to this part of the road, but it was very crazy to just know that not only did a car come down here, because him and his neighbor both said that it's just not very often that you see somebody down here getting lost. So 2 times in one day was a pretty big deal. And you know, in the afternoon, if you get busy and stuff, you may not get that 3 p.m. time correct, but you're definitely gonna get that 2 a.m. in the morning time correct when you wake up in the middle of the night and you live in the middle of nowhere and a vehicle is parked outside your house and you wake up, oh my God, what the hell? Why is somebody parked out here at 2 a.m. in the morning? And the area right in front of us was searched more than one time for Kyron. It leads back to a creek. It leads back to maybe some railroad tracks, I think. Jim Kelly's house is right here off to the right-hand side. The neighbor, the area right in front of us was searched more than one time for Kyron. It leads back to a creek. It leads back to maybe some railroad tracks, I think.
Yeah, after I did the video, I did some research and realized, yep, they're railroad tracks. I remember hearing about it during the search. So, yeah, it was really interesting. These railroad tracks, Jim Kelly's house, look how rural that area is. I actually believe this is connected to part of the rainforest that I have spoken about. And this is only about a half a mile or a mile from Skyline, and they searched a 2-mile radius of the school. And I'm almost wondering if Jim Kelly's property sits like in that, you know what I mean? Like in that 2-mile radius that they really focused on around the school.
Jim Kelly's house is right here off to the right-hand side. The neighbor, the woman let her dogs off the leash at 2 a.m. in the morning because, you know, people were out here that shouldn't be out here, and the vehicle left. The crazy thing about this is that this is actually not even a minute, wouldn't you say? I mean, not even a minute, Kaylia, that from Terri and Kane's property back in 2010. So yeah, for a car to be back here 2 times in one day, just idling, doing absolutely nothing, is just kind of crazy. You know, when you come back in here and you hear about this eyewitness account and then you drive this road, you're really like, wow, there's so many different places they could turn around. You know,
right?
Would somebody really get lost here? So
yeah, that's kind of weird that it just dead ends right at the end back there. Almost like, yeah, somebody definitely intended to take this road and either didn't expect it to dead end all the way or did expect it to dead end and they wanted to make it there. Like, yeah, this is bumpy and a lot of very tight. Like, you know, if somebody wanted to be coming home, one of us would have to back up because there's not even enough space for anybody to pass by. This is a 1-lane, very tight driveway.
And in 2010, a couple come down here in their Jeep, and they were talking about how overgrown it was, that the bushes were actually scratching their vehicle and stuff, and it is a lot more cleaned up now, but I mean, even the potholes are ridiculous. I know this video is going to be very bumpy, but it just to give you guys a perspective, you know, because Jim Kelly's eyewitness account was a legit account. The law enforcement thought, okay, this, you know, what he's telling us is very important. And the most important thing was too, is that he said he saw a woman sitting in this truck. And we know maybe not Terri Horman, because at 2 a.m. in the morning, she may not have been able to escape law enforcement because they were staying at her house. But that doesn't mean Dede Spicher, her partner, couldn't have been down here in some kind of vehicle. And what's some more important things about this? It's just really crazy to know that a vehicle comes down here twice. It is the same day that Kyron comes up missing. And yeah, law enforcement thought it was a good idea to search this area for a couple of days straight. So I wanted to show everybody how close the 8th Avenue Road is to Kyron Horman's house. This is 8th Avenue to the right. And it's literally not even a minute up the road. And I'm not saying Terri was driving that white truck down 8th Avenue. There's the sign right there for Sheltered Nook Road. Dede's brother did have a white truck. Did she borrow it? We don't know. Did MCSO look into that? We don't know. I am turning left onto Sheltered Nook Road. Kyron lived just right up this hill. Yeah, we have actually wondered if the truck was pulled back there because of burner phone reception. Like, did burner phones work well? Did they need to be within close vicinity of each other? And we know that Dede Spicher and Terri Horman used them. I wish the person that was driving that white truck down 8th Avenue would have just came forward and told us why they were down there. And here is the driveway right there to the left to get to Kyron's house. Kane still lives up there. It is private property. And even now you get a perspective. This is the driveway in, a perspective of what
the house looked like, the property that they owned. You can see the moss on the trees. You can see the big trees. There's huge, large ravines even coming down from the Horman house and property, because this is a steep gravel road going up to the house.
But yeah, it didn't take me very long to get here.
And this was a search done August of 2010, and crews returned to Northwest Portland on Saturday in the search of missing 7-year-old Kyron Horman. Search teams were seen near a field off of Cornelius Pass Road, about 1 mile south of Skyline School. Kyron was last seen at the school June 4th. His stepmother was the last known person to have seen him. And they did find these burner phones. And this is Stacy Green's post. She is from Kyron Horman's World Soldier. She has been she put up this Facebook group right after Kyron disappeared. She works hard with Desiree Young. She goes to the searches. She does all the Facebook posts and stuff. She supports Desiree every chance she gets. They've actually became very good friends. And she ended up posting, and I know if she's posting it, it has something to do with something, because she doesn't post any lies or, misinformation about Kyron's case. And she said she did some digging and found some pictures that she was talking about. And the pictures below are the ones that she took from Dee Dee's Facebook. Dee Dede Spicher, Terri Horman's friend, who was also missing during the unaccount of time. They were posted back in 2009, and the truck in these pictures is Dee Dee's brother's truck. And she says in the comments, the truck looks an awful lot like Kane's truck. Both are F-250s. Both are white. And that is just really, really, really suspicious. Here's this white truck down there by the Jim Kelly sighting of the truck at 3 p.m. the day Kyron came up missing, 2 a.m. And here Dee Dede Spicer's brother has a truck. And like I said, Stacy Green ain't going to post anything about that truck unless she knows something about that truck. They may not be giving all the full information. Maybe she is speculating. Don't know. But that is the truck. And it does look like Kane's truck. Only I don't think Kane's truck was tinted as much. I mean, it looks so much like Kane's truck. And then, of course, you have Dee Dede down here in the comment section, even saying, this is Terri and her talking. August 1st of 2009. Oh my God, that's awesome. Want Dreams to try it out, because they're talking about the slip and slide. And Dee Dede Spicer's like, yep, but it ain't your grandmother's slip and slide. Laugh out loud. I should have taken James with me. He would have loved it. Because they claim not to be great friends, but yet they speaking on Facebook. This is, a year prior to Kyron's disappearance. But even talks about it looking like Kane's truck. So, let's talk about Dee Dede Spicer. She's pure evil, in my opinion. I started doing case studies on her long before I started doing case studies on Terri. Matter of fact, I've done case studies on all kinds of different suspects, and it all just let me right back to Dee Dede and Terri. I feel like I have checked off the checklist, and I know law enforcement did too. Law enforcement really did their job, okay? They were accused by the public and, for hyper-focusing on Terri. But the truth is they didn't hyper-focus. Everything led back to Terri because of Terri's actions and Terri's actions alone. Her cell phone pinging, her credit card use, everything. the way she drove around, the things that she said, the you know, changes of stories, just the multiple stories, the narrative that she just wanted to keep throwing out. Let's talk about law enforcement, and then we'll get into Dede. Let me see. So, a task force that has conducted more than 3,500 interviews and invested more than 26,650 hours investigating the disappearance of 7-year-old Oregon boy from his Portland, Oregon area school 1 year ago is set to disband at the end of the month. The lead sheriff detective will continue to work full-time on Kyron's case with help from the FBI, Oregon Justice Department, and county prosecutors. Multnomah County Sheriff Dan Stanton told the Oregonian newspaper. Obviously, I'm disappointed we haven't found him. We haven't made an arrest, but I'm not disappointed with the progress of the investigation, he said. There isn't a night I don't think of any of us don't wish we had come to a conclusion by now. Over the past years, authorities have compiled 68 4-inch binders of information and collected more than 4,500 leads. In addition to investigators' work, search and rescue officials and volunteers have put in 24,638 hours towards looking for Kyron, who was last seen June 4th, 2010 at a science fair at Skyline. The multi-agency task force was looked at registered sex offender in the area of the school and have also examined the Horman home visitors to the school that day and others who may have made cell phone calls that were routed to towers near the school, the Horman home, and nearby Savia Island. Now, if you listen to that, what's that saying? They took cell phones from people from the school, teachers, staff, people visiting the school. Cell phone tower information was used to find out where these people were, what they were doing, looking around even for strangers, okay? They did everything that they possibly could to find Kyron. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Susie. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And now we're going to have to say thank you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for being an admin. Thank you for, always sharing the facts with me. You have, helped me so much with understanding the case. You are one person that never veered away from thinking, no matter what anybody else said, no matter what anybody other opinions were, that you thought that Terri Horman and Dede did this to Kyron, and just bless your heart for sticking to your guns and not letting anybody change your mind about how you felt about Terri, because Lord knows I struggled with it. I was 50-50 for a long time, but now we're going after, who needs to be going after. And these agencies, there were people from, law enforcement from all over Oregon. There was law enforcement from California, from here in Clark County, Vancouver, Washington, where I live, and even from up in Seattle, agencies helping. This was the largest criminal investigation and largest search in Oregon's history, still to this day. And Dan Statton was a new sheriff, okay? He was the new sheriff in town. He'd only been sheriff for a month. I think he didn't want to get it wrong. Multnomah County Sheriff's Office is a search and rescue office. They do this throughout the Columbia Gorge and in Multnomah County. They also have they had the Green Hornets. The Green Hornets was like, they would get out there and just really, like, they're running trails out here, okay? All these places where I've showed you and stuff, they're running these trails with backpacks on, training to find people up in high elevations like Multnomah Falls. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it. One of the largest waterfalls in our country. This area is just so thick, and they are trained, these Green Hornets from Multnomah County Sheriff's Office trained to look for people. So Multnomah County Sheriff's Office was the perfect people to have on Kyron's case to look for him. Dan Statton, like I said, new sheriff in town, wanted to get it right, called the FBI and had them out immediately. So you have FBI out there asking people questions, taking, everybody's talking to everybody. The only reason why they focused on Terri was because Terri needed to be focused on. She has still been the focus. 14 years later, she is still the focus of law enforcement. Still. Again, Susie, before I take you down, thank you so much, love. And let me just continue to finish reading this, because I really want you guys to understand that Multnomah County did everything that they could. Let's see. Visitors to the school that day, the others who may have made cell phone calls that were routed to towers near the school, the Horman home and nearby Sauvie Island the morning that the boy disappeared. So those are the kinds of people they were looking into. And the sex offenders were polygraphed and passed. Anytime a new pedophile would come up, I've talked to Detective Tabor, and he said, when one of them pops up inside of our, area or whatever, I always check him out and always look if he was here back in 2010, because he's still looking. He's not hyper-focused on Terri. Multnomah County Sheriff's Detective, FBI agents, and up to 4 state investigators are among the task force members who have spent the last 6 months examining at least, get this, 60 persons of interest. Now that's interesting, at least 60 persons of interest, when they haven't even called Terri Horman a person of interest. But a judge has called her the prime suspect. Little Kyron with his mom baking cookies. The newspaper said millions of data points. Do you hear that? Millions of data points still need to be examined. Those points come from all the cell phone calls picked up by 11 towers within a certain radius of the school that investigators call ground zero. The school is ground zero. During the 6-hour span when Horman was last seen at the morning science fair, and when he was reported missing after it was discovered that he wasn't on the afternoon school bus. And this is 7-year-old Skyline Elementary student disappeared from the Skyline Elementary School Friday, June 4, 2010. It talks about the Lieutenant Lindstred. Kyron's stepmom was had participated in the science fair and was the last person to have seen him. While she was not been labeled a suspect, much of the investigation focused on her and her whereabouts that day. And in Oregon, it's crazy. They really don't like calling anybody a suspect or a person of interest until they put the cuffs on. They just like collecting information and going after someone with both barrels. That's what Multnomah County Sheriff's Office is famous for. That's what I believe they're doing. And then this is why I wanted to show this. Heidi sent this to me last night. So far, the investigation has generated over 4,318 leads, filing 66 binders. Detectives have subpoenaed more than 300 sets of records, which can generate from 10 to hundreds of pages of paper records each. So 10 to hundreds of pages per 300 sets of records that they asked for. But detectives identified all 490 persons, and identified 54 vehicles that were present at Skyline School on June 4th, 2010. And this is huge, because if they have been able to identify these people and their vehicles, then they knew who was there. They were able to track their cell phone records. That's what this is all about, these 300 sets of records and everything else that they've requested. Some of those are cell phone records for these people that attended the schools, the phone calls that they made. These people were probably asked for their cell phones. If you guys took any pictures, can you guys share with us the pictures so they could see people in the background and this and that. So yeah, just very telling that everybody at the school was 100% looked into. And now we're going to introduce everybody. Let me see over here. Sorry, I'm behind, Heidi says. No, you're good. I just took everybody through the story of the morning and the drive that she took during her unaccounted time, and took her down some roads and some eyewitness accounts. Yaya saying that her husband remembers this case. That's awesome. And you guys are on the opposite side of the country. Sally Mae saying that the day Kyron disappeared, there was such an eerie feeling. I know, it was just crazy, and nobody wanted to send their kid to school. I remember that. But then law enforcement came out and said that you don't have to worry about your kids at school, because they didn't think it was a stranger abduction, which is very rarely ever is. It's usually a family member, a stepmom or dad, somebody that knows the family that takes the child. And only I want to say, I think it's 6% of children that go missing are taken by a stranger. And unfortunately, out of that 6%, 5% of them usually are dead within the first 24 to 48 hours. That's why it was so important to, have a heads up on Kyron actually missing, but there was no heads up. Kyron was missing for 6 hours, marked absent at 10, last seen at 8:45 a.m. in the morning, marked absent at 10 a.m. in the morning, didn't get off of the bus until 11, or didn't get off of the bus at 3:30 p.m. So 6 hours gone. And the police show up. They quickly search the school and everything. Searchers don't even get out there to actually start searching with search teams until after 8 p.m. in the evening time. Could you imagine that? And could you imagine being Desiree and Tony? They're traveling and they get there right about the same time that searchers are getting there. Desiree Young says when she got there, she just wanted to go straight up to the school. You know, she pulled in and looked over to the right, and all she could see was the boom lights and helicopters and everybody searching for Kyron. And her first instinct was, I'm going to pull over here to the school, go up to the school. And her husband, Tony, who's a detective, is saying, no, we got to go to Kane's house. Well, she gets to Kane's house. And then when she gets there, she's getting out of her vehicle, and she wants to go start looking for Kyron. She sees people looking for Kyron all over the property. And he's like, no, hon, you can't do that. You have to come inside. We have to go inside, talk to investigators and everything else, because of course he knows who do they have to rule out. They've got to rule out the family members. Let's do this quick so law enforcement can move on, because they were 4 or 5 hours away in Medford, Oregon. They weren't anywhere around, But yeah, she wanted to just know, I'm searching. And he's like, no, babe, got to go inside the house. We got to go talk to investigators. And, yeah, I mean, wow. I just can't even imagine. Why is oh, okay, I fixed it. My computer did something weird, which, by the way, if I ever lose connection, if something were to happen, if I were to drop off here, it'd take me all of 2 minutes to just set everything back up and be right back on, because I'm going to be here all day long. Just all day long. Sally Mae says, I have confidence that justice will be served. And my college classmate was hurt in Gresham, Oregon, and the murderer was arrested after 41 years and is now in prison. That is awesome. I am completely confident too. I think that Kyron Horman's case is getting more and more closer to that arrest. All that time missed that they could have searched for him, right? And it's not the teacher's fault. You can't even put blame up at the school, because Terri Horman did her job setting that narrative up and making sure that that school thought that he was at a doctor's appointment, and he was with his stepmom. Perfectly fine. Must not have came back because they had something to do or something. You know what I mean? Kane didn't get a call. Nobody got a call that he was missing. All right, you guys, we're at the top of the hour. Yes, y'all. I'm going to add you in just a second. I'm going to put up Kyron's video. I'm going to grab me another bottle of water and go to the bathroom as quick as I can. Today is Kyron's 22nd birthday. He is truly missed by his parents and by all of his loved ones. And yeah, throw up some hearts and some frogs for Kyron. Tell him happy birthday. Today, it's our birthday wish for justice. It is our all-day event for Kyron to bring awareness and to talk about his case and share Kyron, his face, and all of his information. Now, if I can just find... Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's a little bit after 4 o'clock my time, and we are here for Kyron's birthday, our all-day event. Welcome, everybody new that's came in. I saw some new people I just want to say hi to. I believe Sally Mae joined us shortly ago. Thank you so much for being here. Yaya is back. Zane Lilly joined us again. That is Heidi, our admin from our Facebook group. Thank you so much for being here. And we had a super sticker earlier today from Susie. Thank you so much. Thank you guys all so much for being here. I know it's a lot to ask people to come and join us for an all-day event, but you know what? I've got people from all over the world. I've got people from all over the country that follow Kyron's case. And when we had our event in June for him, passing out flyers in Portland, there were a lot of people that were disappointed that they couldn't join. So when we did our event for his 14-year anniversary date, I hate calling it an anniversary. Anniversary, I feel like supposed to be like a happy time, right? But unfortunately, it was his 14 years missing date. I did an all-day live, and it was a great live. Today's been a great live already. I'm not sure when I will end, but when I say all day, I'm here all day because I have so much information to share, and I probably won't even try to get off of here until I know that I have shared as much information about Kyron as I possibly can so that people get to know his case, know the truth, and, you know, can figure out for themselves, oh, that was a rumor. Oh, okay, I get it, because there's been so many rumors and misinformation spread in his case over the years. I mean, it started in the very beginning, just people online, you know, they hear something and then just start going crazy. So, yeah, I am having a good time. Love seeing all of the friendly faces. My new addiction right now, you're going to hear me smack on one, is my cherry tomatoes from my garden. I am addicted. It's what I ate through my salmon season. We just went on the salmon run. I outfished all the men down at our fishing spot this year. Proud to say. I caught 3 fish. My husband only caught 2. We have brined so much salmon, had so much salmon, got fillets. We only caught about 100 pounds worth of salmon this year. But I ate cherry tomatoes the entire time I was down on the beach because they're just so nice and cool. Oh yeah, Ashley, definitely heard about the fake posters that were put up. I've got so much information I am about to share with you, and one is about Dede Spicher. Dede Spicher, Terry's partner, right? So June 4th, the day that Kyron came up missing, Dede Spicher arrived at her job at West Wind Farms. Let's talk about it. I have a huge file on Dede Spicher. You guys are so welcome. I would not be able to do this without all of you guys. So thank you guys for being here. And yeah, I just could not do it without you guys. So let's talk about her unaccounted time. Now, in the very beginning, they were saying that these 2 women were only missing for an hour and a half. But guess what? As time went on, their timelines change as new information comes in and things that they are able to prove. Well, Dede's missing time was 4 hours. Listen to this news broadcast.
For the first time, photos of Horman's close friend Dede Spicher are included, along with an attached questionnaire asking if anyone saw Spicher near the school that day. She says she was on a gardening job, but her employers now claim they were unable to reach her for 4 hours, much longer than first reported.
4 hours missing. We know Terri was missing up to 3 hours, according to the book Boy Missing, and that was written by Rebecca Morris, The Search for Kyron Horman. She worked with Desiree to write the book. She got information from family members, and, you know, just the information that Desiree could share, she shared with her. You know, she talked to people from the school, staff members, teachers and stuff from the school, and family members. Of course, law enforcement wasn't able to talk to Rebecca Morris because they're not allowed to talk about the information in the case. And then the other thing we can talk about with Dede Spicher is her missing from work. This is a farm. This is West Wind Farm Studio. And I paused it. Wait. I didn't pause the beginning of this. So what I'm going to show you right now, you're going to hear me talking and stuff. This was a search area that was done right around the corner from West Wind Farms. Desiree did the search in 2014. I'm going to show this, and then when we get to West Wind Farms, it will take the sound off of me talking so that we can talk and I can tell you about it. But it's very interesting that this search is being done right around the corner from West Wind Farms.
Hello everyone, it's Samantha with Missing PMW. I am at a search area. Desiree Young came here to search for Kyron Horman 5 years after he disappeared, and we know that because of this building that's right here. I saw it in the background of a news broadcast because True Crime Daily followed Desiree around on one of her searches. Now, this is located on the corner of Northwest Germantown Road and Northwest Skyline Boulevard. I found it very interesting because this is right around the corner from where Dede Spicher worked at West Wind Farms. 50 volunteers came here from as far away as Florida to help Desiree search for Kyron, K9 and family members. Now, she was told via tips given by confidential sources about this area. She says that she dreads going out on searches, but she will continue to search for Kyron to find the answers that she wants. During the news report, they also talked about how they were out here to find human remains, which I found was also very disheartening. But where I'm standing at right now is where Desiree Young was standing in 2015. I'm gonna cut you loose because I want to show you guys just how close this is to West Wind Farms, where Dede Spicher was working. All right, so I am taking a left right here on Northwest Germantown Road, and we just came out of that parking lot, and there's a sign right there for Old Germantown Road. I'll be taking another left, and I'm not even a quarter mile up the road. Definitely gonna watch for some traffic right here. So this is Old Germantown Road, and this is where West Wind Farms is located. This is where Dede Spicher worked on June 4th, 2010. She was missing from her work with the same unaccounted time as Terri Horman. And she was Terri Horman's friend. So, yeah, that's pretty concerning. And I am already at West Wind Farms. 1 minute, 14 seconds as I stop my car. We are looking at West Wind Farms where Dede Spicher was working.
1 minute and 14 seconds around the corner from when Desiree Young was searching for Kyron. And she'd even mentioned in that news broadcast, like I said, that they were there looking for an unalive Kyron, which is just so sad. Thank you, Carly, for being here. Good to see you. She says, I love this channel. Thank you. Happy birthday, Kyron. Thank you for doing this for him. He's got to be out here. I can't believe those two bozos can fool all these agencies, local and love you, Sam. Oh, nice. Thank you so much. Love you too. Thank you for being here. We're like a family here now, right? You are local. I love that. We have some Kyron events where sometimes we need people to help us out. Let me throw you up a link, Yaya. I forgot. I grabbed my tomatoes out of my fridge and just started chomping. Let me see. There it is. Thank you guys for being here. So this is a video of West Wind Farms. Straight ahead down the road, right where, well, I'll point out it in a second. But so let me tell you a little bit about West Wind Farms, okay? Before we go on the Dede Spicher thing. I have all my notes. I have this huge, gigantic file for Dede since I've been investigating her and looking into her case studies and everything for her for forever. So on June 5th, the next day after Kyron, can I add you? There you are. Everybody welcome Yaya. She's been following
I'm back.
Kyron's case for quite a bit. She's popping in and out. We're letting all kinds of people pop in and out. I got a hold of a few people. So the day after Kyron came up missing, on June 5th, there was something called the Tour of Beauty here in the Pacific Northwest. I actually want to go do this tour. You kind of get in, like, I don't know if you're in a line of cars, if you get into a bus to do it or what. It's a $5 ticket. You purchase it, and then you travel around to all these different local farms. Some are wineries, some aren't. West Wind Farms is a lavender farm. And every year, hundreds of private gardens opened across the country as part of the Garden Conservatory, whatever, conservate. I can never say the word. It's open day.
Conservationist?
Yeah, kind of. The Oregon tour on June 5th involved like 5 very different spaces, most notably the 40 acres surrounding the West Wind Farms house. And it was designed by this man who was just like super famous. He was a leader of American modern agriculture who spent a significant part of his career in Portland. And then it was bought. So you had the 40 acres worth of land, which you'll see on a big map at the end of this video, that the house actually sat on. And then there's another 40 acres surrounding it. Part of it's part of this conservation area where you can't like go in, you can't cut down trees, you can't do anything like that. The other part of it is just covered in thick blackberry bushes and trees and everything. So the only property that you can really like be in and on or any is just this 40 acres that is near the house. And so right now in the video, we're looking at the west side. That is the entrance where I just pointed. Right at the end of this road is the entrance into West Wind Farms. And what's important here to know is that Dee Dee says that she arrived at work. She went in to talk to her employer, Mrs. Hawkinsmith, and she was told where to go out onto the property to work that day. And Dee Dee herself in an interview said that she was told to work at the far end of the property near the road. This is the west side of the property near the road. And Dee Dee Spicher was supposed to have lunch with her employer and all of her employees. And when lunchtime came, she was nowhere to be seen. Later on, it was said by somebody there that they witnessed seeing her abruptly leave the property. Desiree is saying that Dee Dee was picked up here from West Wind Farms by Terri on the day that Kyron came up missing. This is the entranceway into West Wind Farms. And what's crazy to me is and this is the road. And what's interesting too is like, if they knew, now you can see right there that the road from this entrance wasn't very much. The road getting to this entrance wasn't very much. She was working along the road. There's not very much road along this 80 acres. So when they go, she's missing and nobody can find her, they start hollering for her. They can't find her. They're calling her cell phone. I just pointed at where the house is located. You can barely see it through the tall, dark evergreen trees. You can kind of see a little line of white. That's where the house was. That's where they came out to call for her, which if she would have been on the property, in my opinion, they would have heard. She would have heard people calling for her. Now, law enforcement takes Dee Dee back up to this property. They set up like a reenactment. And when they do the reenactment, Dee Dee can hear them calling for her. Gee, imagine that. I've got a law enforcement officer standing right next to me while we're reenacting all of this. And guess what? Now I can all of a sudden, yeah, I can hear that. Of course you can. Because the law enforcement officer standing next to you can also hear the person calling. And you would really look like a liar if you say you didn't hear it, right? So her cell phone is also left in the car. Her car is left at the property. And Dee Dee Spicher is nowhere to be found on the property. Ask yourself why. Didn't Miss Hawkinsmith tell her that morning where to go work on the property? Yes.
She
so why
gone. That's what
yeah.
happened. She gone.
Why can't they find her if she's the one who told Dee Dee where to go work at that morning? I think, in my opinion, I believe that since they were having this event, this garden tour, going on the very next day, there were people coming and going, setting up for that tour. And because there were so many people that were going to be there, I think Dee Dee thought she could just bounce, get out of there, and was never going to be missed. Nobody would ever see her. Dee Dee claims that a vendor sees her. Did a vendor see her coming, going, or just see her? And what time was it that, they see her? And has that vendor talked to law enforcement? Don't know. We're not privileged to the information. Now, this employer, and this is another gate entrance, but this employer is going to look for her employee. She's responsible for her employee. This is along the road that leads right up, going like back around to that entrance. So there's not much road at all. So if that gives you guys any perspective at all of how far, you're up high in elevation a little bit here. It's like right in the valley. And I hollered once while I was up there because I was curious about the echo. I wanted to know, like, is there an echo up here? There was. So I believe that if she was hollered for and they were yelling for her, that she would have heard it. I don't believe that she was even there, though. So there's the road. And then that's all of that property. We've got 80 acres worth of property, but you're only going to look at 40 because the rest is all behind the big dark tree line that's there. And yeah, it's just fields and lavenders, fruit trees, but all behind that's conservation, and blackberry bushes, ferns and stuff. You can't get back there. It's just so thick. But Miss Hawkinsmith is, she is responsible for her employee. She could have gotten bitten by bees, or stung by bees, I mean. She could have had a heart attack. She could have fallen in a hole. Anything could have happened to her. And they didn't just yell. They went out and physically searched. The employees said they physically searched for her. They couldn't find her. I just find it really odd that Miss Hawkinsmith tells her to work somewhere and she's not there where she said she was working. So, yeah, I don't understand that. She was not wearing her watch or carrying her cell phone, like I said before. I'm going to pause right here. I'm wondering if, like, back in 2010, were there watches? Did they have, like, electronic watches that could have been, like, traced or something? Because they do mention this a lot, that she wasn't wearing her watch. Actually, remember Desiree Young mentioning her not wearing her watch. This
Were
is the
Apple watches a thing back that far ago?
Yeah, I don't know. That's what
I don't
it just kind of
remember.
dawned on me as I'm looking at my notes because I remember Desiree mentioning it. So, yeah, were there something like those kinds of watches?
I'll Google it.
Google it.
I'll Google it.
Yep. She says that she was working bent over in the tall grasses and she just wasn't visible to the main house. If a vendor saw her, which one? And I don't believe her because a vendor would most likely be by the road or their truck, so the others would have seen her. Yeah, I don't know where the vendor was because I don't even know if the vendor exists. I mean, do we even believe Dede? I mean, she says she's taken a polygraph test, but she hasn't.
The Apple Watch was released April 2015.
So were there any other kind of tracking devices now, like besides Apple Watches? And then
I think that was the first one that came out. I don't think so. That was what, 9 years ago? Or am I wrong?
Yep.
So
9 years. Desiree even says in one of her Facebook posts that the property owner not only yelled for Dede, she also called her several times on her cell phone, and then several employees searched for her on the property. Nobody could locate her. In addition, several eyewitnesses' accounts of Terri and Dede together blocking someone's driveway on Old Germantown Road during that time that they were unaccounted for. They were unloading stuff out of one truck to another. And to give you a visual, this road is very rural, and it is very odd that a truck would block a gate to someone's driveway because they knew all their neighbors, and there's more than that I can't share, but suffice it to say, the article doesn't say everything. In this road that you're looking at around this property is Old Germantown Road. So we're a minute and that's the house that I'm pointing to, and a little dragonfly comes and visits me. But we're at this place and we're a minute and 14 seconds away from where they have searched for Kyron. And we're right off of Old Germantown Road. And Old Germantown Road is where Dede Spicher and Terri Horman were seen passing things from one truck to another. And when I hear that, I go, to another. Is that another truck? Because that's what it sounds like. And then you have this truck sighting at Jim Kelly's. And then you have Stacy Green talking about Dede Spicher's brother having a truck that looks just like Kane's. So you have to ask yourself, is that what's going on here? Was Dede driving a truck? Even though she got picked up, they had talked about whether or not there was a third person involved in Kyron's disappearance. I have my own suspects, but today, because it's Kyron's birthday and I'm trying to bring awareness to him, I don't want to talk about anything that is not fact. I don't like to speak for others, but all 14 of us don't believe her. Wonder what that grand jury believes. Well, I know that the grand jury saw the island searched again in 2017. You got 14 of you. Yeah, it's a big family, girl. Can't believe anything Dede's stepmoms say ever. If you took the road they lived off of, there is a dirt road that goes up into the clearing where it is easy access into the woods. Yes, there is. Sally Mae, I miss home. Nothing like Missouri. And that's that is the direction to where Desiree's search was in 2015 when they were doing the search for Kyron. And yeah, it's just a hop, skip, and a jump, as you can see at the beginning of this video. Not very far at all. Super crazy. I mean, I saw a news clip that showed that building in the background with the slanted roof. And I went, no way. They're doing a search right there. I know where that's at. And we have all kinds of search videos up that you guys can go check out. I've actually done a live on all of the searches that I've been able to find. But I mean, you can tell you're in a valley here at West Wind Farms. I mean, I think you guys could even imagine that, yeah, there was probably an echo hollering. The fact that they did not find her simply says to me it was because she was not there. Like I said, I have found that news clip that talks about her missing up to 4 hours, even though earlier statements had been made about her only missing for a short period of time. But things change when you're investigating, right? You keep investigating, you find more information, the information keeps coming in, and things keep changing. And that's where things starts getting confused. That's where rumors start coming in. So you have to keep up on all of it. I was actually pretty lost. I was into it for years, and then I was away from it for a few years. Then COVID hit, and I got back into it again. But very beautiful farm. It's just, this property was even searched months after Kyron disappeared. I want to say it was like February of 2010. It was searched, and it wasn't just searched once, it was searched quite a few times. So this is the property from up above.
God,
and
it's
you can
beautiful.
see where it is so beautiful. You can see kind of like a line that goes all the way around the property. I mean, it's their fence line. You have the property right in the middle. Now, if you guys really want to go into like details, there's a yoga studio, there's a swimming pool. You can actually go into this place and rent it out to like be there for the day. I don't know if you can do overnight, but yeah, you can spend a lot of money to go there. This was made beautiful. They live there, but they also let people come and enjoy the property. But you can see the road line up top of the property and then down and then over to the left. Now that's all the road property that's there.
So when's the best time of the year to come when all the lavender and everything's all in full?
In June and July. So lavender was in full bloom
just
in June. And you know, just an FYI, most dogs are allergic to the scent or have issues with sniffing around lavender. We've actually talked about this before because lavender farm search, if you use search dogs, how well of a search could they do if they're allergic to lavender or have like an scent to it? So yeah, not very much, you know, road area. That's where she says she's working. Nobody could find her.
I see that Latanya asked if that area has ever been searched.
Oh yeah, they searched all along Old Germantown Road. They have searched the property. Miss Hawkinsmith, the owner of West Wind Farms, actually got an attorney because she wanted the search to be done right and not ruin her property. That was a huge thing for her. So she lawyered up quite quickly before searches begun on that property. And you can kind of see like the 40 acres that's kind of like open there, where you can actually go in and stuff. But yeah, there was lots of searches along Germantown Road, Old Germantown Road. Flyers.
She said no,
August.
up by their house.
Up by whose house? Searches done at Kyron Horman's house or up by the house that we're looking at now? This is Dede Spicher. Kyron's house have been searched. This property has been searched. The school, there's been so many places searched. Yes, the Horman's house has been probably searched more than the school, according to Kyron Horman. He has allowed all the searchers come in. The only thing he has ever said that couldn't happen on his property was when someone wanted to come search his property with their dogs, but they were unlicensed and they weren't law enforcement. And he didn't want anybody hindering the case. That's why we don't get search parties together ourselves to do, because everything's got to be done in a certain way if you're going to do a search for Kyron. And if it's not done a certain way, if you were to find evidence or anything, and that evidence isn't checked in correctly, like it could harm Kyron's case. So
you see what's happening in another case regarding stuff like that.
Yep. And this is a picture of Dede Spicher. And then that just shows the road even more clear that goes around the property. There's a little bit of like a gravel road that goes there around the house, in the center of the house. More Dede Spicher pictures. That's actually a picture of Dede Spicher that was taken recently and sent to Stacy Green. This is another picture of Dede Spicher that was recently taken at a retreat that Dede Spicher went to. And then to give you a perspective, the house and all the way over on the left is Skyline Boulevard. That's how close this property is to sorry, I had to mute myself. I had like continuous sneezing going on. Skyline Boulevard and how close it is to the school. It is not far at all, just a few miles. What about the surrounding area by the Horman house? Yes, the pond on the Horman house, because they're on 5 acres, the surrounding areas of the house, the rivers across little creek beds along Cornelius Pass Road on the other side of the property, all the way up to his friend Tanner Pomala's house, was searched. All of that area was just searched so well. You know, they used ATVs, horses, they used helicopters, divers, in some areas. The 2-mile radius around the school definitely searched over and over and over again. So many searches. And that is West Wind Farms. And Dee Dee missing for her unaccounted time because she still to this day says, I wasn't missing. I was at work. So, and let's say it takes about 2 hours to dig a hole. So Dee Dee was missing for up to 4 hours and Terri up to 3. Yeah. In my own opinion, I feel like Terri Horman had the truck the day before because they planned ahead.
I was just going to say that.
Yep.
Because I was thinking back, I wasn't up here when you were talking about something about the school. So even if they found out he was missing right away from school, would they have found him though? Because if she's done something with him.
Well, what's really sad is that Desiree Young herself has talked about, she's even said, I actually have it. I'll throw it up real quick. She talks about, she thinks that she knows what they did with him.
Oh, God.
Let me get it. I'll throw it up since we're mentioning it. Let's see.
I don't know if I want to hear this.
It's a short clip, but it is very, very telling. Where is it? Well,
just if you don't mind.
Yeah.
The Elijah Vu case, have you heard what's going on?
No.
They found skeletal remains with a diaper near his the boyfriend's home, about 2 miles, something to that effect. It has not yet been confirmed that it's him, but the mom has been in court doing I believe a deal.
I was gonna say, didn't she do something like a deal or something a while back ago to open up and talk about things?
It kept getting pushed back, and they just recently, it's not in the Wisconsin CCAP yet, but the place I think they're searching is, I don't know if Connie, if you remember, anyone remember, they talked about an area where Katrina used to like to go. It was like one of her favorite spots. And that's where I believe, now don't quote me on this, but I'm trying to follow along, but I believe that is the area he was found in, if it's him. Wow. Allegedly. I'll say allegedly right now.
Yeah.
It is.
If you have any links or anything, send them to me so I can watch them later.
Yeah. I was just kind of, there's one I was just watching from the local station. It's a Girl Scout camp, right, Latonya? Yes.
Wow.
It's a Girl Scout camp. Yes.
So Latonya says, here's a question for you and Terri. Did Terry and Kane ever have a special place they would go?
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know. No, she would not have had time to go very far. Girls Scout camp, huh? That is just so sad. You know, after they came out with information about him and they started talking and coming out with the pictures of what he did, the boyfriend, you knew that wasn't going to be a good ending, and it's just so sad. My
No.
prayers totally go out to the family.
Yeah.
That poor baby was tortured.
Yep.
Oh my God. That's just awful to hear. That's too bad. Prayers definitely going out.
Yeah, prayers for little Elijah. I didn't want to bring it up early in here, but I didn't know if he knew or not.
I didn't. No, anytime you got any information about the kids that I follow, even any of the kids, it's good for people to be aware. So this is a video of Desiree talking about things on a search that she was on. It was actually the search we just looked at outside of Dee Dee's property, because they found a bone and she about dropped. I'm not joking. You could see her. She looked like she was going to throw up. She had her hands on her knees, bent over, because they had found a bone, and it ended up turning out to be not a human bone, but they found a bone on the search. It's one of the reasons that they actually say, like, parents shouldn't be involved in searches in case something like this were to happen. But she puts together her own searches. And yeah, this was the one that was outside Dee Dede Spicher's property.
We know it. We think she did that. It's hard for a mom to know that. It's my sweet little Kyron.
I can't play too much of that video. I could only take a small clip because they don't like me sharing that one. But yeah, they talk about it, just knowing what she may have done. Back to Dee Dede Spicher. Dee Dede Spicher went and stayed with Terri Horman for 11 days after Kane left. And we'll get into the reasons why Kane left. But here is a few video clips we're going to go through. This is people talking about the 11-day stay.
Authorities are now applying pressure to those close to Kyron's stepmother. No one more so than her friend, Dee Dede Spicher.
Why won't you say anything? It's important. This little boy's been missing for a long time.
Police have searched Spicer's home. She appeared before a grand jury last Monday. Now, in an early show exclusive, Dee Dede's closest friends have come to her defense.
Dee Dede would never be involved in anything that would hurt anyone. And if Dee Dede felt that Terri had anything to do with this, Dee Dede would not be standing next to Terri.
Dee Dede's friends also revealed that she moved in with Terri Horman soon after Terry's husband, Kane, moved out and filed for divorce.
And she said, no, I need you now. And Dee Dede, because Dee Dede is the friend that she is, stopped what she was doing and went out and stayed with her for 10 days.
Prosecutors want to know what the two talked about in those 10 days. Kyron's parents feel Dee Dede's advice to Terri Horman was, quote, not in the best interest of their son.
Prosecutors would want Dee Dede to tell them everything they can about the way Terri acted, what she said, who she saw while Dee Dede was living with Terri.
Investigators say they're making progress, but with no tangible evidence, all they can do is question people they suspect have answers.
By bringing Dee Dede to the grand jury, the prosecutors are sending a message that the focus is on Terri and the people who are closest to her.
Dee Dede Spicher is expected to be called by the grand jury again in 4 to 6 weeks. For The Early Show, Priya David Clemens, CBS News.
11 days she spent with Terri. She purchased a burner phone during that time. so they could talk out back on the property so that nobody could hear them. And let's hear about the burner phones.
K2 News has learned the role prepaid cell phones are playing in the case. Multiple sources tell K2 News in the days after Kyron Horman moved out, Terri and 2 friends stayed in communication using such phones. At least one of them was purchased by Dede Spicher, another by a second friend from an electronics store inside the Lloyd Center Mall. The friend admits to me she used a fake name to buy the phone. She says they were simply trying to have some privacy as they tried to help Terri find an attorney and felt their conversations were being monitored. As a practical matter, she says they also needed phones with AT&T coverage since their Verizon phones didn't have service at the Horman home where they were all spending considerable amounts of time. What remains unclear is why 2 additional prepaid phones were purchased at another store in downtown Portland the next day under the same fake name the friend used to buy hers at Lloyd Center. She tells me she knows those phones were paid for in cash, but she did not purchase them.
So you've got burner phones bought, and these phones are being used with Terry's friend and Dede Spicher. They purchased them in cash under a fake name. And then the other gal that went with Dede Spicher says that the other burner phones purchased the day after she purchased them with Dede. More were bought, but it wasn't her, even though the same fake name was used and paid for in cash. So it almost looks like they tried setting up this gal or something. But here is Desiree Young saying in a video, she says, absolutely, without a doubt, with all my heart, I know that Terri did it. And I think she was working with one of or 2 possible people, but absolutely she did it. We know the last, or at least Dede Spicher was one of them. And here is Desiree Young. Also, Dede, why use throwaway phones to call and talk to Terri on and after 6/4, which is June 4th, 2010, if you have nothing to hide and you are innocent? Oh, and wait, that means you were in contact with Terri after March 2010, because she said the last time she saw Terri was in March at Terry's birthday. But they're using burner phones on June 4th, the day Kyron comes up missing. Remember, she left her cell phone on the property where she was supposed to be working. So her phone's not pinging anywhere. She's got a burner phone to connect to Terri. And so many holes in the story, she says, I can't even keep up. And those are just the ones that are public and we can talk about. And then
K2 News has learned the role prepaid cell.
Is that everything? Yep, that's everything in that video. It's just crazy. Why are you using burner phones? You think people are listening to you while you're trying to find an attorney? What are you worried about? What can law enforcement listen to? What are they going to hear? I mean, shouldn't they be able to hear anything and everything that you say? Why are you acting so suspicious? Why don't you want people listening to what you have to say? Is what you have to say going to make it look like you're guilty? I mean, I would not give 2 shits. Listen to me. Do what you got to do. I don't even care. And yes, Sally Mae, she is so cocky. She comes out with that smirk on her face outside the courthouse. And that's the day she goes there to testify about, or supposed to go to the grand jury. And she walks out with that smirk. And I'm not joking when I say I just like to smack that smirk right off. Like,
I mean, if you have nothing to hide, why worry?
Yeah. Why worry?
There's a child missing, so
I just gave the dog a shot.
Okay.
He must have.
Yeah, why are you worried about anybody listening to you?
Yeah.
A child is missing, and this is what you're worried about? And you
Yep.
want to know what else was going on during this 11 days besides that? Is they are sexting with a man named Michael Cook. There is all this sexting going on. They're not searching for Kyron. And oh God, you guys, there's just so much. I can't believe how this, investigation plays out. They're in their underwear, eating cookies, texting Michael Cook, sending pictures, all of these sexual things. Michael Cook is one of Kane's high school friends who shortly before came back into their lives and puts together Kyron's kind of visual for Kyron. And then, first of all, what is Michael Cook doing that for?
Yeah, I
He
was just gonna
is
say.
Kane's friend. His friend's son is missing. Now, this isn't fact, but I will say that he is one of my suspects in the background.
I was just going to ask you that.
Because he's like doing this with her. And then later on, Michael Cook looks at court documents with Terri, gets the location where Kane is, because Kane finds out about a murder for hire plot, files for divorce, gets a restraining order, takes his daughter, moves into an undisclosed location. Michael Cook and Terri are going over court documents. He takes a picture of the location where Kane is. Shortly after this, Terri tries kidnapping Kiara thinks that Kane's at the gym, goes into the gym and tries to would have taken Kiara had she been there. So why is he taking a picture? And now we know there was 3 murder for hire plots. Was this one of the guys that Terri wanted to try hiring? Because a week prior to Kane's disappearance was Terri's last attempt with the 3rd person that she tried to hire to kill Kane. And yeah, Michael Cook is definitely in the background for me, but why isn't he supporting his friend, being there for him, for his friend? He sets up this candle visual for Kyron, but then he's sexting with his wife.
You don't want you don't want my slash mouth answering that question.
I can only imagine. This is only 3 weeks after Kyron disappears. This is what Terri Horman and Dede Spicher and Michael Cook want to be doing 3 weeks after Kyron has been missing. Not out searching, not out doing flyers, trying to get an attorney, having a slumber party with her girlfriend, and sexting. I've got so much to show you guys on her.
Somebody said up above it cracked me up when you said what were they doing for 11 days together?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
They were
each other, she says. I want to believe that, but we all seen what happened in the Harmony Montgomery case. Kayla's out here free and it makes me furious. Oh my gosh. You have no idea. I would just freak.
Oh yeah.
Bruce McCain has something really good to say about this whole thing.
It's now in Portland is attorney Bruce McCain, a former captain with the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. Thanks very much for being with us again. Appreciate it, sir.
Thank you, Harry.
Let us talk about this now. Terri Horman's friend, Dede Spicher, tells People.com that her friend, Terri, did nothing wrong, that she herself never left that property the day of Kyron's disappearance. What is your reaction to all of this information?
Well, here it's kind of interesting that Dede Spicher would tell her story to People magazine, but yet she's unwilling to tell it to the local community here. The words that she used, by the way, in a way kind of put herself in a bind, because she's claiming that she never left this 38-acre parcel that she was gardening on that morning, and yet somehow she just knows that Terri Horman was not involved on the same morning, which of course would be impossible for her to prove. The big issue here, though, Harry, is that Dede Spicher initially, when she first popped up on the public radar, she distanced herself from Terri Horman, saying she's cooperating and she's got nothing to do with Terri, etc. And now she seems to be joined at the hip as a part of the Terri Horman fan club.
Right. Is there something in this that indicates something? Was she not contactable at some point during, is it like a 3 or 4 hour time period here where people could not get a hold of her?
Yes, the key is on Friday, June 4th, the day Kyron went missing after he was at the school. The key times are in that mid-morning area, and the people that were owned the property that she was gardening at indicated that they could not find her for anywhere from an hour and a half to up to 3 hours, from roughly 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Now, Dede's now claiming, no, I never left the property, I was there the whole time. The problem for Dede is that she apparently has no one to corroborate that particular story, so it's her word against some other credible witnesses. So that's really the problem here. And the key thing would be whether or not she's going to say that same story to the grand jury.
Right. If People.com had called you for advice on what question to ask her, what would you have asked her?
Well, this may be part of the deal of not asking any tough questions, but I would have first of all have known, do you have anybody to corroborate your idea that you were never left that property? I would have asked her about the disposable cell phones, whether she purchased any of them, used them, and if so, why. I certainly want to know what she and Terri Horman spoke about when she stayed with Terri for 11 days at that household. And also finally, I'd ask her, are you willing to voluntarily go before the grand jury without any lawyer help and without any kind of a grant of immunity? That's going to be the key question here. She's the only witness in this entire episode that so far is lawyered up and is actually trying to negotiate with the district attorney as to when and how she's going to testify to the grand jury. For somebody that's got nothing to hide, that's unusual.
Right. That is, it's unusual for anybody, like, okay, let's make a deal if you have nothing to do with it. Let's see. DD says that any conversations that we wanted to have, we'd go outside into the yard. When we were in the house, we talk about the kids, we talk about our marriage, talked about our family in an interview that she did for People magazine. And in another interview, she said she did purchase one cell phone.
That's straight up paranoia.
Yeah. And why are you so paranoid?
If we ever wanted to talk, we go outside.
Yeah, it's just, why are they even so worried about anybody even hearing them?
Did they think their house was bugged too? What? I mean...
Yeah, they actually did say that, actually bringing it up, that the house was bugged, her car was bugged, like everything was bugged. She was being watched. Terri Horman became the focus of this investigation very early on. Very early on. And it was just because of all of her lies and change of story and information they slowly started to get. Let's see. There was a flyer that went out.
This flyer that investigators handed out over the weekend, in that flyer, they gave it to neighbors of a property searched by investigators on Sunday. That property is where Terri Horman's friend Dede was gardening the day.
So in August, they start doing searches around the property on Old Germantown Road of West Wind property where Dede was supposed to be. While they're there doing those searches, they are passing around these flyers with Dede, Terry's face on it, and the truck. I just want to let everybody know this is 2 months after Kyron comes up missing, and they are searching around where Dede. And keep in mind, they've already searched Dede's condo, Dede's aunt's house, and several other of friends of Terry's starting July 15th up to July 22nd. They took Dee Dee's computer and cell phone and searched her condo. But yeah, her aunt's house too. She lives in Helvetia, which is 5 miles away from Skyline Elementary School, has a huge piece of property. I've done a video showing that property too, where they took K9 in to go search that property because Dee Dee lived with her aunt. After when she turned 18 years old, she moved out of the house with her parents and then moved into where her aunt was until she left the country to go somewhere else. I believe it was to be a teacher, but she knew the area just as well as Terry did because Terry lived there.
Kyron disappeared. In that flyer, investigators want to know who saw the Horman pickup truck between 9:45 a.m. and 1 p.m. Investigators also want to know if anyone saw stepmom Terri Horman or her friend Dede Spicher around that same time. We first told you yesterday that investigators want more information about a person reported to have been in the white truck Terry was last seen driving the day Kyron disappeared. At least 2 people saw another person in that pickup truck, and investigators say those witnesses are credible. We also know that investigators now say that Terri Horman's friend Dede Spicher disappeared at 10 a.m. that day from a property 10 minutes away from Skyline Elementary. Originally, we were told she disappeared way later than that. Again, investigators will hold a news conference. It's scheduled for 11 o'clock tomorrow. We're going to carry that news conference live on News Channel 8 and online at kgw.com. In that news conference, they will talk about that mystery person that we've been talking about and ask for more help in finding out where that truck was the day Kyron Horman disappeared. In the meantime, the grand jury continues to meet in this case in the courthouse here behind me. One last note is that KGW has learned from sources within the Skyline community, including those who have spoken with investigators, that investigators say their job has been made harder by the fact that Terri Horman told different people different things, which adds more and creates a lot of confusion in this case. We're going to have more on this developing story coming up on KGW tonight at
Yeah, and just remember, here she is talking about leaving the property at 10 a.m. in the morning, but Dee Dee's timeline spread out to almost 4 hours missing, or close to 4 hours.
That's you know, every time you and I get up here and we talk about this, I mean, we talked the other day on the phone, and all the stuff you were telling me you were going to go over and stuff. It still just blows my mind every single time. Hey, Avi.
Hey, Avi.
That
good to see you.
I mean, they would have a rock solid case with what do you call it?
Circumstantial evidence.
Circumstantial, right.
Right.
But I think what they don't want to take that risk because of double jeopardy laws. You know?
Right, exactly. I think
get that.
And I think that Desiree, she's getting just so sick of no justice that, I think she's finally ready. Maybe she's trying to talk law enforcement to be ready into, not waiting to find Kyron, because that's what they've been doing for years, is waiting to find Kyron. Because in all actuality, what are you going to charge Terry with? She was the last person to see Kyron, but what did she do with him? Did she kill him? People want to say, did she sell him? People want to say, and even Kane and Desiree did in the very beginning, they believe she let him stay at like a safe house or someone that was just hiding him somewhere in the beginning. So what do you charge her?
I heard about this woman by just, I've got the book, and by knowing you and everything I've watched, through the years, she did not put him in a safe house. No, she's
right.
No.
Yeah, and I just think in the very, very beginning, it was just kind of like, did they think that maybe she had put him in a safe house? Like she was just gonna have him missing for a while, and be like, I found him, or something like that kind of thing, or something. But I have so many people that come over to the Facebook group that think he was sold. But I've been told by Detective Tabor that they are not looking overseas despite what Terry's son spreads on the internet. He says that he was told by law enforcement that they were looking overseas. That is not true. They have looked overseas when they've gotten a tip, but they are not looking over there. He said it was a local investigation. And when you look at where they're doing the searches at, what does that tell you? I hate to say that we're looking for an unalive Kyron, but I believe that, and I hate saying that.
I know.
I would love to hear that Kyron was found alive and well.
Right.
And wow, I would probably even feel like shit for even thinking he was unalive. But all of their searches and everywhere, they're just not looking for an alive Kyron. It's very disheartening to think of. Desiree believes that he's no longer here. Kane still holds on, which I think any parent would, right? There's so many parents out there would hold on for 30, 40, 50 years until they get that proof that
Yep.
their son is either dead or alive. Like, they have to have it to even fathom the thought. Like, it's crazy.
Connie, I have an extra one if you're interested. I thought I lost it, so I bought another one. Then I found the other one.
So here are some Dede tweets that I want to share real quick because it's crazy. At 5:25 p.m. on June 4th, she says, "Holy crap, I know this boy," on her Twitter. At 7:44 a.m. on June 5th, she's answering back to somebody who had talked to her. "Yes, my friend Terri is the stepmother mentioned in this article. It's so shocking when something like this happens to so close to home." On June 5th at 5:44 p.m., she says, "This is my friend's child. I know him. It's so scary." But yet when she's asked in her deposition, she pleads the fifth to any questions of even knowing if Kyron is. She pleads the fifth to 142 questions during the civil suit that Desiree Young does, and won't even answer the question, "Do you know Terri?" Won't even answer the question, "Do you know Kyron?" When she's saying right here she knows him. She pled the fifth to all of the questions she was asked. At 8:50 p.m. June 5th, this is the day after Kyron comes up missing, she says, "I'm cut, blistered, totally out of alignment, thoroughly exhausted, and would do it all again in a heartbeat." What the hell?
What does that mean?
Yeah. What does that mean? What was she doing? Do it all again in a heartbeat. This is the day after Kyron came up missing on June 5th. She says, "I am cut, blistered, totally out of alignment, thoroughly exhausted, and would do it all again in a heartbeat." And who the hell would even post something like that? I mean, to me, I look at this and say, thank you for the evidence. And the other part of me that watches crime shows and everything else is like, oh, you're not a very good criminal. That was stupid. Why would you put, like, what? June 13th. Getting crazy. Disneyland excited about the Black Sheep gathering in the Eugene this weekend. I don't even want to read into that. June 16th, 2010. She posts a quote from a poem by Dylan Thomas. "To surrender now is to pay the expensive org twice." What does that mean? Then, in June 22nd at almost 11 a.m., car repairs were not on the agenda for today or this month. Yeah, everybody's just like, what? Yeah, heartbroken. And this is her just saying any conversations we wanted to have would go outside in the yard. When we were in the house, we'd talk about the kids, we'd talk about marriage, talked about the family. Dede Spicer said to People magazine August 18th, 2010. So here's Dede Spicer not cooperating with the police, not doing anything, lawyering up, but here she is on People magazine. It's just the same with Terri Horman. She goes on the Dr. Phil show. She goes on People magazine in 2015 and 16, yet still to this day, since she has gotten her attorney at the end of June, she has not talked to law enforcement since in 14 years. She's the stepmom that claims that she loved Kyron, but she has yet to see or yet to talk about Kyron or talk to law enforcement. And in the custody battle that she had with Kane with the baby, she has yet to see Kiara, because Kane made sure in the custody paperwork that he made sure that she was going to have to talk about Kyron's disappearance in order to keep his daughter safe. And because she did not want to talk about Kyron, did not want to talk about her whereabouts and everything else, she has yet to see Kiara in 14 years. So she totally abandoned her daughter, Kiara.
See, right there, that tells me something too.
Yeah.
Because there's no way any mom that I know personally would go down without a fight for their child. And if she's innocent, she would fight for that daughter instead of just,
Right. I mean,
it's
the
just-
only one and only time you ever see Terri tear up or hear about her tearing up at all, because she never did. She never cried. She tears up on People magazine interview when her daughter's mentioned. When she was asked, what would you say to Kiara now? And I actually have it. I'm going to share it in a little while. But that talking about her daughter was the only time she teared up. This is the searchers scour the woods for Kyron clues. August 8th, two band searchers were looking into clues of Kyron's disappearance off of Germantown roads, which was Germantown Road and Old Germantown Road, west of Skyline. And we caught sight of searchers out for a second day along two roads near Skyline Boulevard. Search team spent all day canvassing the area. So this is all around the area where Dede Spicer worked, where they are now putting up searches. Neighbors tell us that this is the second full day of searches in the area. Some of the areas and teams had to rappel down cliffs. Yeah, there was rappelling down cliffs because the ravines are just so deep. Indeed, neighbors say teams of searchers went through this area shortly after Kyron went missing during the first wave of massive searches. This weekend, however, sources said the searches are following tips based on information from Dede Spicer. Some crews were using search dogs to go through the forest area along Old Germantown Road. Search teams were seen near a field off of Cornelius Pass, about 1 mile south of Skyline School. In a field off Cornelius Pass, crews set up a base near Kyron School and search fields along Cornell Road. This is the home where Spicer Garden was searched. Investigators spent Sunday searching the home where Dede Spicer Garden the morning of June 4th. The person who owns the house where Dede Spicer Garden, who is cooperating with the investigation, told investigators she called Spicer on her cell phone, but she didn't answer. A source told KGW a person who was working with Spicer, who is also cooperating with investigators, told them of trying to unsuccessfully find Spicer, which people have told investigators they have no idea where Spicer was during the period of time. Sources tell KGW that the police have also searched Spicer's home. Spicer has known Terri and Kane for about 7 years. Yep, this is the old Germantown loop. This is when August 7th and 8th. This is when they were passing out flyers with Dede, Terri, and the trucks. And, don't forget what Desiree says. 2 women were seen passing things from one truck to another on Old Germantown Road. That was Terri and Dede. Investigators continued to concentrate the search on a 2.2-mile Old Germantown Road loop again on August 9th. This is just a couple months after Kyron came up missing. In 2019, or July 19, 2010, Spicer was called to the grand jury, but she did not get questioned. July 22nd of 2010, police searched the homes of 3 of Terri's friends who took polygraph test, and Dede Spicer declined to take a polygraph test. I think that also had a lot to do with her dad, because Dede's dad is law enforcement also. July 15th, Dede's condo was searched in Tualatin, and police took her computer and phone. And July 15th was the day that Kyron Horman came back home, because the judge finally made Terri leave the Horman home. So on the same day they made Terri leave, they're searching Dede's condo. And then on July 22nd, detectives used canines to search scoured the property of Dede's aunt's house along Northwest Bishop Road in Helvetia. On July 22nd, police searched the homes of 3 of Terri's friends. So they are giving Terri's friends polygraphs. They are searching their homes. They're searching Dede's condo. They're taking stuff from her condo. They're searching her aunt's house. August 8th, it was reported a tip from Dede Spicer has sparked a search. Search teams were seen near a field off of Cornelius Pass Road, about 1 mile south of Skyline School and Old Germantown Road, not far from the farm where Dede was working on June 4th. Oh, on Germantown Road. Okay. Sorry, I just kind of like putting something together there all of a sudden. So this is something interesting too about Dede Spicer. So the murder for hire plot, and the person who came forward and talked to law enforcement was Rudy Sanchez. He owns a landscape company, and it's called RS Landscaping. So Miss Hawkinsmith's friend, Jean Ann Vaughn Crevelin, hired RS Landscaping Maintenance. And Dede Spicer was actually interning for Miss Vaughn when RS Landscaping came to work on the Vaughn's property. And she was the one who referred Dede to Miss Hawkinsmith to work on her property. It was not to be a paid position, and Miss Spicer was willing to work for her sweat to learn all she could at the time. Spicer said she never met Rudy Sanchez, nor has she observed him on either property. So she's trying to say that she's never met Rudy Sanchez. Rudy Sanchez was a man that Terri tried to hire 6 months prior to Kyron's disappearance. And he was hired by Terri in 2009 to work on their property, to do things on their property. But she's saying she didn't know Rudy. I just find it so strange and so suspicious. Kane didn't even know about this landscaper that was coming to work on their property for the year. Terri said she hired him to take some of the load off of James. But yet into all of this, and we'll get into even more with the landscaper, but she was working for Miss Vaughn. Miss Vaughn introduced her to Miss Hawkinsmith, and then she finished her internship up with Miss Hawkinsmith. But while she was working for Miss Vaughn hires Rudy Sanchez's company to come and work on the property. Also, Dee Dee didn't start working at Miss Hawkinsmith's property there at West Wind Farms until a month prior to Kyron's disappearance. So go figure.
I'm just letting this all sink in here.
Yeah, it's crazy.
With to hire someone to case somebody, she's never been charged with any of that.
So the reason why Terri has never been charged in the murder for hire plot and plots, because she's done more, and we'll get into even more of that. There's just so much. But the reason why is because Kane, because he was a victim also during Kyron's disappearance, he becomes this victim, and now they can use everything with Kane and his murder for hires and add it to Kyron's case. And murder for hire plots in Oregon there's no statutes of limitations, so they can go after it any time. So these are just more to fire at Terri when she's finally arrested.
Okay.
So that's why they've never been used. And then we have sarcastic Susie. I love you, girl. She says, yep, she really loves her kids. She dumps her son with her parents and then abandons her daughter because she won't talk about Kyron. Yeah, she made her son, James, move out 6 months prior to Kyron's disappearance. And why would she do that? What was she doing? Who was she talking to? Who was coming around? Did she just want her son out of the picture to not listen or see what was going on and around? Did she make him leave because she was trying to protect her son from something he may have been doing? And could that be the reason why Kyron's now gone? We don't know. But she sends her son off to go live with her parent. Like, see you later. And James actually talks about feeling abandoned many times by her mom or his mom.
Yeah, I've seen some of that. Yeah. I'll be right back. Restroom break.
And then Carly says, after taking her computer and phone, it's interesting where they search after. Exactly. And they start searching different areas, and she cooperated the one time, and this is what came out of it. Or let's see. Let's play the evidence search that Bruce McCain talks about.
Former captain with the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. Bruce, good morning to you.
Good morning, Chris.
Let me ask you this. 2 new searches this weekend. So what is behind these searches? What are they looking for?
Well, again, we should not confuse these weekend searches with the ones that were happening 9 weeks ago. The initial search, of course, was a massive search and rescue looking for a presumably lost and alive 7-year-old boy. This is a different type of search. This is going to be a forensic search for physical evidence of criminal activity. One of the clues, of course, is going to be the spacing of the searchers themselves, what they're looking for, and what we just heard in that last report is that it does look like the grand jury process is starting to squeeze some critical information out of people that may have been reluctant to tell investigators without the power of a subpoena.
Is that the reason why this friend Dede Spicher was able to come forward now with these tips at this time in the grand jury process?
Well, as we talked about before, Chris, on this very program, Dede Spicher was not reportedly very cooperative with the investigators. But when you put somebody under oath in a grand jury in a penalty of perjury, and perhaps even with the threat of additional prosecution for their own criminal conduct, that tends to squeeze information out. So it looks like Dede's opening up. And again, these investigators, this is not a search and rescue. This is a forensic search for criminal evidence, more than likely something very specific that Dede told them about. And it could even very well be one of these untraceable cell phones that they're trying to find.
If it is a cell phone that they are in fact looking for, how could that help tie Terri to this case?
Well, Chris, one of the biggest problems we've talked about before is just trying to make a connection between Terri Horman's involvement and this idea that Kyron's being stashed by an unknown third party. If they can find these phones and use the great forensics that they have now to try to find out who Terri Horman was talking to immediately after June 4th or thereabouts, that might give them a tip as to where Kyron actually may be today.
So we have Bruce McCain talking about an evidence search done because of information that Dede Spicher gives law enforcement. And then in one of the most recent interviews that Desiree Young does for or with Doug Bishop. Oh my goodness. Let's play Dede's attorney. And then we're going to play what Desiree Young says on Doug Bishop. Because Dede's attorney even talks about Terri Horman being a suspect.
Friends is defending his client. He claims Dede Spicher is cooperating and she has nothing to do with Kyron's disappearance. Prosecutors subpoenaed the Tualatin woman to appear before a grand jury yesterday. Her lawyer says Spicher appeared before the secret panel but did not testify. She's expected to be called back before the grand jury sometime in the future. Spicher is a close friend of the missing boy's stepmother. Terri Horman was the last one to see Kyron Horman on June 4th. Previously, Kyron's family issued a statement saying Spicher is not cooperating with investigators. Police and the FBI searched her condo. Spicer's attorney claims she is being treated unfairly. But when asked about her friend, the lawyer predicts time is running out for Terri Horman.
I would be frankly surprised if Terri Horman did not eventually face charges in this case. I would just be very surprised if an indictment didn't come down.
Not surprised if an indictment wouldn't come down on Terri Horman. That's Dede Spicher's attorney speaking right there. And all you have to ask yourself is, what in the heck did he see, read, or hear from Dede that made him think indictments were going to come down on Terri? And that's just so telling. I'm going to have to put up a banner here. Ooh, what time is it? We need to actually play a video for Kyron. I haven't done it in a while. I've missed it. Thank you all for joining. Thank you guys for being here. It is Kyron's 22nd birthday. This is our all-day event. Let's show some love for Kyron in the comment section, if you would. And, yeah, say some prayers for his family today. Today is September 9th, 2024. Kyron Horman has been missing for 14 years, and today is his 22nd birthday. His family has missed out on 14 birthdays with their son, all because of an evil plan that Terri Horman had to take him away from his family. Thank you guys so much for all of the love. We appreciate you all for being here. I didn't mean to play my own. I appreciate seeing everybody here. It means so much to me. And I know it means a lot to his family for them to see just how many people love Kyron. Everybody, that ends up learning about Kyron's case, they just start loving him so much. And how could you not? Like the huge big smile, the big ears, and the glasses. I have my own favorite pictures of him. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful young man. Will never, ever, ever stop. It will never happen. Please, if anybody has a tip and knows anything about Kyron, please call Multnomah County Sheriff's Office at 503-988-0560. Again, the tip line phone number is 503-988-0560. Terri, Dede, what did you do with Kyron? Now I'm going to throw up. Going to change.
Please don't throw up.
Oh, I know I'm always saying I'm going to throw up. No. How can I make that smaller? I know there's a way. I don't want to do that. We're going to edit here. Nope, we're not. Just kidding. And the heck? Oh, maybe I gotta go here. Sorry, you guys. I'm new to the banners and stuff. Oh, we need a small one. And I've still yet been able to figure out how to put back up people's names. My name, other people's name, because I got friggin' lost on here. All right. I guess I really should stop saying throw up. That sounds awful.
If you hit the three dots on your picture,
yeah,
it says edit name. I think that's what you put something in there. Let me see. Edit name.
Edit name.
So no, yeah, I think you have to put.
It's in there, but it just won't. Oh. I'm displayed down here, but not under me up here with us. Maybe that's not a normal. I thought that I could put my name up. Yeah, I don't know how to figure it out. I've been trying to figure it out.
I haven't been. I
accidentally deleted it or did something to it when I was messing in here, trying to show Kaylee a few things.
I haven't worked on StreamYard since I had my own channel, and it's been well over a year since I stopped.
So we've gone over everything regarding Dede except for Doug Bishop's interview with Desiree Young when she gives us new information, and it's a bombshell. Take a listen to this.
Ruled out every single possible other person except one. I should say two. Terry's friend, Dede Spicher. You don't get Dede without Terri.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, they've had a personal relationship physically.
Oh.
As far as I'm aware, Dede was 2 miles from the school on Germantown Road working at a property where she was landscaping for them. She was also missing during the same period of time that Terri was. The people on the property always have lunch together in their central location, and they were trying to locate her, and she was missing.
Okay.
And they tried calling her, and she didn't answer. Her phone was on the property. Her car was on the property, but Dee Dee was nowhere to be found, and they looked everywhere. It's our understanding through information I've had turned over to me during searches that she was picked up by Terri from her job on that property. In the DA's office, they believed at the time that they could get her to flip on Terri. Several weeks later, they made an agreement with Dede Spicher for immunity. Here's the problem with that. As you're investigating, you're getting evidence, you're obtaining new information, new interviews, all the things, right? And now, today, what we can say is there's physical evidence that is involving her. From what I understand, Dede Spicher said Terri was using throwaway phones and had loaded it with minutes and was using that to communicate with people. They were able to acquire the phones. Dede took them where they dumped them. I don't know when the phones were dumped. They got access to them a couple of weeks after Kyron went missing. There's communication connected to photos that were stored on the phone that is the physical evidence in the case. It's all things that imply guilt. It's all things showing conceal and lie and deceit. All of it is circumstantial, which is unfortunate. And then she proceeds to plead the fifth. She doesn't want people to know what she is. And now that she has an immunity deal, we can never prosecute her.
They have evidence on cell phones, burner phones that Dede Spicher led police to that prove that Dede and Terri had something to do with Kyron's disappearance. And they cannot go after Dede because of the immunity that they gave her before they knew that Dede was involved. Because like I talked about earlier, evidence changes as it comes in. And they still have these phones. They took a computer in 2017 that Terri had, and they're collecting the evidence. And every month, every year, every day that goes by, technology gets better and better and better. And I really believe that it's going to be the forensic stuff in this that just cracks this case. Some kind of new technology, and they're going to be able to, show something else maybe on these burner phones or something else. But what Desiree says during the Crime Fest Northwest, OMG. I am not joking when I tell you, not only did I throw a fit about it when I found out that they had that kind of evidence, and they're still walking free. And you can say that even now with all of the evidence or circumstantial evidence that I talk about or that's out there. But damn, what's told is just crazy. So there's evidence that prove it. Yet they're still calling this circumstantial evidence, even though these phones were used by them, and there's proof, there's pictures on these cell phones. Burner phones, I should say. And thank you, Doug Bishop, for doing an amazing job.
That is sick.
Yeah. I don't know what kind of pictures, but Desiree talks about pictures on the phone. And we are definitely going to get that, because we are done with my folder of Dede Spicher. Now you guys have gotten to know the two suspects in the case. And now, She did so good and so brave. Yes, she did. It was amazing. And then Zane Lilly is here, and she says they had to have known she was involved in some way before the immunity deal. Otherwise, why the need for the deal in the first place? They must have had thought she played a very small part. Yes, true. I didn't mean to put it the way that I put it, but very true. They must have known she held like some very small part to do with it, and they didn't know just how much Dee Dee actually had to do with it. And then that comes out later on. But they did give her immunity. But you know, Dee Dee goes around and she tells people that she passed a lie detector test and that she's been cleared. Her attorney says that, you know, she hasn't been publicly cleared, and they've asked the prosecutors to publicly clear her, investigators, but she has not been publicly cleared. I don't believe that she's cleared. I don't believe that she took a polygraph and passed like she says she did. Desiree Young says she's never even taken a polygraph, but she says she did and she passed. So, I want to talk about pressure. The pressure that is being put on Terri Horman and Dede Spicher right now, like as we speak. I mean, Desiree got together with Stacy Green and other people, and they drove all the way down to Clear Lake, California, where Terri was at. Let's just talk about pressure. The kind of pressure that Desiree, has done for her son, Kyron, the pressure that she will put on these people because she's willing to do anything to get justice for her son, right? Any mother would. Let me find my pressure file full of the pressure that they have been putting on these two individuals. Some of the stuff, I laughed. Some of the stuff that Stacy Green was saying while she was standing outside of Terri Horman's house. Where are we going to start? So there was a rally in 2022, a couple of years ago. Actually, let's start with the pressure from 2013, 3 years after Kyron goes missing. Desiree Young goes to Roseburg with a group of people, and they go stand and rally outside of Terri Horman's house. Check this out.
New at 11, now the mother of Kyron Horman tried to confront her son's stepmother again this weekend at her Roseburg home. Now, Desiree Young and a small group of supporters protested outside Terri Horman's home on Saturday. As you can see in these pictures, the group carried signs and wrote on the street in chalk asking where Kyron is. Terri's believed to be the last one to see Kyron before he disappeared 3 years ago, but she's never been named a suspect by police. Terri's mother called 911 to complain about the protest and said the group was trespassing.
They're here carrying signs about our grandson who is missing, and they want to blame my daughter for his being gone. Okay. And, so they show up every once in a while, usually down the end of the street, but now they're sitting right out on our front lawn.
Yeah, so Terri's mom didn't really like the fact that she was there outside protesting outside of the house. I think it's great.
I think it's great.
I love it. What she does for her son is just absolutely amazing. And talking about Roseburg, after Terri moves to Roseburg, these fake flyers go up about Kyron. Check this out.
Posters popping up around Terri Horman's Roseburg neighborhood. They show age progression photos that say Kyron was last seen with an unknown man. Terri Horman's
Kyron.
Roseburg neighborhood. They show age progression photos that say Kyron was last seen with an unknown man.
He was not seen with an unknown man. The last person to see Kyron was Terri.
Kyron's father, Kane, hopes people will ignore those posters popping up in the Roseburg area. The flyers carry the headline, "Find Kyron First." The information references a mysterious man the flyer says might be connected to Kyron's disappearance. Kyron's stepmom, Terri Horman, was reportedly seen handing out some of those flyers around her home, but the information on the flyers is not from law enforcement. Some of the flyers even had the wrong number for the Kyron Horman tip line. Kyron's father, Kane, hopes people realize what's going on around Terri Horman's Roseburg home.
From what I've seen so far, the flyers that are not law enforcement released information, to my knowledge, and the information on them in some cases may not even be correct. Hopefully ask people to ignore them for now.
I mean, really? Fake flyers, fake phone numbers for your stepson that you say you love, that you say you're searching for, but when you do, you're putting up fake flyers and using pictures that don't even really give a good, look for Kyron. And you're saying it was a man, because from the very beginning, Terry's wanting to put off, all of these other people that it could be, except for her, because she has to deflect, right? Because we know she's guilty.
I mean, what man?
Oh my gosh, what man has it?
Seriously, what man?
Right? Give us the description of the man that you're talking about is the thing. She talks about a chaperone. She talks about a man from a 7-Eleven. She talks about David Durham, David Stenson. She talks, which is like one guy wanted by the FBI. One guy was a groundskeeper up at the school. There's this suspect Zero that they talk about, where a rumored that a man came into the school and asked the teacher if he could borrow Kyron to go get something from his vehicle, and this teacher actually let Kyron leave with this man to go out to his truck. Like, a teacher's even going to do that. I mean, she has come up with so many different suspects, and if she doesn't come right out and say a suspect's name or something else, she will agree with the Terry supporters by liking their conversations and stuff when they're putting out fake information, or false information, I should say. And more pressure. So then 2 years ago, they do a rally outside the courthouse because they're trying to get the DA's office and somebody to just listen to do something with Kyron's case. Zane Lilly says Dede isn't cleared. Even Terry claims no one has been cleared. Laugh out loud. James says he's the only one that's been cleared. And that's true. Terry does say that no one has been cleared, and so that means her friend hasn't either, right? So this is a rally. You can hear my loud husband coming in the house.
Outside the Multnomah County Courthouse today to keep the boy's memory alive. Kyron was only 8 years old when he went missing without a trace back in 2010. He was last seen when his mother dropped him off at Skyline School. Rally organizers waved signs outside the courthouse, hoping to remind the district attorney's office to keep searching for him.
I'm hoping that just by all the pressure and me being out here and getting all the support by the community that elected him, I'm hoping that he'll hear that and he'll act.
Well, the search for Kyron sparked one of the largest investigations in Oregon history. His disappearance remains unsolved to this day.
She's lucky she doesn't live up here. I'd have to take a cattle prod tour. You're muted.
Thank you.
Oh.
I can't even remember what the heck I was talking about. Oh, I was just saying I'm just so happy that Desiree does all of this for Kyron, that she puts pressure on people where pressure is needed. I did mute myself. My husband came in from going and getting some groceries so we can eat dinner tonight, because I'm not cooking, obviously, because I'm here. And he starts making noises, so I like mute it real quick, and I hardly ever mute. So this video is the pressure that they are putting on Terri down in Clear Lake, California, just a couple weekends
My
ago.
number one thing is to put pressure on Terri. I think that I just want her to always know that I'm not going away.
So she goes down to Clear Lake, California a weekend or so ago. And yeah, she starts putting so much pressure. And there you have her saying, like, I'm just going to keep putting on the pressure. Another thing is that Stacey Green is really putting on the pressure too. She has people looking and watching out for Terri Horman or Dede, sending her pictures, videos, whatever. They don't care about the doxing. It doesn't matter. They just want everybody to know that there's two, people running around free. And this video right here is actually one of those people that sees Terri Horman driving down the road, and this is what she does.
Terri! Terri! Where's Kyron at? Terri, where's Kyron at? Where's Kyron?
And now these are just pictures that people have sent in of Terri Horman. This one's at a gas station, in front of her house, at a stoplight, at a grocery store parking lot, in the grocery store, parked outside somewhere again, at her house, another grocery store, or a bank of another parking lot, sitting at a stoplight somewhere, in a grocery store. Like World Soldiers has members that will take pictures of her. I mean, it's crazy. I missed something right back here. What was it?
Please forgive me, but that car, no, that color, I should say.
It
more
screams it. And why is that going by so fast? I did not do that. Let me see. Oh, maybe I'm not. Maybe it was just the end of a clip or something.
There it is.
But yeah, I mean, World Soldiers, where Stacey Green is. Yeah.
Hey, where's Kyron? Hope he comes home to his mama someday.
Wow.
This is a picture in California. Oh yeah, the supporters over there for Stacey Green and on World Soldiers, some of them are even in our group. No, babe. Sorry, hubby's asking me if I'm wanting to eat now. I'm like, nope. So I forgot what I was saying. They put so much pressure on her. They will look for her. It hasn't always been like that. They used to put pressure on Terri Horman down in Roseburg like this, but then that's why Terry up and left and goes to, California. Go figure. But now they're on it again, and you can't. And Zane Lilly says, I guarantee Terry has not talked to Ellie about Kyron since 2010. The only time she has talked to Ellie since is in regards to her other criminal activities. Absolutely. We're actually going to get into her criminal activities and more to come because I'm here all day. This is a picture of Desiree Young in Clear Lake, California. Kyron still missing, Terry still free. This is Stacy Green under the Welcome to California sign. This is a picture of the Clear Lake Police Department where they went and talked to the sheriff's office and told them why they were in Clear Lake, what they were going to do, that they were going to go to Terry's house and protest peacefully.
Her stupid dinosaur.
This is them outside of Terri Horman's house. She went live on her Facebook. And yeah, she's standing outside Terry's house.
Come on out, Terry. Come talk to us about Kyron. Anybody want to come up here and hold some signs with us at Terry's house? Come on down.
Man, I'd love to do that.
Standing out here, peacefully.
Right?
Holding signs.
I live too far away.
Got some questions for you, Terry. That dinosaur wasn't on her porch yesterday when we came by here. So now she thinks she's cute with putting her little pirate dinosaur out. She needs to come out here and tell us where Kyron is. Stop with their little dinosaurs.
I don't know if you guys know it. She's got the T-Rex on her vanity license plate number with her car. She has this dinosaur on her front porch. She posts about dinosaurs all the time on her Facebook. There have even been people that speculated whether or not this dinosaur has something like a neener about Kyron because it started after Kyron, as far as I can tell. It's really weird. The dinosaur thing is just weird. That's all I'll say about that.
Yeah, I was gonna say what?
Yeah, like I don't know, dude. The the whole dinosaur thing's been a thing with me for a while, trying to figure it out. I've even looked up like if there was any like dinosaur areas where they would search for dinosaurs near where Kyron came up visiting. Like I went down a whole rabbit hole. No joke.
I believe it. I actually thought that was somebody standing there in a dinosaur costume, and I thought maybe that's a fraud costume. I don't
You
know.
didn't finish painting the top of your house? Why? That's lazy.
I died laughing when she said that the other day too. Terry, you didn't finish painting the top of your house. That's lazy. She is out here. Now, I only took like a short clip. They were out there for like 2 full days. And I watched all of it. And I'm just sitting there. She's got all of her sarcastic comments, all of her stuff. She just goes on and on and on and on. It's great. It was awesome. I love what they did.
It is weird. Now, this is Desiree, correct?
Yes, Desiree's standing right next to her.
And oh my gosh.
The commentary here is being done by Stacy Green.
Oh,
She is the one that runs the Facebook group, Kyron World Soldiers. And she does everything with Desiree. She goes on all of the searches. She started this group. She didn't even know Desiree. And she started this group for Kyron. in the very beginning after he came up missing. And then since then, they've just developed a good relationship. And yeah, she goes and does, she records things when, Desiree's speaking, if it's close. If not, she'll try to, find out as much information as possible if Desiree's like traveling the country or whatever. But her main goal is to just put pressure on Terri and Dede. She posts about them every single day, over and over and over, pictures of their faces, dox them, whatever. I even in this had to bleep out Terri Horman's address because she says, come join us at da 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 blah blah street. Like, that's lazy, Terri. There's our admin right there talking in this in the thing, because we're all just like, oh my gosh, they're outside Terry's house right now.
Come on, Terri, come out. Tell us where Kyron is. So many people came down and grabbed flyers and asked about Terri. Why are you so paranoid with all these cameras? She's got cameras there. Why is she so paranoid? It's like she murdered a kid or something and is trying to hide from everybody.
She goes off, doesn't she? And it's hard,
She's got
part of
cameras
me,
on the
like,
side of her house too. A little paranoid.
what she says
Yeah,
is
me.
awful, but at the same time, I giggled too. It's like she gets very
She needs
sarcastic.
to know when the knock on her door is there. Come on out, Terri.
You guys are not going to believe what Terri Horman did over this last weekend. I can't wait to show you guys. It's, oh my God. I don't even know why I was shocked. After all this, what she ends up doing, I just, wow.
Paranoid.
Paranoid.
Come on, Terri.
Terri, where's Kyron?
We want to know where Kyron is.
We're never going to stop.
6189. Peacefully ask Terri where Kyron is with us. You guys want to put your signs over here? Faces? Or no? Just so I can show everybody? Okay. Come on, Terri.
Wow.
Come on out.
I believe more people even showed up.
She's got...
So this flyer right here was posted down the road from Terry's house on her block. It was removed. Stacy writes, so while Clear Lake, we put up the flyer on this pole. This pole is by Terry's house, and guess what's missing from this pole today? Because there's a next door neighbor next to Terri also. Terri, where's the poster and where is Kyron? And then Terri, after the flyer is missing, she gets on the Facebook group and puts her own flyer up. It's just, isn't that just weird? I'm going to take the flyer down on the block where, my stepson, the one that I say I love, is at, but I'm going to take it down and I'm going to just post something up in the group where I'm at. What the hell? It doesn't make sense.
Just want to say to Terri, we're coming for you. Don't sleep.
Don't sleep, Terri. Now, that was from a couple years ago when Desiree Young got a new pep in her step. I don't know what happened, but she's really just decided, like, it's almost like kind of like, screw it. I'm just going to go after. I'm just going to start speaking more and doing more. Some of these pictures are old of Dede Spicher right here, and some of them are new because pressure is also being put on Dede Spicher recently. That picture was taken of her at a retreat that she went to back in May. This is from that retreat, and she gets a reward. Now, these retreats, I don't know what to think about it, but she graduated.
hair.
I don't know. The Retreat Leader Guidebook, the guide to your powerfully led transformational retreats. And it's like, learn how to run your own retreat thing. So is that what she's learning how to do? Another picture. Another picture with someone from the retreat. This is Marley Williams. She was from that retreat, and she says, have you dreamed of creating your own transformational? Oh, Marley Williams is the person who runs the retreat. Have you heard of creating your own transformational retreat? If so, I created an epic experience for you that combines facilitation training plus everything you need to know to lead your own retreat that changes people's lives. There's only 6 spots left, and this is the retreat that she went to. Only 6 spots left to run your own retreat. So what is Dede trying to like run her own retreat? This is her handprint that she has to do like on this poster board with everybody else's handprints, and writes what she wants in the different spots. Her signatures right there. She says energy, language, support, or laughter, I mean, support, celebration, genuine curiosity, and then something about fear of being a distraction and slow processor. So she fears being a distraction. Gee, I wonder why. That's all I could think of when I saw that. I was like, yeah. This is her sitting in that far, far, far left corner at this retreat with the woman speaking in a great big mansion. I can't remember where this was. Was it?
Now, a lot of you guys don't know, but I have a really goofy, kind of sarcastic humor here. And I just was going to say, so what is this? Some kind of cult to learn how to deal with what you've done to a child?
I don't know.
And
But
to make yourself feel better?
Yeah, Sally, I agree with you. She has not aged well. Yuck. And here's even Susie. Yuck. And we got people laughing. She knows what she has done to precious Kyron. Yeah, this is her sitting there. These are all recent photos taken of her because they have now found Dede. They are going to be going to Dede's house. They found out where she lives. Uh-oh.
Boom! Mic drop.
Kyron's mom also had harsh words for Terri's friend, Dede Spicher, who they say has yet to explain her whereabouts the day he went missing.
If she's innocent and she's not involved, then she needs to take an active role in clearing herself. She has not done that to date. She refuses to sit down with police. There's something wrong with that.
I have to say, she's gorgeous. Wow.
Desiree is beautiful.
Wow, she is. I wasn't going to say what Dede reminded me of up here, so I'm going to hold that one in.
Dede is pure evil. I just even can't with her. I really just can't. So now we're going to talk about what Terri did this weekend, because I wanted to tell, Kyron's story, of course, first, but then I wanted to start getting into all this new information, all the new pressure that they're putting on these 2 suspects, in my opinion, suspects, persons of interest, focus, whatever you want to call it. And then, put out this new information and play these clips from Doug Bishop, play these clips, because I have so much I want to go over, and I'm just mouth dropping to everything. This is out of the book Boy Missing, and we're talking about her car right now, so this kind of, is going to go into this. But Terry's red Mustang had been spotted along the roads of Northwest Portland in the days prior to Kyron's disappearance. And the question is, was she scouting ravines and terrain? It's in the book. But I remember seeing something come out very, very, very early on that her Mustang was seen on Savia Island the day that Kyron came up missing. And I thought to myself, oh, whatever. That's bullshit, because Kane had Terry's Mustang. She had Kane's truck. But if the sighting was wrong and that person got the day wrong, then it would make sense. Was the Mustang over there scouting? Was the Mustang over there driving around? Is that what the witness actually saw? And that's what I'm wondering about now that I actually have this information that, she was out there spotted along all of these roads in Portland. So this is Terry's Mustang she got from Kane. It's red. And here it is, dark green. Because after she started getting, pressure put on her, she decided to repaint her Mustang. Well, then she gets rid of the Mustang. She ends up driving another car. And then she eventually gets this Rex Trex down in Clear Lake, California. This is what she's driving down there. We just saw videos of it, people taking pictures of it and everything else. Check this out, you guys. Oh, my goodness.
It came in for a full tint. We're going to do all the sides and back and then the windshield. I think we're going to do 5% in the back, 35 on the front doors, and 50% in the windshield. And then she wanted to go ahead and remove these stripes. So we're going to let this cook in the sun for a little bit, remove these stripes, and then pull it in for the tint. But we'll keep you guys updated.
Terri Horman took her car in and had her stripes removed off of it over the weekend because she's tired of people taking pictures of her and getting videos of her. And Stacy Green finds out immediately. And unless you're gonna change your vanity plate, your Trex Trex or whatever's on, it doesn't even matter because now you already know. So you spent the money to get the stripes taken off for nothing, Terry, because we all still know what you're driving, and we'll know what she's driving if she gets a new car, because there's a neighbor of Terry's that talks to Stacy Green. There's literally no running.
Does she think that makes it look better?
She unrecognizable is what she's looking for. She's
Well,
trying.
That ain't the green. That green is not unrecognizable. I'm just saying.
No, it's not. I mean, it's a cool looking green. It's too bad she's driving it. Nice car. Still too bad she's driving it. But yeah, better get rid of your vanity plates. Yeah, it amazes me. I was in shock at first, and then I realized, oh wait, no, she did that with her Mustang. I've seen those pictures, had to go find them, had to make up a clip. She literally had her stripes taken off, but now everybody knows again what she's driving. That's what I think is so hilarious. Like, you just wasted your money. Good. I'm glad she is getting, so much attention. Yeah, she's getting so much attention right now. She can't hide. She is eventually just,
Now, you said she had vanity plates. Did she change those?
No, that's just it. If she doesn't change those vanity plates, we're still going to know, maybe she'll get into the process of doing that. But like I said, it doesn't matter. I have a person on my Facebook group that's her next door neighbor. So, and she's also on Stacy's group. She reports everything Terri does, and not to me, but she's talked to me about some things, but she tells Stacy Green a bunch of stuff. She was even putting big like yard signs and stuff on her property. Yeah, not a very good picture of her. Let me see if I can find the video to show her plates. I like the Rex Trex, I think is what it says. I actually like the stripes. She wasted her money, if you ask me. But that's the kind of pressure going on right now with these two individuals. And the pressure is just not going to stop. You know, a while after, or a little bit after Kyron disappeared, let's see. I know Tony had something to say back in the day about Kyron's disappearance, and he is a detective, so I really, I'm going to show like a few videos. This is Kane and Desiree talking about not stopping.
Starts up again just after Labor Day. Kyron would be entering the 3rd grade. What is it like to wake up in the morning and know it's another day that he's not home?
Sickening. It's hard to get up every day.
And now school is starting again.
Yep. He needs to come home. We miss him terribly.
If Kyron is somewhere and can see this, is there something you would want to say to him?
We're going to bring you home. We love you.
Yep, we're still looking.
Yeah.
And we won't stop until you come home.
It's just so heartbreaking to see them so upset. They're not going to stop, though. They're not ever going to stop looking for Kyron. Zane or Heidi, did you want to hop up here? Just wondering.
I'm already up here. Just kidding.
She says she doesn't work, who's paying for her vehicle updates and her rent, mortgages, parents, or new husband. Exactly. She isn't working. Who the hell paid for that? It's not cheap to get stripes removed.
No, because don't you have to get the whole car repainted then?
I think stripes are done in a way where they can peel them off or something. I
Yeah,
don't know.
but the sun, especially like California sun, beating down on that's gonna.
Yeah, I don't know.
So she probably had to get the whole car repainted, I would think.
I don't know if she would have to get it repainted. I think the stripes peel off. There's a way they can peel them off. My husband's shaking his head yes. With a what? A heat gun? Yeah, they're kind of like just like stickers and adhesives or something. You use a heat gun, my husband's saying, and then they just like peel off.
Wouldn't the what I'm saying is, wouldn't the sun dull the paint that's not under that, you know?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I don't know. Certain types of paint don't fade like that. So yeah, I'm not sure at all. At one point, Desiree gets up in front of cameras, and it was the first time that Terry's ever got the finger pointed at her.
Kyron is still alive. We would like all of you, everyone, to continue to get his face out there, to continue looking for him in your day-to-day activities. We pray each day for Kyron. We are working with investigators daily to bring Kyron home.
And then, during this brief and rare on-camera appearance, she did something that changed the tone of the entire case. She called out her son's stepmother, Terri Horman, and all but accused her of a crime.
We implore Terri Horman to fully cooperate with the investigators to bring Kyron home.
And that's pretty much when the media realized that the focus shifted to one of their family members. You know, they trusted Terri. I am gonna try finding see. All right, so they also did their first press conference that they did after Kyron disappears was, I want to say, a week after Kyron passed away, or maybe even a tiny bit longer.
You mean went missing?
Yeah, when he went missing. What did I say?
Passed away.
Oh my God, I did not.
You did.
Thank you for correcting me.
You're welcome.
Jesus. Yep, that's what happens to a tired brain, right? Okay, sorry. Wonder if that Terri support group paid for her car. Shaking my head. Oh no, they would never. They want to collect money for themselves. I don't think they would ever give her money. Just my opinion. Sorry. I get harsh when the other group is mentioned. The things that they do in that group and say make me so mad. Ashley, I don't know if you know it, but we did a 4-hour live debunking all of their lies, talking about all their rumors, all of the misinformation they spread. Hold on, you guys. I got a cough. And yeah, we got tired of them attacking us. We got tired of all the misinformation and everything. And pretty much since then, I mean, it was pretty quiet over there for a while. But you know, they post information that they know has already been debunked. They post information that they already know is misinformation. And yeah, I can't talk about the group because I'll just go off about the group. But yeah, there's definitely people out there that support Terri and will do or say anything for her. That's for sure. What's this one? This is the news conference that they did shortly after Kyron went missing.
Hello, my name is Tony Young, and I'm Kyron's stepfather. The family's asked me to speak on their behalf today. I would just like to say, Kyron, we miss you, we love you, and we need you home right now. We're doing everything we can to work with law enforcement and the search and the rescue crews to make sure that you can get back to us as soon as possible. We want to say how much we appreciate the outpouring of love and support, prayer and thoughts as we wait for you. Your school friends and their families, the teachers, the staff at your school, and the community as a whole have shown how much impact one little boy's smile can have on a community. You mean everything to us, and until you come home, this family is not complete. Please, Kyron, keep up the hope. We believe in you, and we know you will be back with us soon. I'd like to now introduce Kyron's father, Kyron Horman.
Hi, I'm Kane. I'm Kyron's father. We want to thank the community, the parents, the children, bus drivers, and all of those who are being interviewed multiple times to help find Kyron. Thank you. We as the family know how difficult and stressful this is, but your memories and statements can help us find Kyron. We will never be able to thank you enough for that help. Finally, we would like to thank the media. If it was not for you showing Kyron on every newscast, printing his story in the papers, his face would not be known to everyone. People from around the nation have seen his picture. This helps tremendously. Please help us bring Kyron home.
He even thanks the bus drivers and stuff, and I really think that that's just because of the bus drivers, eyewitness account.
Was that Terri in the background?
Yeah, hanging all over Desiree Young.
Oh my Lord.
Do you know that Desiree talks about that Mary Lindstrad, I'm not sure how to pronounce her name, noticed just how fed up Desiree was, that Terri was hanging all over her. Like, she has said, like, I just wanted to hurt her. Like, well, one of the investigators or one of the people that worked with the family sees this and guides Terri completely away from her. That is the press conference a lot of people talk about because of how she is hanging on for dear life to Desiree there in the background. I can pause it and just...
Yeah, I saw it. I was just like, are you... And then...
Like that right there. She's not crying. She's not upset. I mean, Desiree is just broken being up there talking about her son. And this is the moment that Terri realizes that Kyron isn't just going to be... Desiree's the one who says this. Kyron isn't just going to be, like, forgotten about. This is when Terri realizes that this is huge. Kyron's face is going to be everywhere. This is what starts the, largest criminal and search investigation in all of Oregon's history. But isn't that just so awkward, the way she hangs on? And, after...
Well, and then when Kane walks back, how she grabs onto him, and it's like...
Look at her arm right there. And at one point in this interview, she also looks up to see if people are looking at her and then looks back down. She actually grabs a hold of Desiree's arm right there and then stops and then looks up to her. See, she just guided her eyes forward right there to see if anybody's looking. And then, Kane comes back down. She just stands by her awkward self after Kane comes back down. Isn't it just crazy? This is where everybody was like, the moment I saw the press conference, I knew she was guilty. And yeah, that was a huge red flag. Huh?
Nothing else. I was being sarcastic. But she's got that 80s hair going on there.
Yeah. Her little bun ponytail thing.
It's just... It amazes me how a guilty, well, I'm going to say allegedly because, well, she hasn't been arrested by, but we know, you know what I mean?
Right.
A person can do that knowing what they did and then standing there and acting like they have no idea.
Yeah. She doesn't shed a tear. She doesn't do
No.
or say anything to show any kind of emotion. And to this day, she has never joined one search or done anything to try to help in the search, not by raising money, not by anything. And she's like, well, because if I did, then people would say something. Well, maybe if you would have started doing it from the very, very beginning when he came up missing, it would have been a normal thing for you to do it. But yeah, doing it now, it would look like you're just trying to get money, or it would just look like you're out there trying to prove something. And it's because she's just literally had no involvement at all.
Yes, Connie, I'm going to agree with you. Her face is screaming guilt.
Yeah. She's trying so hard to look like she's upset, but all you can see on her face is, oh my God, do they know that I did something? Oh my God, are the cameras looking at me? I mean, like all of these scenarios, can you even imagine what's going through her head? Oh my God, I'm up here and he's missing and we're on the news right now. Like she didn't think that this was going to get this big, and then it did. And then she looks so damn guilty. So guilty standing up there.
I can remember back when I first started following the case, and for something inside of me, I'm like, that stepmom did it. She did it.
Yep.
And, I mean, I'm just like, she did it. All the way back.
I started hearing about other case studies that were being done. So I started looking into everything. But my first instinct said she did it, screamed she did it. Then I learned about Dede Spicher like a couple years later. I didn't even know that much about Dede Spicher in the beginning. I'm just like, who they talking about? What'd they just say? And then, yeah, when I really started looking into it, I'm like, wait a minute. I don't like this gal. I mean, if you guys really want my own personal opinion, and I mean, I've been investigating this for a long time, and I really do think that these murder for hires fail. And I believe that Dede knew about them. And I think when they fail and that last one's done the week before Kyron came up missing, I think, my personal opinion, this is not fact, that Dede was the one that said, well, let's just take out Kyron then. I believe this may have even had something to do with life insurance. Let's talk about why Kyron's missing. I mean, she knew that they were rocky and that their relationship was pretty much coming to an end. They even got into a fight the night before. And one, there was a life insurance policy on Kane. Don't know if there was a life insurance policy on Kyron, but she knew if she took Kane out of the picture, Kane makes $14,000 a month at this time, that she would automatically get Kiara, Kyron would go to Desiree. If Kane's there fighting her with $14,000 a month in attorney fees when she isn't working when Kyron came up missing. She was only collecting child support on James, and that child support that she was collecting on James was being given to her at the time, and they thought that, James was actually living there, but he didn't. He got sent to her her parents' house 6 months prior, and then her husband, or her ex, eventually goes to the court system, is like, hey, he's even living over here, and got out of the child support payment. But anyway, she's broke. She can't afford to fight Kane in court. And in Oregon, they really like to keep the siblings together. And since Kyron is Kane's, she was more likely going to lose in court if they went to court, got a divorce, and had a custody battle. And I believe that that's one of the reasons why And then she absolutely has like this hatred for Kyron that we will talk about also. In the beginning, she even starts rumors about her and Desiree being friends. Listen to this short clip.
Well, there's parts of the story in the beginning about Desiree and Terri being friends, and they weren't.
Yeah.
Right.
That comes from Terri herself.
There is the statement of, I hired Terri to take care of Kyron,
There
which is
you go.
completely false.
Yeah. Right.
She had a full-time job.
Right.
And Desiree and I were already taking care of Kyron ourselves before she had any involvement in that regard.
So this was deception that Terri passed to friends and built up this mythology.
Yes.
Correct.
And but this was not accurate.
Correct.
Right.
She puts out there that she was babysitting him and that her and Desiree were friends and that her and Kane started their relationship while she was babysitting for Kyron or watching nannying, whatever you want to call it. Okay. We got so much important stuff to talk about. Let me see. I really like what Tony had to say. Why so scared, Terri? What the hell what the heck did you do with Kyron? My thing is too, Dr. Phil offered her a polygraph test and with accommodations of her hearing problem she stated she had, and she still refused. She already failed 2 and walked out on 1. Guilty. Yep. Okay, but let's play devil's advocate. How do we know she didn't sell him to another family or something? Because there's no money trail. Even law enforcement has said there's no evidence whatsoever, that points in any direction of him being sold to anybody. There's no money trail, there's no people, there's no trail. What there is a trail of is Terri Horman being responsible for his disappearance. It's a local investigation. I don't know. This is how they
selling him. She sold him, and it's found out.
Well, yeah, I mean, his face has been all over the world, too, if he was sold, if he was still alive. I'm not saying he isn't for 100%. If he's out there, he's never been found, and his face has been all over the world. People follow this case from everywhere.
Right.
There's just no evidence whatsoever, no money trail or anything to prove it in bank's account or otherwise.
I mean, he was 7.
Yes.
So he knew his name. He probably knew his address. The likelihood that,
And honestly, to even think of the horrific things that a young boy would be going through or went through if he was sold, I wouldn't even want to even imagine it. Think about it.
I get what you're saying, LaTanya. But from what I've seen today that Sam has showed us,
you know how hard it would be to find remains in such... Oh my goodness. Let's talk about Terri and abuse and talk about she's got a color code system that she was using to when Kyron would come home from school, she was asking the teacher every single day what color he got that day. Each color represented like whether he did good at school or bad at school. If he did bad at all at school, she wanted him punished. She wanted Kyron punished. It was one of the things that her and Kane would fight about was punishments, because Kane just thought she was going to extreme. And I've got a couple videos on this.
Feel that he was in danger. No. There was many discussions and arguments around certain behavioral things, and in a lot of cases, me confronting her on stuff that I didn't feel was appropriate. Not dangerous things, but just things around reprimanding or punishment and things like that. And I actually, like I said, the last few months at least, if not more than that, was standing up for him in some of the circumstances because it really was unnecessary. Even with her own son. I mean, that's one thing that we call out in the court paperwork as well that I think everyone needs to understand is this process of removing children from our home started before Kyron went missing. She had her son taken out of our home in February. And I know that there are claims that that was due to me, and I have people that will get up on the stand and testify that that was not the case, and they actually had conversations with her on those days when she made the decision for him to leave. So we had children leaving our house well before Kyron did, and James was the first one. And unfortunately, there's not a lot I can do about that. But if I could step in right now and do something with regards to him, I would in a heartbeat. It was disciplining when it's not appropriate, doing certain things that I didn't feel were appropriate at the time, especially for a child her age. And that's the hard part. We've got 3 kids that are separated by a number of years, and each one of them have to be disciplined differently. You have different expectations because of their ages. You discipline them differently. They're not the same. They're all different. And to try to go through and do some of the things that she did, I just didn't feel that they were appropriate. Were they harmful or life-threatening? Absolutely not. But were they excessive? I believe that they were. I know through the filings, people have asked me, we filed that, that there were horrific actions that day that Kiara may have been witness to. Yeah. Lay out the scenarios of everything that could have happened to him that day, and every scenario that has him alive still today. Look at any of those scenarios and have your child witness another child have to go through that right in front of their face. It's horrific. I don't care how you describe it. So yeah, I think he's alive. I think it was an awful day. I sure hope that Kiara didn't witness what happened that day, but I'm pretty confident that she was there based on what we know. And that's a horrific thing for a child to have to witness. For now, until we have information that gives us a direct path to where he's at, putting her behind bars doesn't necessarily help. If she's communicating with anybody or she reaches out to anybody that helps give us the direct path, then that's obviously what we're waiting for. But the thing is when an arrest occurs, the clock starts ticking. Then the legal process has to start. And if they don't have a tight enough legal case, which I'm very confident that they will and that they do, but when they're ready, they'll make the arrest. And until then, I fully support their actions up until that particular point, and I will continue to support it moving forward. But once that happens, the clock ticks. And if they don't have a solid case, and we go into court and she walks from the case, that's going to be an awful day. So I want to make sure they have everything. It needs to be airtight. We need to go in, and justice needs to be served. Well, it's just a scenario that I don't put through my head. So I'm not asking them to grant her immunity on anything. I'm asking her to come forward with the information and do what's right like we've done so many times. And that's not going to do any good. Me standing here today saying that is not going to make anything change. So regardless of what the investigators do and regardless of what the prosecutors do, I don't think it's going to make a difference. So I'm not going to ask them to do anything that they should or shouldn't do. It's up to them to decide, and they're going to do what's right. They're seeking justice for our son, and I expect them to continue that course, and I support them in it. There's a number of different scenarios. I don't know which one. I don't know what to believe. I believe that obviously something happened that day. I believe other people could be involved. She could have done it on her own, but there's so many different scenarios. I just don't know. I need to see more information that would lead me to believe one way or the other. But do I hope she still had an accomplice? Absolutely. I do. But like I said, looking back, there's still a bunch of things I feel that we don't know. We're dealing with someone who, again, in my opinion, and I'm not a professional, but in my opinion, through my readings and research, I believe from a psychological standpoint, is a master at deception, misdirection, and she's bringing it forward in spades, and we're finding out about it left and right as we go through this process. And again, how could I not have known about it? She's really good at what she does. The alcohol part was hidden until other people brought information forward, and even then it was still hard to put the pieces together until there was a couple more pieces provided that put it in focus. Some of these other things are the same way. She's a master of deception and misdirection. All the conversations, again, in my opinion, she was having with people was the misdirection part. Other things that she was doing, again, in our household were things to provide misdirection so I wouldn't discover what was going on. Again, my opinion only. Investigators, this is nothing from the investigation, this is straight from me. Okay, so that's my opinion, is there's a lot of misdirection here through people, through activities, so that you can't see what she's actually doing. And as we step back and we get more pieces and we start to unravel, some of those things are coming to the surface. Again, I think the alcoholism is only the first step. I think there's a lot more coming. We have two objectives here. We have one is to find Kyron, and two is to protect both children still involved, and really all three children involved with this event that's happened. Okay, Kyron is the priority. We need to find him and bring him home. We need to keep the other children safe. So I'm keeping Kiara safe as best as I can, and once Kyron's found, I'll keep him safe too.
And once he's found, he'll keep Kyron safe too. That is his main objective, is to keep Kyron safe, keep Kiara safe. You know, he is heartbroken with the fact that he no longer sees James. James loved Cain. Cain loved James. He was the only father figure that James had in his life. Cain didn't just lose one son that day, he lost two. And now he, you know, has Kiara and trying to raise her. You hear him talk about an unimaginable horror that the baby may have witnessed. And he has talked about that before. It's talked about in the book. The baby didn't want anything to do with Terri on June 4th. She was acting like she was scared to be around her own mom. You know, Terri talked about having postpartum depression. Cain's mentioned her being on antidepressants. Postpartum depression and antidepressants. And then you mix all that together with alcohol. Not a good mixture. No, not a good mixture at all. So it is the top of the hour. Let's play a Kyron video real quick. Thank you guys all for being here for Kyron's 22nd birthday. This is our wish for justice, our all-day event. Thank you guys that have been here all day long. Yeah, we just
You're welcome.
appreciate you guys being here. Thank you. Kaylia was going to come back today. I don't know where she is.
Well, maybe she had to do something. You never know.
Yep, I don't know. Let's see. Find the video. Oh, come on. Why aren't my eyes working? Here we go.
I'm going to do a BRB right now while you're playing this. I'll be right back.
All right, hun. So here is Kyron's beautiful face. Just a little video to do. Sweet, sweet Kyron. Happy birthday. 22 years old today. Why won't this let me click? So my phone died and I didn't even know if I was getting messages or not. So I had to make sure I was checking all of them. Thanks everybody for being here. Thanks everybody for throwing up hearts and frogs for Kyron. I just appreciate everybody being here. We're on the 7-hour mark. And I'm just going to keep going until I pretty much run out of information to share with everybody. If you got to take a potty break, take a potty break. If you got to leave, you can do that too. I appreciate you even just stopping in for a few seconds. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just trying to bring some awareness to Kyron on his 22nd birthday and, you know, tell his story, tell his parents' story. I know I'm all over the place, but after salmon fishing, getting up at 2:30 in the morning for a week straight, fishing for anywhere from 15 to 17 hours a day. And then we fished and did the same thing over the weekend. So my brain's tired and I'm tired, but I'm here and we're doing this. And then Connie says, how could anybody do something to this awesome little boy? Terri and Dede, where's Kyron? What did you do to him? That is the question. So let's go over the Northwest Crime Fest that Desiree just spoke about or spoke at, because yeah, she really talks about a lot of stuff. There's 6 different parts. I want to say each one of these may be like 5-6 minutes long. But it's all really good information. It's new information. We love new and good information. If you haven't seen it, you're going to want to watch. She says some stuff that we are going to talk about. If I hear something that I want to point out, I'll pause and so we can talk about it. Otherwise, I'm just going to let it play. Hubby started cooking dinner a little bit ago, so I'm going to be able to take some bites off of my food, get hydrated, and go to the bathroom while we're running through all of these clips. So stay here, stay tuned, be present. We got lots of stuff coming, and I'm so excited to get out all of this new information that Desiree Young spoke about at the Northwest, or the Crime Fest Northwest. And thank you, Stacy Green, for taking video recordings of this.
It was late in the afternoon when I got that call that thrust me and my family into a nightmare that I can't even describe. It was 4:24 when my cell phone rang, and I looked at the caller ID and I noticed it was Kyron's school, and my heart sank. The next several minutes, I can't even describe it. I just can't even describe it. The woman on the other end of the phone identified herself as Susan Hall, the school secretary. And she was acting as if she was reading a script, because I said, well, yes, I know you. But she was very professional. This is Susan Hall, Skyline Elementary secretary. I am calling you to notify you that Kyron Horman is missing. And I wasn't expecting that. Like, I'm sitting there going, no, this is not possible. No, no. I actually started to get mad. I truly thought it was a joke. I could not understand how in the heck he could be missing. She notified me that Multnomah County Sheriff's Office was there and that they were following a plan, that they had a protocol, and that I was to be notified. Although you might speak to other families of missing, their cases are very different than ours, but Multnomah County was prepared the day that Kyron went missing. They were fully prepared. They were trained, and they had a process to follow. And I am so glad that they did. They immediately called in so many agencies, even Southern Oregon's finest. I was so grateful to have what I felt like was my family of blue there helping to find Kyron. The people, the person that knew Kyron, right? They knew who he was. And they were there helping us search. That was a relief for me. Although, of course, we are disappointed with where we are today, right? It's just, well, it's due to one person, but it is where we are. It's not due to the mishandling of Kyron's case or the efforts that we've seen from law enforcement. You know, I wasn't prepared for that moment, for that phone call. There's just not a plan or protocol for families or parents to go by. We all are just navigating this on our own. There were days that if Tony didn't tell me, hey, you know, gotta take a shower, it just wasn't gonna happen. It didn't factor into the priorities, you know? I didn't want to do my hair, I didn't care. I just wanted to search to exhaustion to find my son. I didn't care that I wasn't sleeping, I didn't care that I wasn't eating, I didn't care. It was all beside the point. And truly, in my mind, I just wanted to die if we didn't have Kyron, right? That was the start of my growing awareness of what it means to be a parent of a missing child. I started learning things. I was absorbing all of it. I was talking to people, I was networking, I was trying to figure out what can we do for Kyron? What's the next thing we're gonna work on? I need to be focused, right? In the very beginning, starting with the 911 call, the sergeant at Portland Police Bureau didn't actually know who would be case agent and who would be primary on the investigation. But he knew that this was a 7-year-old child and we were already 6 hours behind. So that sergeant called out everyone regardless. Regardless of all the particulars and the mechanics behind the scene, right? He called out every single person. And I applaud him for pushing the big red button and knowing that it was the right thing to do, because that helped us. Although we were 6 hours behind, it did help that he activated right away. As you saw in the video, Skyline Elementary is in a uniquely rural area. There were many challenges with that, right? When it came to searching. We also had to look at old floor plans, because Kyron School has tunnels under it. A lot of people don't know that. That Skyline Elementary area is very rural and very agricultural. So you have, you know, the tall buildings and stuff and down.
That was something that I heard during this interview that blew my mind, because I always heard about people talking about all the tunnels that ran underneath Portland that were under Kyron's schools, and I thought it was all rumor. So she confirms this, and they had to spend a lot of time down in these tunnels looking for Kyron. Like actual little tunnels under the school. How bizarre is that? Why do cities have tunnels? Just a FYI, I'm sitting here enjoying my food a little bit, so I'm just trying to let it play. But I am watching the comments, so if anybody has a question or wants me to pause, let me know.
Downtown Portland, you have hustle, bustle, people everywhere. And then you just drive a little bit further and you're literally in the country. You know everybody, you go to church with everybody, You go to school with everybody. Everybody knows everyone, right? And you have this very country-like setting and a very small school. And that was the start of all of this. As you drive out Cornelius Pass Road, which is the last road as you get to Kyron's school, you know that you're almost to his school because you see the sign, Skyline Boulevard, 250 feet. As I came up on that sign, as I had so many times before, right? Driving through for soccer, cross-country, track, I mean, all the events that I attended for my kids, that sign was huge to me that night. I felt like the world was sitting on my chest and I couldn't breathe. I just couldn't fathom what was happening. And as you look off that road to the right, you see Skyline School. Well, that night, I saw cars parked along all the roads. I saw big boom lights, big trailers, RV-type trailers, satellite trailers. I saw people walking everywhere with a purpose. I saw searchers with flashlights up and down the hills. There was a mini city that had erupted where Kyron's school normally was. It was a relief and a heartache all at the same time. This was everybody who had showed up to search for my son. Basically, the sheriff had contacted 35 other sheriffs in the state of Oregon, activating a statewide search and rescue plan. This is very unusual. This normally does not happen. This launched the biggest search in our history in Oregon. By Sunday, there were 17 other agencies working in the search for Kyron. We had a quarry that was near the school that was all set up for search and rescue. We were staging all of the staff there. It was a big operation and one that really impressed me. And as a mom of a missing child, you're holding on to every little hope and every little silver lining that you can hold on to. And that was what helped me.
So even her husband's, police team from Medford was able to join in, and that's what gave her comfort. And she talks about Mrs. Porter coming to talk to her at the car wash and giving her information that she's never known before. Information that we had thought was just rumor, that Kyron was supposed to be in the talent school at school. And not only was he supposed to be in the talent show, but that Terri Horman had taken him out of the chaperone groups and told Miss Porter, like, I want him to come with me and be with me. I don't want him to be in the chaperoned groups. Why? I mean, she could have easily have walked around or even been a chaperone herself, right? And I think that's where I got right this week, because I just noticed Desiree was saying right. Anyway, there's groups going around. Terri could have been a chaperone. She wasn't. She decides to pull Kyron out of the chaperone group. What was the reason for that? What was the purpose for that? Other than trying to get Kyron with her by herself so that she could leave the school without anybody realizing. Because what are you going to say if you try leaving the school with Kyron? You have to walk away from a chaperone group. And then the police get told, investigators get told, well, Kyron and her were with us in the chaperone group for X amount of time. And then all of a sudden, they left. Or they veered away from us, whatever it would have been. So Terri Horman didn't want Kyron to be in a chaperone group. Desiree just finds out this information a year ago. My question for that is, did law enforcement know? Had Miss Porter already told her or told law enforcement all this information, and this was just something they never shared with Desiree? Because, you know, Desiree and Kane aren't privileged to all information, but Kane has more privilege to the information since he's a victim in this case. That has also been talked about before. So Kane, and they are allowed a little bit extra of privileged information because Kane is a victim. And now we'll go on and play the second part of this. Like I said, there are quite a few parts, but this is all new information that she's putting out, and there's some mind-blowing information in this. I mean, any new information for me is mind-blowing, but that's because I don't hear lots of new information too often.
This is the picture, and everybody might be aware of it already. This is the picture right before he goes missing. So to give you some context, because I'm going to talk about it, it's 8:45. This picture is time-stamped. We know right where Terri was when she took this picture. She's in Miss Porter's classroom at 8:45. This is critical, okay? This is right before he walks out the school with Terri and goes missing. Don't let Terri tell you anything else. In my son's case, the primary search scene and the investigative scene was at Skyline. They determined right away that he had gone missing from Skyline. There's, you know, timelines out there, stories. She tries to deflect and all the things, but honestly, he was in the school and that's where he disappeared from. So, that is really what it comes down to. In those first few hours, Skyline was searched many times. We had canines in there, we had investigative teams. They searched the tunnels, I think about 10 or 11, 12 times. We searched.
If you guys didn't hear it earlier today, this is where Desiree talks about the items, I believe, that were washed. This is huge, big information. Listen to what she has to say.
The school, we wanted to make sure that Kyron was not there, right? He's very shy. There's a lot of people there that day. Maybe he took off to a corner and was hiding. I do that, right? I was hiding before I came here. Yeah, so Kyron's school's not large. We'll go over that, but it's basically one main hallway. The classes are off of that hallway on 2 stories. Not complicated. There's a gym, takes up a lot of landscape, right? But that's about it. It's not very big. So, Kyron's class is at the opposite end, the complete west end of the school. The east end of the school is where the school buses drop off the kids and where they go to get on the buses to leave to go home at the end of the day. So that's the span that we're talking about, right? So there were 400 parents in the school that day. And that's important to know. Think about that main hallway and how crowded it was with 400 parents and what that might look like. I was heartbroken because I could not be there that day, but I had agreed with Kane and Terri that they were going to go support Kyron. I am an accountant by trade. I've been an accountant for 35 years. Unfortunately, it was quarter end, year end, month end, all of the things culminating in June, and it was a deadline, and I couldn't take time off. It was kind of an understanding, and it's an industry standard, unfortunately. I hate to admit it. But I couldn't be there. Earlier in the day, I had received several emails already from Terri, and then also throughout the day, right? She had sent me 5 emails that day. This is unusual because although we were co-parents, we were not close. And normally she would email short little 1-sentence emails to me, but she wouldn't pepper me with emails. It was really unusual. She had emailed me about everything. All the things that we were going to do for the summer, t-shirts I had on order. Gina was in the video. She was the PTA president. She was helping with t-shirt orders. She had emailed me about the science fair, about where she walked specifically, what classes she went to, and what she did that day in the school. And then she also let me know that she had mailed the brochure from the school science fair to me. It was unusual. It was like we weren't going to talk later that night when I picked up the kids. It was like she was taking and checking off a checklist of everything she needed to do so that it was all wrapped up.
Yeah, it is so very unusual to hear that Terri is sending her all of these emails and stuff, because Terri and Desiree were not friends, not by a long shot, okay? And with her sending messages throughout the day, emails throughout the day, text messages throughout the day, sharing pictures with her, highly unusual. It was almost like she was just messaging Desiree to start conversations, maybe even to figure out what she knew, maybe try to figure out whether or not Desiree had gotten a phone call from the school. You know, maybe she was just trying to hint around about things. I don't know.
With all of that, I had no reason to think that Kyron was unaccounted for, or missing for that matter. I had no reason to know what was about to happen. There was just nothing. After I got the call from the school, all I wanted to do was get in my car and go. It's that instinct, right? But my boss said, whoa, whoa, whoa. You gotta call your husband, you gotta stop and think, like, I don't know that you should be getting in a car. I mean, she was, trying to be caring, but I was on adrenaline, I was going, right? And so instead, I picked up my cell phone and I walked outside of work and I said, I'm calling her first, right? So I call, Kane doesn't answer, Terri answers. Okay. So I say to her, what the hell is going on? I just want to get to the point. There's no pleasantries, not hi, how you doing? Like, what the hell is going on? And she proceeds to tell me like she's reading a grocery list. Like this wasn't the last moment that she saw my son and he went missing. I dropped him off at 8:15. I didn't walk him all the way to the classroom. I waved at him from the top of the stairs from Mr. Macbeth's, right? She's just thinking that I'm not going to pay attention and not listen truly to the words. And it did take me a second because it was all like it was slow motion for me. And by the time my gut realized what she was saying, she was already 2 things ahead. But I'm sitting there going, whoa, wait a minute. What do you mean you dropped him off at 8:15? I know that she didn't, right? I have an email. I have a picture. I know that she didn't drop him off. So, sure enough. Oh, well, and she starts stammering. And then she starts changing her story, which concerned me greatly. That mom instinct y'all have right there, yeah, I felt it. There was no way in hell she was telling me the truth, and I knew it at that moment. And then she acted like it was a romantic movie. I walked up the stairs from Mr. Macbeth's classroom. I was standing there waving to him. He was to Miss Porter's door, and and I'm sitting there thinking, no, that's not possible. As you come up from Mr. Macbeth's classroom, it's like a U-shaped stairwell, right? It's off inside the gym. There's a wall, and there's a wall up here. So you walk into a wall before you come out into the main hallway. There is no way, if she was standing at the landing on top of those stairs, that she could ever see Kyron at the other end of the hallway. It's not possible. Not to mention, as I mentioned to you all, there's 400 parents in the school that day. Someone with really bad eyesight, like my son, can I call you back? Cannot see through 400 people in the school that day, right? He can only see about 2 or 3 feet in front of him. He got my eyesight, and even though he wears glasses, he still struggles. And so that was critical. So that's what's running through my head is, there is no way, she is not telling me the truth. This is not possible.
Yeah, Kyron can barely see with his glasses on. How is he going to see down a hallway full of a bunch of parents, teachers, and everything else, kids traveling, going from one class to another, to even wave at Terri, even know that she's down the hallway? Doesn't make sense. I mean, could you imagine being Kyron's mom, listening, and you're already getting red flags? I mean, how in the hell would you even deal with this situation? She started having red flags from the very, very beginning. And so did law enforcement. I'm just going to keep playing this because this is unseen footage kind of right now on YouTube. I don't know actually if Stacey Green put it up on her YouTube or not, but all the credit goes out to Stacey Green and Kyron Horman, World Soldiers, another good group to join if you haven't already, to learn about Kyron Horman information.
Entire thing was giving me pause, right? It was giving me that feeling in the pit of my stomach, like, oh my God, I just want to throw up right now. I don't know what is going on. But as I hung up with her, I knew one thing. She was lying to me, and I still didn't know where Kyron was. I don't understand why she didn't walk Kyron all the way to his classroom. She had nothing else better to do that day. She didn't have a job. She didn't have anywhere she needed to be. That was the one thing she was in charge of that day. So why didn't she? Right? It's a question. I don't know. I just don't know. But it's sat in my stomach ever since. Here's some search pictures, and this is of the school. It was obviously raining. It's a challenge. Here's the front elevation of the school, and it's kind of a split level. It's kind of unique in that you have the stairs, you go in, and you're kind of in the middle of the school. You go up to the office or you go down to some other classrooms. And then here's an aerial of the school. Again, this east end is where the buses all line up and let the kids in. Kyron School is way at the other end. This is the gym, right? Here's the floor plan. Here's the east end. There's Kyron's class. Think about that hallway lined with people. 400 parents. There's another aerial of the school. That is the forest that lines the back of the property. Here's the school. Here's the soccer fields. You can't tell from this picture, but this is a huge drop off. It's a hill. all the kids joked about playing soccer on that soccer field. You can't walk too far, you'll disappear. You'll fall right off that hill. That was a huge area of concentration in the very beginning in that first night. On the drive, as we were driving up to Portland, the cell phone rang. And I was thinking, you know, oh, here we go, right? Here we go. We found him. We found him. This is, this is going to be awesome. We found him. We're all done. This is going to be no big deal. It was Terri, all right. But no, we didn't find him. She called to tell me that Kyron's backpack and coat were still in the school that day, and that law enforcement had given them to her already. She also just wanted to chit chat with me. Terri had this way of, I guess I would say stirring it. She knew what would trigger me and where my heart was. She knew where to focus the attention. And so she really focused on the fact that Kyron doesn't have a coat on. And it's just becoming nighttime. The sun is setting. And she knew that I would be upset about that. And as I hung up the phone, I was feeling that feeling again of, what is her deal here? I don't understand. And I was about to have a meltdown about Kyron. And Tony has this innate way of being able to know when I need that structure, that mechanic, that person that is going to remove all heart, and he's going to tell me what needs to happen, right? So he's fabulously skilled at that. And he knew I was about 2 seconds away from losing it. So he says to me, now, honey, I'm going to put my detective hat on right now. So we have this kind of game that we play, okay? And we do this often. I'm going to put my detective hat on right now, Mel. Okay, and he knew exactly what I needed in that moment to kind of step back and not vapor lock. And he said, so we don't want to act on emotion just yet. Thank God he didn't say calm down. We're not going to act on emotion. This is what we're going to do. We're looking for those red flags, those provable lies, those inconsistencies. We're looking for those. But we don't want to act with emotion just yet. We'll look at it again later and we'll reassess how we're feeling, right? He totally broke it down in an easy, simplified way, like I'm managing a meeting. Okay, got it, yeah, okay. And then he said, most of all, and this is what got me, you have to be Kyron's voice. You have to be objective, and you have to just take it all in. And you have to be his voice with law enforcement. So you can't act on emotion. This is your task. You have been tasked with this. You can't act like his mom, right? I'm suddenly Kyron's detective. I got this. So what Terri didn't tell me as she talked to me on the phone was that she had sent an email the week prior to Kyron going missing to Miss Porter, excusing him from school for the first couple of hours. She was going to take him to a doctor's appointment. All the while, nobody knew this, right, except Miss Porter. So she had emailed, and then she also reminded her that day by putting a note on her desk that Kyron would be back at 11 a.m. because he was going to be in the talent show with D'Angelo. Terri also didn't tell me that she had pulled Kyron out of the teacher chaperone group that he was supposed to walk around the classes in. See, schools are very intentional, right? When they structure an event like this, they want the kids to learn from it. So there was a brochure he had to fill out. It's a big questionnaire. He had to learn from all the exhibits. They had organized many different groups for all the kids to walk around the school intentionally so that they could fill out this questionnaire and actually learn and be quizzed on the contents of everything that they were seeing, right? Well, Terri insisted that she wanted Kyron to learn her own way and that she wanted him pulled out of that group. I didn't learn this in 2010. I learned this actually at our car wash this last year from Miss Porter, who came to tell me. I had no idea. That answered a lot of questions about the confusion in the very beginning about, was he in the talent show? Was he not? Was he at the science fair? Was he not? Did he go to a doctor's appointment? Did he not? Like, there was a lot of confusion, and that was intentional. As you drive out about, probably a mile past the school, you come to Sheltered Nook. And that is where my ex-husband lived. Or still lives, I should say. And it's on a 5-acre wooded lot. And you get to the house by driving up a dirt road. Okay? So, that first night, we brought in several canine teams and had searched the house. This is super critical, especially in a missing child case, to search the house as a secondary scene. And here's some of my law enforcement coming out, so sorry to bore you with the dry details. But you'll lose critical pieces of evidence if you don't investigate that house and search it many times. So here's a lesson learned, right? They didn't get on Terri right away. This is what's unusual. Terri had washed every stitch of clothing Kyron ever owned. Everything. All of his bedding, all of his clothes, his backpack that was at the school, washed. His coat, washed. All piled up on his bed. Not folded, but washed. Now, the canine teams are looking for a scent. We brought in several canine teams. And
here it is. She is going to talk about these washed clothes piled up on Kyron's bed.
And had searched the house. This is super critical, especially in a missing child case, to search the house as a secondary scene. And here's some of my law enforcement coming out, so sorry to bore you with the dry details. But you'll lose critical pieces of evidence if you don't investigate that house and search it many times. So here's a lesson learned, right? They didn't get on Terri right away. This is what's unusual. Terri had washed every stitch of clothing Kyron ever owned. Everything. All of his bedding, all of his clothes, his backpack that was at the school, washed. His coat, washed. All piled up on his bed. Not folded, but washed. Now, the canine teams are looking for a scent article. Right? Yeah. That's why that's critical. You gotta lock down the house right away. You've gotta search it. You don't let people in there to mess with your scene. It made it very challenging for us.
I cannot believe that Terri Horman decided to wash every piece, every article of clothing of Kyron's, including his coat and backpack that were left at the school that day. Wow.
I mean, who does that?
Right? I mean, it's just
Who washes backpacks? I just thought of that.
I actually would wash my kids' backpacks, like if I notice that they got like way too dirty, like if we went camping or you know what, something like that, to just when it gets kind of like messed up.
Well, I mean, I'd wash them down with
Purple,
like a sponge.
hey, Lady Boom.
You know, I'd wash
Nice
them
to see
down
you
with a
guys here.
sponge or a wash rag, but to put them in a wash machine, no.
Yeah, I just put it on gentle cycle. I would wash the kids' backpack if they got messed up or whatever. But yeah, I mean, to wash every single piece of clothing and his bedding and to just have it all stacked up on his bed the day he comes up missing. Thank you guys for joining. It's been a long time no see, Purple.
Connie, you do too, huh? Well, maybe I did. I just don't remember that far back. I don't know.
I'm just looking at the comments. Thanks everybody for being here. There's not very much left of this particular clip of her talking. I do have a few more. This is all from Crime Fest Northwest in Portland, Oregon, where Desiree Young spoke last Saturday, not this last Saturday, the Saturday before. I was salmon fishing and didn't get a chance to go. Kaylia had some stuff going on. We really wanted to go though.
We've even gotten heat in the media because of it, because one of these independent guys wanted to help us and bring out dog teams. Well, we weren't against it. We didn't have anything to give him. We had no.
Yeah, washing all these clothes and everything else. They don't even have any clothes to give these canines that come out to the house. You know, no scent article. No scent article at all. It's crazy. Hey, of the light, how are you? Thank you guys for coming in.
Scent article. Sorry, buddy, but we have nothing. Very challenging. That was Terri trying to impede the progress.
Yeah, Terri trying to do anything and everything she possibly can to hinder the investigation. Now she's washed everything. Another couple of things to mention about the washing the clothes and stuff, because they are in the basement. Desiree spoke when Rebecca Morris also spoke here at the Crime Fest. And one of the things that Desiree said was that when her mom, because they were at the Horman house for 2 weeks. They were here in Portland for like 2 weeks. And one of the things that Terri does is doesn't allow Desiree's mom to go downstairs and wash her clothes. Nobody was allowed to go downstairs unless Terri was with them. I found that really strange. Another thing that happened with the doctor's appointment was that Terri took one of the people that would come to the house and volunteer. She was a staff member up at the school. She was there at the house. Terri asked her if she would go downstairs and talk with her. So she went downstairs and she was like, do you remember that doctor's appointment that I told you about? Do you remember that? And she was like, no, I don't remember any doctor's appointment. And she said, yeah, you know, there was this doctor's appointment and it was scheduled. Could you tell law enforcement? Could you tell Kane about this doctor's appointment? And she was just flabbergasted with the fact that she knew she didn't know anything about this doctor's appointment. And now Terry's asking her to talk about this doctor's appointment, even though she knows nothing about it. And she lets Terri know, like, no, I can't do that. You know, I don't know anything about it. So why would you be, you know, asking somebody to lie for you to law enforcement and Kane about a doctor's appointment that never existed, but definitely suspicious, right? Hey, Ray Ray, thank you for coming in. Nice to see everybody. Hey, Buckeye, Mama, everybody from Purple's channel coming over here. She advocates for Michael Vaughn. She does Monkey Monday. Please go over and check out her channel. I go over there when I get a chance, and yep, always been welcomed over there. I met Purple when I started working on the Michael Vaughn case several months back. So show love and support there, please. Nice to see you guys all here. Thank you guys for coming over and supporting Kyron. This is our all-day event for Kyron. I have been live for almost 8 hours. It's Kyron's birthday. He would be 22 years old today. You're more than welcome, Purple. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate the support.
As we first got there that night, we pulled up to the driveway and we approached a mob. I can only describe it that way. But there were media vans, there were people with cameras, there were big boom.
Oh, already played that one. Hold on a second. I gotta go to the next video. I forgot what number I was on. Right? That is a lot of laundry, Carly. Could you imagine taking every article of clothing that you have in your room right now? I mean, if you have a child or even your own, out of your drawers, in the closets, like every piece of article is basically what she's saying. What? Is that not crazy? I'm going to have to just double check myself and make sure that this, I thought it was on number 4, so I'm going to throw it up again and listen to it for a second to see if I already played this one or not.
As we first got there that night, coffee, yeah. It was like she was hosting a party. Right? This is your deal. You go handle them. I'm on to the school. It was horrible. The exhibits were lining the hall. Everything from the day Ben said to me that day, that night, I just don't even know. But there were media vans.
Okay, I haven't played it yet.
There that night, we pulled
up no, not this one.
And we approached a mob. I can only describe it that way. But there were media vans, there were people with cameras, there were big boom microphones and lights, and it was a scene like I've never known, right? I'm just a business professional. I work in an office. I deal with really nerdy ladies, but I don't know what it means to be approaching people with cameras, and why do they want to talk to me? I don't know. So as I approach, I start stopping, and Tony's like, no, you drive straight forward. You do not stop, and you do not look at them. They will get out of your way. I was like horrified. Oh gosh, I'm gonna run over some camera people. But he was right, they got out of my way. As we drove up the long, it's kind of a rounded hill. As we drove up the long driveway and we started pulling in front of the house, the house, it kind of sits in a bowl, and so it's a big round circle, and everywhere you could see, there was land available, there was a car parked, there were people walking through, searchers yelling Kyron's name, dogs, you saw people in orange vests, flashlights everywhere, you could hear the helicopters overhead. That's, the scene, right? And I am just in awe of what I'm seeing around me. I'm getting out of the car and I just don't even know how to take this in, right? And my knees start to get weak, and I think to myself, this is hell on earth, and I have no idea what I just walked into. And it was a voice from out of the dark, but Tony's like, honey, Because I started walking off. I'm gonna go search for Kyron, right? No, I'm going with them. And Tony says, no, honey, we gotta go in. We gotta go talk to people. No, we don't. No, I'm arguing with him. No, I'm gonna go search for Kyron. No, you go handle the people, right? This is your deal. You go handle them. I'm on a mission. He's like, no. We gotta go inside. Okay. So I go in the house, and it's a scene again like I've never seen before. There's cops everywhere, and I was thinking, why is everybody in the house? You know? I mean, gosh, I'm praying that they already searched it by this point. It is 4 hours later, so hopefully that's the case. But yeah, it was packed full of people. I can't remember how many business cards I got handed to me. I can't remember how many people shook my hand. I can't remember all their names. You know, it was crazy. But what I do remember is Terri walking up to me in that moment. And it's chaos, and I'm bawling my eyes out. And she walks up and she goes, you know how I am. Gosh, we have food. I've got coffee. There's a casserole. Oh my gosh, we have a great coffee cake. Because you know how I am. And you know, and then she starts talking about one of the cops there. Oh, he just loves coffee. So, you know, I had to brew some coffee. And even though, you know, Kane and I don't drink coffee, but, you know, he really needed coffee. So I went ahead and went through the trouble, brewed coffee.
I just can't believe that she's sitting here playing this, like, here's some coffee, here's some food. I mean, who there's going to even want to eat when there's a missing child? I mean, as a mother, I would never be able to put anything in my mouth with my child missing. I know that because I get way too nervous. But here Terri Horman is going around the house trying to feed coffee cake, give coffee, acting like a housekeeper or something instead of the mother of a stepmother of a missing child. It is just absolutely crazy to me that she could be acting this way and washing the clothes. The washing the clothes. Oh my God.
Yeah. It was like she was hosting a party. And I was thinking to myself, what in the world just happened? I just walked through a twilight zone. I don't even know what happened. I couldn't even fathom eating at that moment. I couldn't even fathom functioning or articulating a sentence. And all I could think of was, I need to go over and hug Kane. And I need to make sure that Quinn is okay. And I need to figure out who has the answers of this mess of people. And I don't know what this lady is talking about, but she needs to get out of my face. And then she hands me the photo. The photo of Kyron in front of the exhibit. And I can't tell you, in that moment, I wanted to rip him out of that photo and just save him and run away. But the one thing to note is, isn't it crazy he picked that shirt to wear? CSI, I think it's just crazy, right? Yeah.
See, Terri even mentions that CSI shirt that I mentioned earlier that Kyron was wearing, that so many people have talked about before in the past. She actually mentions it to Desiree Young. Isn't that, you know, crazy that he's wearing that CSI shirt? I feel like, I mean, it's my opinion and how I feel and what I think, but that is crazy that she even mentions the CSI shirt to Desiree.
Ah, it's crazy. That shirt. Yeah, isn't that neat? Oh, I can't tell you. I was so frustrated. This is the house. not super complex, it's kind of small, but it sits kind of up on a hill. When we first got there, there were no blinds on the windows. Everybody could see in. Everybody. Even the cops out in the front that are searching and you're going potty. Everybody can see it. So, of course, media are very aggressive. They want to help. Okay, sure. So they're peeking in the windows. Well, thank goodness for that, because then I finally got privacy in the bathroom. Because the FBI said, you know what, we're going to go run down to Home Depot. We're going to go get you some blinds for your windows. We're going to put that on the federal government. You don't need to worry about that. We're going to go take care of that stuff. And so thankfully, we got blinds up on the windows. But the media were coming up along the hillside there, peeking in the windows, trying to get all of our briefings, which were out here. You don't see it because we had a canopy out there set up with all of our chairs. That was where we were getting our regular briefings. Here's some search scenes. This kind of indicates to you how the terrain is. It's very challenging. Very challenging. We've had broken bones, we've had bee stings, we have had everything. You name it, we've had it on our searches. We also used horses and ATVs. It did help us in some of the rough terrain. And they're super awesome. I believe that law enforcement was determining whether or not we were involved at all. They came to us after a couple of hours of being there. And I truly don't know what time it was. I kind of lost track of all of that. But they came to me and Tony and said, hey, you know, we want you to go to the school and be interviewed. And I remember thinking, like, we're driving ourselves? Like, I could, if there was something nefarious going on, I could just drive off. So I think they had determined, obviously, that we were not involved. And I didn't know that at the time, but I'm questioning their protocol. Like, really? This is a thing? Huh. But they asked us to go to the school to be interviewed. So we drove down there. I now think it was intentional. At the time, I didn't understand it because I'm just Kyron's mom. I think probably Tony was aware, but I was not, right? They wanted to get our reactions. They wanted to see, as we saw everything, how we were feeling. It's like a temperature gauge, right? So as I walked into the school, it was horrible. The exhibits were lining the hall, everything from the day. And I started to feel that feeling like the world sitting on my chest, and I'm gonna puke and I'm gonna cry and I'm gonna pass out all at the same time, right? And I can't function, I can't walk, my knees get weak, and Tony is holding me up. And he's just trying to get me to walk, right? And then I look up and I see Ben Kiefer, the principal, coming toward me. And so Tony's wondering who this is, and so I tell him, this is the principal. And he goes, oh, okay. I truly don't remember what Ben said to me that day, that night. I just don't even know. I think he offered me his hand. I just remember thinking, God, it's gotta be like 2 or 3 in the morning, and the principal is here for Kyron, right? I was impressed and relieved a little bit that his principal would do that. It was important to me.
I think it's so awesome that she talks about Ben Kiefer, the principal, staying there all day and how much it meant to her, and how awesome to hear that the principal stayed at the school all day long and into the wee hours of the night when Kyron was missing, and was there to talk to Desiree. And she goes into the school and all she can see is all of the children's science fair projects and everything else. And she says, like, she felt like she was just going to drop. Thank God that Tony could pick her up. I mean, could you imagine going into the school, seeing all the science fair projects and everything else, and realize that this was the last place my son was seen? She talks about her son's case with such grace, and you always used to see her when she talked about it on news broadcast and stuff. She was always breaking down. She was always crying. She still does do that. Don't get me wrong. But when she gets up and speaks in front of a room of people, she really keeps her emotions down and stuff. But it's so amazing to see her out here advocating for her son. It's so amazing to just watch her do what she does, because this is what she does all over the country. She tells Kyron's story, and she advocates for other missing children as well, and helps parents, get together and figure out what they need to do when their child goes missing. And then she teaches law enforcement how to deal with parents while their children are missing. Amazing, amazing work she does.
So they separated Tony and I into different rooms. We went to the offices. And shoot, way over. Anyway, they separated us into different offices, and we were interviewed. And I offered up everything. You can have my phone, you can have my computer, you can have it all. I have receipts. I know everything I did that day. I still can tell you what I had for lunch, right? And I offered it all up. And they asked me, do you know anyone who could do this? Oh, goodness, no. Goodness, no. Like, I don't know anybody who could do this. But they did ask me about my ex-husband and his wife. I just, we're co-parents. I don't know, I truly that night did not know, but I did tell them, she's lying. She's lying about the school and everything that day. So, wherever that lands, right? I was being objective. Tony told me to. So I watched the strategies of our law enforcement team, and they selected Will. That's not his real name. Attractive guy, her type. He was awesome. He was hand-picked. It used to make me angry when you'd come to the house to take her for interviewing, because she'd come out all freshly showered, red lipstick, makeup on. This is a person that didn't get out of yoga pants, right? She had jeans, red tight top, heels. Heels. I didn't think she owned heels. She comes out ready to go for an interview. And I'm thinking, are you serious right now? I can't even get my stuff straight to get in a shower, let alone do all of that, right? But she was getting ready for her interview. I know now that was an intent.
Law enforcement knows how distraught a mother, father, step-parent would be of their missing child. They would not expect you to come in for an interview dressed in high heels, tight jeans, and a red blouse with lipstick. Who would even think about putting on their makeup at this point?
I wouldn't.
Not me. I'm probably going in PJs if I can even get my ass out of the house, because there's two things going to happen to me. I'm either going to be fall apart, depressed, not showered, hair not combed, in my friggin' PJs, laying in my bed, bawling my head off, or my suck it up underwear will be on up past my head, and I would be out looking for my son. One or the other. It would depend on how my anxiety took over, or both. Look all day for my son, back in bed crying, bawling, depressed, and ugly, lying in my bed. The fact that Terri is going to the gym a few days after Kyron comes up missing, by the way, that she is getting dressed, that she is moving on and doing all of these things while Kyron's missing. I mean, 3 weeks later, she's having a slumber party with a friend and she's sexting somebody. Who does this kind of shit? It's crazy.
I mean, if you look back on her through all the videos you've shown today, there was not one of them that she was dressed up like that.
No, she really does just dress like yoga pants and t-shirts.
Yep, coming out of the grocery store, all of them. She was not dressed up like that.
Good point. Thank you for pointing that out. It's so true. She is always just dressed casually. She's hardly ever dressed up. Every now and then she'll post pictures of her and her new husband, you know, going out or something for the night, and she's a little dressed up. She's wearing makeup or whatever, but still, you know, it's just so telling to me. Kyron's missing and she's getting dressed up for interviews. Oh my God.
I have to make a good impression with the detectives.
Yeah, I got to look like Supermom.
Yeah. Okay.
Because she'll go around and she tells everybody, you know, that she was the caretaker of Kyron. She was the one who took care of him. You know, Kane worked at Intel, but he came home at a certain time every day and worked from the office at home. She wasn't home with those kids all day, every day, like she wants everybody to think. And she wasn't the greatest mom either, because we've heard her son, James, talk about the abuse that he endured, spankings with kitchen utensils, being grounded to his room all summer long without anything, no toys allowed to play with, no books, no nothing, would have to have permission to leave and go to the bathroom, would have to be called out for dinner, could not leave his room. And I'm not joking when I say an entire summer. And he said it was like that every time he was grounded. And earlier you hear Kane talk about the fact that she was wanting to give out these extreme punishments to Kyron and the other kids, and he wasn't having it. So what were those extreme punishments? He said none of them were physical towards Kyron, but Kane wasn't all too honest with everything in the very beginning of exactly what was going on in the house. He didn't talk about her drinking or them arguing or wanting to split up and everything else. So is he being really honest? And I'm not calling Kane a liar. I love Kane. I think he advocates great for his son. I'm just saying, is he leaving bits and pieces out? And if not, what was she doing to Kyron when Kane wasn't home?
Well, there you go too. And I heard those videos from her son. I think the last time he did the all day live, and I'm sorry, but as a parent who is divorced, remarried, my husband now did not have the right to spank or hit my children.
Yeah. I mean, and there's a lot of people that are like that too, with either new boyfriends or girlfriends or step parents or whatever. But Susie actually here brings up a good point. She may have just wanted to flirt with the detective, because
say something about that.
Susie really brings in the truth here, because Terri is famous for using her sexuality to get the things that she wants. That's how she got Dede to do what she had Dede do with Kyron, because they had a physical relationship going on. And in my opinion, Dede was in love with Terri, and she used her sexuality to use Dede.
What?
Oh, yeah. There was a physical relationship between them. Desiree has talked about it for years, that, yeah, I mean, in the house alone for the 11 days, I'm sure they were doing something together, but there was a physical relationship. It was found through their cell phones.
Oh, wow. Now that I did not hear.
Well, and here's another big thing people don't know about either. Dede Spicher was in her 30s when she got her very first boyfriend. She wasn't even with him for very long. And when they split up, she told him, I will never be with a man ever again. I'm pretty sure she has been in closet for quite a long time. And you just never came out. Maybe it was because of her, her parents or whatever. And I am not bashing. Please do not think that I am bashing anybody that's gay. My son is gay. So there's that. I'm just bringing up facts here. And that was one of the things that was mentioned. She had her very first boyfriend in her mid-30s. And
Susie says she's out now.
Oh, yeah. That's because this retreat that she went to, they support a lot of the LGBTQ community and stuff. And this retreat is actually ran by LGBTQ, I don't even know how to say all that, but what is it? and I really should know how to do it.
LGBTQ, I don't know.
LGBTQ. Anyway, yeah, that retreat that she went to had gay women there. So I don't know if that means she's out now, if that's why she was there, if she was actually learning something else there at that retreat. But yeah, Dede Spicher has only had one boyfriend her entire life, and I honestly believe that she fell in love with Terri Horman and that Terri used her sexuality to get her to do what she wanted, because that's what Terri does. LGBTQ. I said it right the first time. My son would be proud of me right now. I'm just learning all of the new, ways, genders and stuff and everything, because it really confuses me, and I want to make sure that I get it right, because thank you, May. I just want to get it right and learn about it, because it's not something that we had that was going on when we were young. Anyway, let's finish this video up.
Okay.
And then she does a Q&A at the very end, which gives some just really mind-blowing stuff.
Intentional move by law enforcement, right? This was our first press conference. They had arranged with somebody in the community, a church that was right across the school, or from the school, to host all the press. That was critical for our case. There was a lot of media, and you got to keep them corralled, right? But this was where we were staged. Over to the left, you can see Mary Lindstrand. She was our PIO. She helped me in the very beginning with all kinds of stuff. I had no idea about media. Standing up in front of cameras, oh my gosh, I wanted to die. I didn't know about any of that stuff. She was critical to us. We still use her tools today. One of the, it was a couple months in, we had a really bad day. And your PIOs need to be connected to news updates and stuff. Well, the lead detective, Mary, didn't update me. But somewhere in the United States, I believe it was Maine, I might have that wrong, but they had found a little boy who had been murdered. No one gave me a heads up. I get a call from a Medford news station. And she starts describing a child that sounds exactly like Kyron. And I am having a heart attack. I am losing it. I am at work and I am losing it. They found Kyron. And she starts to realize what's happening. And she's like, oh no. No, it's not Kyron. Would have been handy for her to open with that. But no, it's another boy. I'm calling to get your reaction. That, and in the first several weeks, we would get phone calls from Fox News on the East Coast, 2 in the morning. Well, I'm not sleeping anyway, but I'm going to grab the phone, and he'd block his number. And I told him, do not block your number. Law enforcement does that. You're giving me a heart attack before I can even get on the phone. And it's just the media asking for an update. That's not a thing. We're in Oregon. Don't call me at 2 in the morning, right? And then we had Willamette Weekly. They would come into press conferences and constantly push that tabloid thought process. They wouldn't focus on Kyron or the facts. They were focused on all the dirt, right? And so we ended up having to make a really hard decision and asking them to leave press conferences. They were not welcome. And I say this because to this point, that difficult decision, I still have never granted them interviews. I won't. Because you have to stay true to the facts, you have to stay true to Kyron, and you have to honor him. And those are the rules that I have upheld. Even though I have waged the biggest photo campaign to keep my son's face out there, I select certain people that are trusted for that. And that's important, because if we don't get our child's face out there, we're never going to find him. So we have to keep him in the news. As heart-wrenching as that is, I have to keep his face out there, and I have to keep his story out there. And so we always pick KGW. I love KGW. They're awesome. They always cover honestly on the facts, and they are critical to us. Kyle specifically, he has been covering it since day one, and he is great. There's Mary. I'm still friends with her today. She went to the academy with Tony. I had no idea, but she was the one that called me by law. Yeah. It was a rough start. We've also searched off the island based on phone pings that we got from Terry's phone. Thank God, bless her heart. She put everything in writing. She was always on that phone, computer, everything. We have tons of evidence. I specifically launched a civil suit for Kyron, trying to get Terri to compel her to get her to tell us where Kyron was. It had to be dismissed because law enforcement wouldn't give me the file, and it would impact missing children after me, which I was not wanting to take on that onus. So I had to dismiss it. But the one thing that it did do is it helped us to identify Terry's friend Dede Spicher. It helped us to identify the telephones that they were using, the throwaway phones, to communicate with each other after Kyron went missing. And she did help law enforcement locate them. She had tossed them, but she did help to recover those. And we now know the DA back in 2012 offered Dede Spicher full immunity. I didn't know that then. We now have found evidence on those cell phones that Dede did this for Terri. The only thing we need to figure out is where is Kyron, right? And we need to hold Terri and Dede accountable. So it's critical. So what's next? I'm gonna keep searching for my son. I'm gonna keep holding pressure on Terri. She lives in Clear Lake, California now. And we were just down there last weekend. And the community there is awesome. Super supportive. They put all of Kyron's flyers up. We only had one neighbor that apparently is Terry's friend that didn't really like us being there. She asked me, what about forgiveness? I said, oh, yeah. I will absolutely forgive her as soon as she brings me my son. Totally, I'm on it. So ask her that. You want to bring me my son? Yeah. But everybody else was super supportive. And we're planning a little visit to Klamath Falls for Dede Spicher. We're gonna put some pressure on her too. So that's what we're up to, and this is the new flyer for Kyron. He would be 22 on the night. And it's crazy to even think about. He's still 7 in my mind. We still have his trike. And we still have his basketball hoop, and he's still a little kid to me, you know? But then again, my 30-year-old who's gonna be here later, I just can't even. But anyway.
Now she'll go into her Q&A, and then that will be all of this particular part of the Crime Fest. Rebecca Morris spoke at the Crime Fest. There was another Q&A with Rebecca Morris, Quinn, Desiree's son, and Desiree, which I did not record, which I'll be coming back on and talking about that at a later time, because I want to do like the whole Crime Fest thing all together in one live. Yeah, one of Terry's neighbors said, have you heard about forgiveness? Yeah, what? No. We don't forgive people that do bad things to children or take children away. Oh.
I was talking about down there. She was talking about, I don't know if it was TV stations or whatever, that they were denying access to some of the.
Oh yeah, because there was a couple of news stations that were digging in deep and telling dirty stories about the family members and stuff, and some of the dirty secrets that are already out there, like Kane cheating on Desiree when she was pregnant with Kyron and got together with Terri. That was one of the things that ends up getting put out there. And that is true. But there were other things going out that were not true. Like the possible that Kane may have had some kind of involvement. There was so much so, actually, Kane and Tony had gotten together and made some of the press leave because they were posting, you know, either starting rumors or posting false information, or just weren't in the best interest of Kyron. It was all to make a buck. Right. So she won't even still to this day report with some of those people and with those certain press because of how they did and how dirty they treated the family in the very beginning.
Well, why would you?
Yeah, exactly. And you know, I mean, I could go on about some stuff, but I wanted to talk about facts and not rumors during this live. But there was a lot of stuff that they were saying, and you're just like, wow, where did you get that? Where did you get that? So this is the Q&A that she did. Susie is saying, I don't know how she keeps her composure knowing that Dede has done this for Terri. Oh my goodness. I know. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know how she does it either, Susie. But yeah. I mean, I think all the advocating that she does for her son helps her heal. And I think that's why she keeps going and going and going.
Does anybody have any questions? I know we're over on time. I'm so sorry, but
I mean, even the fact that she was talking about, you know, she still has Kyron's basketball hoop and tricycle.
Yeah,
it's so sad. There's so many things in this case that's just so sad. And, you know, she I don't know if she still does, but I know for years she had Kyron's water bottle that had his initial on it on the top of the lid in the back of the refrigerator. Nobody was allowed to touch it. Nobody was allowed to remove it from the refrigerator. It could actually still be there. I haven't heard of it ever being removed or not. You know, she even had to rearrange the bedroom that Quinn and Kyron had together, because it started almost looking like a shrine to Quinn and started to bother him. And, you know, so she had to deal with that too.
But does anybody have any questions for me? Yeah.
Well, do you believe Kyron is dead?
You know, as his mom, every time the phone rings, I hope that it's the phone call that tells me he's not. I hope that I get to bring him home. I do. It's really hard to know what I know and still hold on to that hope, but I do. But I know a lot. And unfortunately, I don't think Terri was that nice to him that day. We've seen it in all of her emails and other communications. She hated him. And so unfortunately, I don't believe she allowed him. It's hard for me to even say, but yeah.
Desiree, how did they decided early on she had given it away or given it to somebody?
Yeah, we had.
How did they come to that conclusion?
We ruled out all 400 parents that were in the school that day, all but Terri. We have ruled every sexual predator, every person in the neighborhood. We have ruled out every single person except Terri. She's the one that is not clear. Yeah.
But if she made an arrangement with somebody online who wanted to buy it.
We never saw any evidence of that. We have evidence in the truck, the bed of the truck, physical DNA evidence. We have.
Well, she's talking about physical DNA evidence that was found in the truck. It was blood DNA evidence. It's talked about in the book, and that was Rebecca Morris that asked this question about whether or not Kyron could have been sold or trafficked. And here's Desiree Young saying pretty much that's not possible because they found this DNA in the back of the truck.
Things missing from the house that she used. We have the injury to her leg from that day. We know that we have photos on those cell phones of, we have the picture of it. We don't know where that picture was taken.
A picture kind of after the school?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys all heard that, but I have a little clip, because I clipped just that little section, because Desiree's talking about this evidence. She is talking about the evidence that they have. She mentions the evidence, the photo. She says, we have a picture of it. Doesn't say what it is. Then you hear Rebecca Morris say in the background, a picture of Kyron. She says a picture of Kyron after the school. Desiree says yes. Now, what I'm not understanding, and I am not clear because it is absolutely not clear to me, is she saying there's a picture of Kyron? Is she saying there's a picture of the area where they might have put Kyron? But she is definitely saying that there is a picture that was found on these burner phones, and this is the one we talked about earlier that connects Dede and Terri to Kyron's disappearance. Let me play the clip. It's just the little clip that I put because I turned up the volume. I added some closed captions, even though it doesn't pick up Rebecca Morris and what she says in the background. You can hear Rebecca Morris and the question that she asked. So now that I've told you, she'll start talking about the phones. Where's this at? Here it is. She'll start talking about the phone. She'll mention something like, we have a picture of it. And then Rebecca Morris in the background says a picture of Kyron after the school. And Desiree says yes. Here's that clip.
Evidence in the truck, the bed of the truck, physical DNA evidence. We have things missing from the house that she used.
Physical evidence in the back of the truck. They have the evidence from items from the house.
We have the injury to her leg.
They have the injury to her leg, the injury that we talked about that Terri Horman had at the bottom of her leg, that they call a gash.
From that day, we know that we have photos on those cell phones.
Photos on those cell phones.
We have the picture of it.
We have a picture of it.
We don't know where that picture was taken.
We don't know where that picture was taken.
The picture kind of answers.
Rebecca Morris. A picture of Kyron after the school. Desiree says yes.
Yes.
I'll play that last part again.
Kind of answer the school.
Yes. That picture was taken.
The picture kind of answer the school.
Yes.
That's what I'm hearing. Is that what you guys are hearing? That's what I'm hearing. I have probably played this part over and over and over and over. I don't know how clear it is for you guys on the other end.
It's clear.
But I am hearing Rebecca Morris say a picture of Kyron after the school, and she says yes. So what picture is this? Is this a picture of Kyron of after the school? What were they doing in this picture? Is it and we have a picture of it. We just don't know where the picture was taken. So is that like a picture of Kyron and a picture of the place where they might have put Kyron? Was this like a proof to one or the other that he's gone now, that this picture's being sent to the other person? And tell me this, because this is where I'm pissed. If they have this kind of evidence on burner phones that they know were used by Dede and Terri, why are they walking free?
I was just going to say that. If they have that type of evidence, why are they still walking free 14 years later?
Like, if they even have a picture of Kyron sitting in the back of the truck, time-stamped, after school or after 8:45, they know Kyron is with her, even if it's not a picture of him unalive, because it very well could be a picture of him alive, and I'm not saying it's of him unalive. I'm wondering if it is or not, but this is crucial evidence that she is telling us about. She's already told us that Dede Spicher took police to where these burner phones were, that the police were able to find the burner phones. They've been able to use technology to get stuff off of these phones. And now she's actually talking about what the pictures are.
I would say, just my opinion, I would have to say it's not a picture of him, quote, deceased, because if they had that type of picture, I think they would have went to court. They probably have a picture and a timestamp that he was with her after school.
Yeah, I'm just, what in the heck is these pictures? What is she talking about? I wish now, after watching this, I didn't know they would be doing a Q&A. I really beat myself up for going salmon fishing instead of going to the crime fest, because there were a few questions that I actually would have wanted to ask. I probably would have gasped and probably been flabbergasted by this, and I would have had to just probably ask questions. Yeah, Carly says, why isn't that enough? I'll never understand the whole case, why these two are still walking free. I give her way more credit than myself, because I'd be on her like, why? Oh,
White on rice?
I already know.
they want the smoking gun. They're because of double jeopardy laws, because everything is circumstantial. I mean, granted, I think they could win with the circumstantial, but
well, and the other thing that Desiree mentions is that they were ready to arrest Terri. They were ready to arrest, and then the Casey Anthony thing happened, and she was found not guilty. And it was because they moved forward to charge her without the body of Casey Anthony's baby. And she said after that happened, everything was on a standstill. Everything. I mean, it's just crazy. It's absolutely crazy. We need to play a Kyron video. I can't believe here 8.5 hours already, and I still have a ton information to share with everybody. I mean, because there's just so many layers to this case. So many layers to this case.
I'm still agreeing with you.
Alrighty. Yeah, I don't understand why it's not enough, but I'm not really understanding what these pictures were. I wish it would have been like a more clear answer, but I do know Rebecca Morris says a picture of Kyron after the school, and she says yes. So we do know some kind of picture exists of Kyron after he leaves the school. So we know he left with Terri.
Yeah.
For a fact now. We had witnesses before that said they walked through the parking lot towards the truck, but now there's actually this picture that puts him with Terri after the fact. If I'm understanding everything, that's exactly what it is. Here is our sweet Kyron. It is his 22nd birthday today. Happy birthday, Kyron. And thank you all for being here, for joining us, for being here all day. This is our birthday wish for justice. It's our all-day Kyron birthday event, and I am just so thankful for my members, subscribers, my newbies. I love all of you. Thank you for being here. Just look at all of the Kyron love. Thank you guys so much. I know his family loves and appreciates every single, Kyron follower. Desiree talks about him having thousands and thousands of followers. And I appreciate you so much for being here, for supporting Kyron, for supporting us during our all-day live for Kyron. If you have any information regarding Kyron's whereabouts, if you saw something on June 4th, 2010, you've always wanted to say something, but you just feel like you can't. You're scared. You're worried. It's okay. It's okay to call the tip line, because your tip could find Kyron, could save Kyron. Your tip could put TD and Terri in jail. Your tip is what Multnomah County Sheriff's Office needs, and the tip line phone number for that is 503-988-0560. Thank you guys all for being here. So, let me take down this banner real quick. And since we were talking about evidence, they found more evidence in another search that was done by K9 a while back ago. And it was 3 years after Kyron disappeared. These K9 units came from New Mexico, and they did a search, and they are pretty sure that they found some evidence. Yes, 22 big ones. 22 years old Kyron is today. Here's that K9 search.
Was 7 when he went missing in Portland in 2010. His stepmother was the last person to see him, and since then, no new clues have turned up. But the group Special Operations Inc. K9 Forensics out of Edgewood says it found items this weekend that could help.
Standing behind Desiree Young, the mother of Kyron Horman, who's been missing in Oregon for 3 years, volunteers with the New Mexico K9 search team say they hope their efforts this weekend have helped.
We were asked by the family to come out and do a search.
The Edgewood-based group spent Saturday in Portland with 7 cadaver-sniffing canines combing the rugged terrain where some believe Kyron may be buried.
It was simply me wanting to find my son.
Kyron's stepmom, Terri Horman, was the last person to see the boy. On the day Kyron disappeared, her cell phone was tracked to the rugged area that teams searched this weekend.
We covered many acres, some very harsh lands. We feel it went very well.
It's at least the 3rd time crews have searched the area, but this time the New Mexico K9 team found something new.
We did make some evidence for them as well.
The team can't say exactly what it found, but detectives are now reviewing it. And with some success helping find victims in the past, the team says it's important they share their work outside of New Mexico.
We have the resources to keep these cases going. We can keep it going. You know, they don't have to go into a file, and they can only get looked at so often.
It's work that's appreciated by many.
I will forever be grateful that they came to help me. And I know that if Kyron was here, he would say, "Thank you very much."
Yeah, I wish I knew what they found. I wish I knew where they were. I mean, I know in one part of that they talk about where so many people think that Kyron is buried. Well, so many people think that Kyron's buried on Savvy Island. I hear that all the time. You know, because they started concentrating their search, their focus onto Savvy Island after Kyron came up missing, not very long after. It was like 11 days into it, or on the 11th, and they're over there on Savvy Island. And I've got some information about the Savvy Island to share. Let's see. Here it is. Desiree Young. I know, I want to know what the hell they found too. Like, what did they find? Desiree does a search in 2015. Well, there was so much talk, okay? I just want to kind of explain this before we move forward a little bit about Sauvie Island Bridge, and the fact that there was a camera on the Sauvie Island Bridge. There was way back in 2008 before they started doing the construction on the bridge, but there wasn't during 2008 all the way up to 2012. And the reason that I know that is because I found out that there was no camera on the bridge myself. I don't even know that Desiree or Stacy knew about it. The public was upset that they kept focusing on Sauvie Island. Why are people, why did they keep searching Sauvie Island? If there was a bridge camera, they would have seen her coming on or off. Like I said earlier, there was talk about the red Mustang being on Sauvie Island by a witness. I don't know if it was that earlier that week or not, but they said on June 4th, and everybody just kind of thought like it can't be June 4th because that's when Kane had the Mustang and she was driving the truck. Well, maybe the person just kind of had their days backwards. Maybe it was earlier that week. There was footage, though, given to investigators by somebody on Sauvie Island. It was for private footage, and we'll get into that in a second. But the reason why I started looking into it was because I was frustrated. I was frustrated looking into this because if there was a camera on the bridge, why is Multnomah County Sheriff's Office allowing Desiree to go in 2013, 14, 15, looking on Sauvie Island? I even mentioned to Detective Tabor, why are the grand jury, sending investigators and searchers to go back and look at Sauvie Island in 2017? It doesn't make sense to me, because if there was a camera on the bridge, you guys would know whether or not she went over there. You'd be able to check license plates and this and that. Well, I found out that there wasn't a footage. And Terry does get a little bit defensive when you mention or talk about Sauvie Island. So I'm going to throw up this video. This is a search that Desiree Young did at this particular spot. I knew the spot from the sign that was in the background. I do too, Connie. I tear up when I see Desiree cry, any mom cry. It's hard for me to watch some of the stuff and keep from being so emotional. But this is a search done on Sauvie Island. I knew because of a sign that was in the background. I go over to Sauvie Island to pumpkin patches and stuff, so I knew exactly where Desiree was when she did this search.
Before you start that,
hi everyone, it's Samantha with Kyron.
Could you explain to those of us who don't know what Sauvie Island is?
Oh my goodness. So, Sauvie Island is 24,000 acres. It's 15 miles long. It's 4 miles wide. It's almost the same shape and size of Manhattan. It's 12,000 acres, and some of it is part of like a wildlife area, and it sits on the other side of the Multnomah Channel, and it's just a bunch of farmland and wildlife.
Okay.
And right off of Highway 30, Terry says she was driving down Highway 30. And in this video, you'll also see the Multnomah Channel. You'll see the Sauvie Island Bridge. But Sauvie Island is just a big piece of farmland, wetlands, and everything else. It was just like one of the most searched areas besides the school and Kyron's home. I really feel like they did so much over there on Sauvie Island, and they do this because Terry's phone pings on Highway 30. There's no cell phone tower on Sauvie Island, but the cell phone ping of Terry's that goes off on Highway 30. We all know a cell phone tower ping could be out 20 miles or whatever. But I guess they have a strong ping or something in that area, and that's why they look so closely to Sauvie Island, because there's water, because there's marsh and swamp areas. Divers went into the Multnomah County. There's houseboats that were searched. People were asked for any home footage that they may have had on the houseboat. They searched the waters underneath those boathouses. They searched the Sauvie Island Bridge area underneath it. Like maybe she'd driven over it and tossed something out or something. I know at one point they pulled up a rolled up rug that sonar was able to pick up in the water, and so they took it out of the water and unrolled it because they were wondering if Kyron was maybe rolled up in it. So Sauvie Island is just, it's a huge island. We go there, there's pumpkin patches, all kinds of little festivals and stuff that they put on, little farm stores that sell wine and jam and, you know, that kind of stuff. A very beautiful island. The Willamette River or the Columbia River, I can't remember. I think it's the Willamette, also travels the far side on the opposite side of where the Multnomah Channel is. And the Multnomah Channel meets up with the Willamette River, and everything else all meets up with the ocean. There's a lot of people that have wondered whether or not she put him in the water and then maybe his body just traveled out to the ocean.
Oh boy.
But there's so many twists and turns in the water to get that way. Most bodies usually, you know, end up floating over to the side and are found. I believe that that's what have happened if she would have done that with him. Yeah, when we talk about Sauvie Island, it's just, you know, could she have weighted him down and put him in the water? Did she go on the land and put him somewhere? I mean, there could have been so many things she could have done because there's so many bodies of water in that area anyway.
Thank you for
Here
that.
we go. Oh, you're welcome.
Horman case revisited. I'm in a parking lot on Sauvie Island, and I'm here today because Desiree Young did a search for Kyron in 2014, and this is where she set up to do that search. Coin 6 News did a report, and in that report they say that dog teams sounded an alarm in this area. We were able to determine this because
that's the one thing that I found so interesting. So here they have dog teams, not one, not two, but more, the plural here, dog teams sounded an alarm in this particular area.
Because of the sign in the background, in case you're wondering why my camera is pointed that way. It's just a crazy little sign, and we were able to determine that this is the parking lot where she was standing. And we are pretty much directly underneath the Sauvie Island Bridge. So if you cross the bridge coming from Highway 30, you take your first left and it brings you straight over here to this parking lot. And there's this hillside, and that goes over to the river, I believe. I'm going to go ahead and go climb it and check out what's on the other side. Okay, so I'm up the hill. That's what the parking lot looks like from up here. There is a lot of farmland over there. Like I said, really underneath the bridge here, there's a residence house over here to the side, but a lot of farmland going forward on this side of the river. There are tracks I can see where you can actually drive up here, and it goes pretty far heading west, but there's no boat ramps on the side of the river right here, and there are across on the other side and a bunch of boat houses. I know they have searched these waters directly in front of me before. They actually pulled up a rug at one point and unrolled it to see if Kyron was in it, but I'm assuming that searchers were done over here to search along this side of the river bed. Coin 6 reports that teams of search dogs sounded an alarm. So that's not one team of dogs. That's 2 or more. What did they, what kind of scent did they have? Was it a scent for Kyron? Was it a death scent? We don't know. It wasn't reported. This area where she searched wasn't even reported. We were just able to find that out because of the sign that was in the background. So here we are. This is the search area. It wouldn't really make sense to be searching over there in that farmland, because if you were to travel further up Sauvie Island Road, there are roads that would have taken you back into that farmland. And I know that they did do searches out there in that farmland, but it makes more sense that from this parking lot, they were probably searching along the river. There's a gate right over here that comes up for vehicles to come up, in a path that comes up this hillside. I just climbed up in the grass, but I just wanted to bring everybody here to show another search area. And Desiree Young also mentions that she found something in this search, and she doesn't say what it is. They're looking for that one key piece of evidence to prove whether Kyron's dead or alive, or that one piece of evidence that connects him to Terri Horman. So if you have any tips whatsoever, or you know anything about Kyron Horman and his whereabouts, please call the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. The tip line number is 503-988-0560.
Kyron Horman continued today on Sauvie Island. Kyron's mother, Desiree Young, held a press conference this afternoon to address the search. She says dozens of volunteers and multiple dog teams looked for the missing boy in areas where other dog teams have sounded the alarm. She wouldn't say what they found because of the ongoing investigation, but Young says they continue to find evidence in the case.
We have lots of evidence. We just don't have that final thing, the final answer. It's frustrating. It's not a stranger that walked into Kyron's school and took him. It was someone in our trusted circle.
So I'll pause right here and answer a few questions. Tim, sorry, Susie, I know you're using Tim's account, but I don't believe that there was a work vehicle, because the only cars that I've ever heard of are the Mustang and the truck. Yeah, that's all I heard. I know they took both vehicles in, had them searched thoroughly several times. Those are the only 2 vehicles that I've ever heard. And Carly, are you saying that it's the Columbia that the Multnomah channel, or the channel runs to? And please share your catfishing spot with me. Are you talking about the channel? Are you talking about on Sauvie Island? Because I know if you travel one of those roads, it goes all the way around and dead ends into like a parking lot, a muddy parking lot. And I see people fishing sometimes in there. Susie, I'm so sorry that you were heartbroken about the photo. I was too. I cried for a little bit after that one. Collins Beach, I think. Yeah, maybe. No, it wasn't a beach where I'm talking about, but I want to know where this catfishing spot is. I love catching catfish. I want a channel cat so bad. I don't even know. Me and my dad used to go down to Florida Morge, a place here in Vancouver and Florida, and even my brother-in-law still tries to catch channel cat down there. A matter of fact, we've talked about that here recently. Catfishing's fun. So right where this green sign is where the camera is now on Savi Island, and they have two cameras. One faces one direction, one faces the other, and that way they can see who's coming on and off the Savi Island Bridge. And Multnomah County Sheriff's Office was actually who did this, or Multnomah County, because of all the crime that was going on, drinking and driving, partying on the beach on Savi Island, everything else was going on. So they were trying to keep track. There was actually some kind of a motor vehicle or motorcycle accident or something once that the camera footage picked up and was able to solve because of the camera. But this is a picture of Savi Island Bridge in May of 2010, and look, there are no cameras there. Matter of fact, May 2010, right there.
Your cell phone.
The hill she is on is the Multnomah Channel. The other side is the Columbia at the nude beach called Collins Beach. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was Columbia or Willamette. Okay, got that backwards. So on the north side of Savi Island is where the Columbia River. So the Multnomah Channel then goes into the Columbia River. Columbia River goes out to the ocean. You know what? Now that I said it just like that, I knew that. So, Susie, I know, sweetheart, it's sickening. We are in so deep in precious Kyron's case for sure. He was just so sweet and innocent. Yes. And unfortunately, Terri and Dee Dee were monsters. So this is the Dr. Phil show when he asks her if she was on the Savi Island Bridge or on Savi Island. Just look at her reaction. We're going to talk about Savi Island for a second because she does not like talking about the Savi Island Bridge. She doesn't like it.
Is this where she pees herself?
She does pee herself on the Dr. Phil show. Let me tell you the story real quick, okay? We had this woman on here. Her name is Lori Oliver. She is friends with Terri Horman's ex-boyfriend, Joseph Cristobal. And he's down in California. So it was a boyfriend after she got down there. I don't know how to tell you this as fast as I can. So he knew nothing about Kyron's disappearance, didn't know that the woman that he was dating was the stepmom of a missing child. She decides she's going to go on the Dr. Phil show. And the only way she would go on the Dr. Phil show, according to what Joseph told Lori, was that if he sent her the questions that he was going to ask her ahead of time. So she's in the house, she's practicing these questions, she's asking herself these questions, and Joseph says she's answering them, changing her answers to them. She's practicing while she's washing dishes, while she's in the tub. This is also very suspicious already, right?
Right.
Joseph finds out about Kyron because she's going to go on to the Dr. Phil show and has to tell him because she's about to be on national TV with a story. So he finds out about Kyron. Then they go to the Dr. Phil show. Well, I don't know how many of you guys have ever watched the Dr. Phil show, but you guys can obviously see how flustered she is, how upset she is, how she can't do like her wording. She can't do anything on the Dr. Phil show. She's just not got it together. Well, that's because when she got there, Dr. Phil didn't ask her the questions that he sent her.
Oh,
he started asking
sweet.
new questions. So according to Joseph, she pissed herself because she was so nervous. I don't know if she did that after she walked off stage, if she did that right there in the seat on the Dr. Phil show, and it was something they had to clean up afterwards, but she peed her pants
Oh my God.
She peed her pants. So.
I'm sorry, but that is kind of funny.
Dude, it's hilarious. She pissed her pants. She could not get her answers right or nothing. She was a nervous wreck. She looks more guilty on the Dr. Phil show than she almost does in her news conference. And just her face, the way she puts her face and everything, the way she talks, her mannerisms screams, I'm guilty. I'm lying right now. You know? So this next piece, Dr. Phil asks her about the Savi Island and if she was over there, and listen what she says about the bridge. Now, Terri lives right around the corner from this bridge. So when Kyron comes up missing, she knows, or when he disappears, when she takes him, she knows that they're doing work on the Savi Island bridge. She knows there's no cameras going over the bridge during this time. And listen what she says about it.
Your cell phone pinged at the Savi Island the day of the disappearance.
That's not true.
Boom. That's not true. Right off the bat. That's not true. Look at her face. She's pissed off. She don't even want to talk about Savi Island.
And you say that because there's not a cell tower on Savi Island, to your knowledge, right?
Right. There is a.
Are there cameras on the bridge to Savi Island?
There is one to go. There's one bridge to go over, and there's cameras on it. And then I was not on any camera.
So if you had crossed that bridge, you would be on a camera.
Sure.
Your car
Yes.
would show your camera crossing the bridge, and,
Yes.
and we would know when. I mean, it's a fairly narrow time, and the police have never produced a video of you or your car crossing the bridge to Savi Island.
Correct.
Lies, 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 and lies. I mean, even the look on her face just screams lies. She was like, that is not true. Immediately. And anytime anybody brings up Savi Island Bridge, she freaks out about it.
She looks angry.
Yeah. I am personally, now that I know things that I know, I really am starting to see Savi Island Bridge or Savi Island, the possibility that that's where she went. That that's where either she went with Dee Dee, where she dropped Dee Dee off. I don't know if she was there when whatever happened to Kyron or what. These are just my opinions and my theories. But I'm really starting to believe that Savi Island is a place of interest. I mean, just 7 years ago, just 7, well, I guess that it's half the time he's been missing, but just 7 years ago, the grand jury themselves, 7 years after he's missing, the grand jury says, you know what, I think you guys should go search Savi Island again. Desiree Young is here. She's doing a search. She said she found evidence, and the evidence was based on the fact, and they went there based on the fact that dogs had already alerted in this area, and they're back there at Savi Island.
Tommy, I agree.
Yeah, and the way that she gets so self-defensive about it too is just crazy. And she swears up and down she wasn't over there. Now,
And there's not a cell tower on Savi Island.
Right.
this is Stacy Green from Kyron Horman World Soldiers. She said, I had a lot of questions about this, so here's some confirmation. Confirmed. Private footage was turned over to police in 2010 from Savi Island. This is Kaylia messaging me or tagging me in a post because we did a lot of emailing. We called a lot of transportation places. I actually found out my information from a librarian, believe it or not. Confirmed with Multnomah County dot, the cameras were not installed until 2012. There were no cameras on the Sauvie Island Bridge in 2010. I'm disappointed that this misinformation was spread for so long and believed as fact by so many. Dr. Phil should have done better research, but I can see how a detail like that could be overlooked. We all have overlooked it for years. Thank you again, Samantha, for uncovering this. And it was just something that bothered me. It just bothered me so much. Why are you guys doing so many searches? If you guys had a damn camera on the bridge that could have proved her going over or not going over, why do you guys keep searching? Like, I just wanted answers, and I found the answers. Multnomah County Sheriff's Office spokesman Lieutenant Mary Lindstred chose words carefully. They are looking for items. I can't give specifics, and I have to be careful in what I say here, she said. They are using a sonar to see if there's something that they need to check. And she talked about other things that they were searching for. She was speaking about Sauvie Island.
In an email exclusively given to Fox 12, a Horman family friend writes to another friend that same day, talking about a recent conversation with Terri. The friend says, I was talking to her in general, just to say, how are you? Any way I can help, I will, etc. And she ended up telling me about how they are still very focused on Sauvie Island and telling me that she was driving down Highway 30 on the day Kyron disappeared, etc. But she doesn't know why they are focusing on the island. I don't know. It is all weird. Where is the boy?
Hi, everyone.
Let me go back to
Fox 12.
The boy.
About how they are still very focused.
Yeah, where is the boy? Here you have a person gives this email is given to, the press, and this person is having a conversation with Terri. And this says, I was just talking to her in general, just to say hi, how are you? Any way I can help, etc. And she ends up telling her about they are searching, or they are still focused on the Sauvie Island, and telling me that she was driving down Highway 30 the day that Kyron disappeared. But she doesn't know why they're so focused on the island. If someone's contacting you to just talk to you in general, you all of a sudden, she's just paranoid. She's wondering why they're on Sauvie Island. That's what I'm seeing here. And yeah, she says that I was driving on Highway 30, so she actually places herself somewhere else, but she just does not want to be placed on the Sauvie Island. Now, I know of other searches that have been done. They searched a parking lot where I believe they were looking for garbage in the garbage cans, things that may have been like if she was disposing of something. And then I know that there was another family that talked. Their entire so many people's properties got searched, but this one in particular, because this search was so not talked about until people on Sauvie Island started getting a hold of the press saying, hey, they're doing a search for Kyron here, because they do a lot of searches and keep them, in secret. They do not want anyone knowing where they're searching, where they're looking. We don't want to run into another incident like Michael Vaughn's case where the body is actually moved at some point. Some people believe that he hasn't been found because maybe they went back and have already done that with Kyron. I don't like talking about that because I just, and like Connie is saying, the boy name is Kyron. And that just reminds me, like some of these people, they cannot say the names of the people that they harm. They use the word boy. We know Stacy Wandra did that a lot. Yep. None of those suspects could say Michael's name. It was never Michael. It was always the boy or, what else?
The kid.
The kid. They can't talk about it. So I just put together this Sauvie Island piece because I just wanted everybody to hear not just my theory, but their focus and how it turned so quickly on Sauvie Island, how much they searched Sauvie Island, how big Sauvie Island is. You know, I'm not necessarily sure what drew them to that area except for her ping. That's the only thing I can think of, because it pinged at 11 a.m. on Highway 30 somewhere around Sauvie Island, either outside of Sauvie Island or in. They don't know, I'm sure, because it was a ping, unless that footage that was handed over shows her actually going over. That's what I'm curious about. But we're not privy. Searching as late as 2017, still grand jury requested that search. That's what I'm saying, Zane. That's exactly what I'm saying. 7 years later, and they're still searching over there. They start their search over there. They're ending their search over there. They get footage from over there. We already know, because we're in this area. Anybody from this area knows how long they searched Sauvie Island. And then, still searching in 2017. Most of Desiree's searches in 2013, 14, 15 was all of Sauvie Island. And where dog teams alerted in 2014. That's why she went, or 2015. That's why she went there. So, it's crazy to me. And Terri Horman is not a good person at all. She has had so many multiple different crimes since she has went, to California. Let's see. I can show her criminal history. I can show how she changed her stories. Let me look in this change story file and see exactly what's in here. I've already shown the baby Michael. Oh, we already went through all those, actually. Good. I'm glad.
My biggest pet peeve is when people refer to a missing child as that kid, that boy. It's like they have a name.
Yeah.
And it just grinds me really bad.
I mean, there may be times that I call him a boy, but he was a little boy. You know what I mean? In that aspect. But I totally get what you're saying. I want to talk about Terri Horman and her criminal ways, because she's not changing. Like I spoke about earlier, this boyfriend that she had, Joseph Cristobal, that ended up really bad and ended up in a domestic violence situation where she took a knife to Joseph. Here's this clip. You guys got to hear about this.
And stepmom is facing additional charges in California. Terri Horman is accused of domestic violence. Her former boyfriend has filed for a restraining order. He says she threatened him with a knife. NBC5's Elizabeth Ruiz has been looking into these latest updates.
That's right. She joins us live with more from the former boyfriend, as well as reaction from Kyron's mother, Elizabeth.
Craig and Natalie, Kyron Horman went missing back in 2010. His stepmother, Terri Horman, has never been charged or named as a suspect, but she has continued to be a focus for investigators. Now, the new charges are throwing Horman back into the spotlight.
I think that her time is running out, and I think she knows that. We're getting closer and closer to her, and I think that she, rightly so, should be scared.
Kyron's mother, Desiree Young, has long been suspicious of Kyron's stepmom, Terri Horman. Horman appeared on Dr. Phil earlier this year to explain she doesn't know what happened to her 7-year-old stepson after he disappeared from his Portland area school. For a long time, Kyron's case was the only reason people heard about Terri Horman. Now, though, she's back in the news, facing charges and a restraining order in California. Earlier this week, NBC5 learned she's accused of stealing a handgun from her roommate in 2015, then failed to appear in court. Now, we're learning a judge is ordering a temporary restraining order on Horman for claims of domestic violence. A Sacramento man who describes himself as Horman's former domestic partner says, "I'm fearing for my life. I don't even know what she is capable of doing. She put a kitchen knife to my face and threatened something is going to happen to me or my family if I spoke to police. After learning about her latest claims of domestic violence, Young told us in an email, "I'm extremely concerned that someone else will be hurt by Terri Horman before she is put in jail." She goes on to say, "I believe that we need to hold her accountable for all that she has done up to now. She needs to know that she is not above the law."
And what's even more telling too is that Joseph Cristobal has said, she held the knife up to him, threatened his family if he spoke about Kyron. And it's because he brought Kyron's name up during a Thanksgiving dinner in November of 2016. And Terri got mad about it. And I know this because this is what Lori Oliver was telling us. Now, also, Joseph Cristobal had Terri's computer at his house. The press came to his house, and so did Lori. It was one news broadcaster who came to the house, and a reporter came to the house, and they all looked through this computer, okay? Well, then the computer was turned over to law enforcement in 2017. Now, in 2017, we know that law enforcement gets a hold of new evidence on a computer. Well, I believe that computer that they say they got new information off of was the computer that Joseph Cristobal had that was of Terri's, that had information on that they are getting their new evidence from. And to answer your question, Susie, I'm not sure if she did or not. I'll actually have to look to see if Terri's mom calls him that. Oh, excuse me. I did not mean to yawn. Ashley, why didn't she go to jail for that? I don't understand. So there was just the domestic violence and the knife issue. I know that Joseph talked to the police, gave them information. He could very well just be using him as another, person to, if Terri gets arrested, to come in and testify. And he was also asked by Terri on another murder for hire toward Stacy Green, the woman that runs World Soldiers, one night too. There's so much with Joseph Cristobal. We've got big things coming with him soon, I hope. And then let me see. So then we have Terri's gun charges. She was never found guilty for these gun charges. This is a gun she stole. She was supposed to go to court for. She didn't go to court. She got a warrant for her arrest. Then she stole a car. A year later, she gets pulled over driving this stolen car, and the stolen handgun is in the glove box, and she's arrested on the warrant. Can't make this shit up.
At 5, Kyron Horman's stepmother arrested on an unrelated gun charge. It is the latest strange twist in the Kyron Horman story. Good evening, everyone. I'm Nina Melhoff.
And I'm Joe Donlin. Thanks for joining us. Terri Horman is facing that gun charge in California and is scheduled to appear in court later this month. KGW's Kylie Bushey broke this story earlier today. And Kyle, we're just hearing about this now, although the crime allegedly happened in August of last year.
Originally, this case didn't stand out because Terri Horman was using her maiden name. She's listed in court records as Terri Moulton. She's been living in Northern California, just outside of Sacramento.
Kyron Horman's stepmother is back in the spotlight, but this time not on national TV. Instead, her face captured in a mugshot. Terri Horman, who also goes by Terri Moulton, is facing a misdemeanor gun charge in California. Police say Horman stole a handgun from her roommate in August of 2015. Records show she failed to show up for her arraignment, so a warrant was issued for her arrest. She's since been booked and released by deputies just outside of Sacramento. Earlier this year, Horman appeared on the Dr. Phil show. She said she doesn't know what happened to her stepson. Kyron Horman disappeared on June 4th, 2010. He hasn't been seen since.
Investigative reporter Kylie Boshi has been following this case. Kyle.
Well, the defense didn't call a single witness during the two-day trial, including Terri Horman, and it appears they didn't need to. The jury found Horman not guilty. She was accused of stealing a handgun from her former roommate in August of 2015. The prosecutor in Yuba County, California, tells me she spoke with the jury after the trial and they were, quote, unsure if she intended to permanently keep the gun.
Unsure whether or not she was going to permanently keep the gun. Nobody called I cannot believe she got away with the stolen gun. It was a year later. How did they not know whether or not she was going to keep the gun? She'd already had it for a frigging year. A year. She already had it with a warrant for her arrest. She is obviously not giving back this gun. What problems did they see? What problems did they? I don't understand how they could come to the conclusion that we could not come to a conclusion on whether or not she was planning on keeping the gun. What? She had already kept the gun a year. It is so frustrating. Ashley, I get told this all the time. You know, people are always wondering, like, who does Terri know? Why does she always get away with everything? There's no corrupt law enforcement here. I don't know if it's just her luck or what. I hate even calling it luck. Like, maybe they're not arresting her because they want to arrest her for Kyron. I don't know. No, I know that's not true. But yeah, it's absolutely crazy to me that she gets away with everything. And she's even still 14 years later getting away with Kyron's disappearance. It's insane. And in 2005, she got pulled over drunk down the I-5 corridor with her son, James, in the vehicle. She was 3 times the limit of alcohol, 3 limit of alcohol in her. And yeah, she, you know, I believe DSHS got involved in that and child endangerment. I think that's why she was never able to be a teacher, you know, later on, because that's what Terri went to school for, was to be a teacher. That's what she wanted to be. So there's also that. And then we have the murder for hire plot that she tried to do in 1990 against her ex-boyfriend. This ex-boyfriend comes to Portland. They depose him. And like I said earlier, murder for hires in Oregon, there's no statutes of limitation. So here we have a 1990 murder for hire plot that they also will use against Terri when she's arrested.
Detectives in Roseburg are investigating a murder-for-hire plot involving Terri Horman.
The crime allegedly occurred decades before Horman's stepson, Kyron Horman, disappeared. But the case is attracting new interest from police.
KGW investigative reporter Kylie Boshi has been working this story for the past month.
Details of this alleged plot have never been made public before. The plot allegedly targeted Terri Horman's then boyfriend. Over the past month, we spoke with him by phone and in person. He declined to go on camera, but on both occasions, the man recounted the same story involving a prison inmate, Terri Horman, and a plan to have him killed.
Police in Roseburg are investigating a decades-old murder-for-hire plot involving Terri Horman. In an email to KGW, police say the case, quote, will be referred to the DA's office for review in the near future and remains open. The alleged plot unfolded in the summer of 1990, according to Horman's then boyfriend, Sean Ray. He said the young couple was having a picnic at a park in Roseburg when a strange man came after him with a gun. He came out of the bushes, explained Ray. Then Terri said, "He's here for you." Ray said he took off, no shots were fired, and he didn't report the incident to police. At that point, I was like, did that really happen? Said Ray. He broke up with Horman and moved out of town. The two never reconnected. But in 2011, police unexpectedly contacted Ray about his old girlfriend. Multnomah County investigators were looking into her missing stepson. Kyron Horman disappeared on June 4, 2010 from Skyline School in Northwest Portland. The second grader has never been found. Ray said that Multnomah County investigators informed him that a prison inmate had confessed to taking part in a murder-for-hire plot decades ago in Roseburg. The unnamed inmate independently provided specific details that matched Ray's account, said the former boyfriend.
Are you guys catching up with this? So there was a murder for hire plot. This guy that was going to do the murder for hire ends up going to prison. Joseph Cristoval talks to law enforcement when they contact him because this person that's sitting in prison said, hey, I was the one hired to do that, pretty much.
In 2011, Ray said detectives drove him back to Roseburg to identify the park where the incident allegedly occurred. He said he also testified before a grand jury in Multnomah County. Ray, who did not want to appear on camera, said he's frustrated that police and prosecutors in Roseburg haven't gone after Terri Horman.
Could the DA still prosecute this case even though it happened years and years ago?
Yes, there's no statute of limitations in Oregon on basically any kind of murder-related crime. And so, if the alleged incident occurred, it might count as solicitation of murder for hire, and there's no statute of limitations on that.
Criminal law professor Tong Yin from Lewis and Clark Law School admits this is no slam dunk. Prosecutors must prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt.
You've got two people recounting something that happened 27 years ago. Was it real? Was it actually a real gun? Was it a loaded gun? Was there actually an intent to shoot, or was it a practical joke?
This isn't the first time Terri Horman has been linked to an alleged murder-for-hire plot. In 2010, her then-husband, Kyron Horman, took out a restraining order against Terri Horman, claiming she tried to hire the family landscaper to, quote, murder me. Terri Horman denied the allegation. Horman, who now lives in California, was not available for comment on this latest investigation into a plot that allegedly occurred nearly 3 decades ago.
Just absolutely crazy. She is just getting away with everything. Desiree didn't know about Terry's DUI until after Kyron's disappearance. Yep. That is absolutely true. I remember she was mad about that. And here is Desiree Young. I got to, credit to Doug Bishop for having her on. This is what Desiree has to say about Kane's murder for hire.
He basically stopped cooperating, stopped doing interviews. It was about that time that we discovered through the evidence that she had tried to hire 3 different people to kill Kane in the year leading up to Kyron.
I'm speechless. So Terri has tried to hire someone to kill her husband.
3 different people.
3 different people?
Yes.
Not 1, not 2, 3.
Yes.
Before Kyron's disappearance?
Yes. It was a week prior to Kyron going missing, where she had reached out to the 3rd person. It was a landscaper. She reached out to him in a final attempt to see if he would do it for her.
Just 2 weeks later, Kyron's father moves out of the home he shared with Terri Horman, taking his 1-year-old daughter with him. Days later, KOIN6 confirms that Terri is a suspect in a murder for hire plot. Deputies believe she tried to hire a landscaper to kill her husband.
You could see it in the team. They were ready to go in and arrest her. They were. And when Casey Anthony happened, everything stalled. They backed up. The challenge with the Casey Anthony case was because they charged her before they had Kaylee.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the evidence in that case was not admissible because of that.
Right.
And that's what scared them.
As to the charge of first-degree murder, verdict as to count 1,
We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty, so say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, on this 5th day of July, 2011, signed foreperson. As to the charge of aggravated child abuse, verdict as to count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty, so say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, this 5th day of July, 2011, signed foreperson.
I get speechless when it comes to the fact that she is still walking free. Kaylee Anthony should have been in prison.
I will never understand that one.
I mean, even the look on her face, she is shocked her damn self that they just let her go, right? Yeah, Sally, 3. There are 3. 3. Can you believe that? 3. Isn't that just crazy to know that there's 3? It's insane. Yeah, whoa. It is so crazy that there are 3 murder for hires. The last one was a landscaper. And then here's the thing. There's this other landscaper. I actually found the clip. And this is the landscaper in April 2010 when Rudy Sanchez is still the other landscaper that she tried to get to hire to hurt Kane. This landscaper is found by police. Check this out.
TV reports Terri Horman actually posted an ad in the newspaper about needing a landscaper and may have allegedly tried to hire other hitmen. They report her ad said she was looking for someone to clean up a medium-sized yard. Was that code for something else like, hey, can you come and clean up my medium-sized life and get rid of my medium-sized husband? Lord. One Portland landscaper who answered Horman's ad is Zach Gallinger. In an Issues exclusive, Zach joins us right now. Zach, thanks so much for coming on. What do you think Terri was looking for? Tell us everything you know from the ad on. What was the ad like? What did you do?
I received the information on April 27th through a lead generation service I use, and I acted on the lead the next day, left a voicemail for Terri. I understood that she needed a yard cleanup of a medium-sized yard, and I left her voicemail, and then I followed that up with an email and never heard anything back. I tried again the next week, still nothing, and then just counted it as a dead lead and left it alone.
Well, you're probably lucky that she didn't call you back. Now, I understand you did speak with investigators. What was that like? What happened there?
About 2 weeks ago, I got contacted by the Portland Police Department, and they wanted to know how I was connected to the Horman case. I was pretty interested at that point as well, since I didn't know that I was connected, and I was able to find out that they were in my lead book, and Terri had requested services, landscape services, back in April, and I relayed that to the officer and figured it was a closed loop. It didn't seem like anything important at the time, just a detective doing his due diligence, and then about yesterday, I guess I learned about the alleged hit job.
What's really fascinating is that apparently this all started before little Kyron disappeared. But then after he disappeared and the original landscaper called police and said, hey, this is purportedly what she asked me to do, they put a wire on him. And then just a week ago Saturday, he went and met purportedly with Terri and an undercover cop, and they tried to tape the conversation, but she became suspicious and ended the conversation. Quickly, only have about 10 seconds. Your thought on all of that, Zach?
So yeah, like she was just saying, Rudy Sanchez gets wired up by law enforcement and goes to Terry's house, the Horman house, but there is also an undercover cop with him. And he's trying to get Terri to talk. He's there saying like, hey, I want my $10,000, pretty much. And she just gets suspicious. Well, Terry's not stupid. There's say you did try to hire this person to harm your husband, but then they show up with a stranger right behind him. I don't know anybody that would talk at that point. She already knows Kyron's missing. She's already being looked at. Now there's somebody, an undercover, behind Rudy, and he's starting to talk about this murder for hire stuff in front of them. Like they're just here to get information from me. I really think they failed that. I think Rudy, if they were going to wire him up, they should have wired him up and let him go by himself. And speaking of which, I don't know if you guys know it or not, but Kane also got wired up just a couple of days after Kyron disappeared and was wearing a wire. They wired him up. I mean, she went in on the 7th to take her first polygraph and she fails it. and she fails her second polygraph. And then she walks out on a third polygraph. And even though they're not, admissible in court, they're still used as a tool to determine deceit, to find deceit, to see if anybody, if there's anything here to look into. And she was the only one out of all four parents that did not pass their polygraphs.
Wow.
Yeah. Let me see what else I got here. We've got... Okay, I have gone over everything in here. I will throw up these search photos, though, while I'm looking for something else to put up, just to give you guys a visual of the search, where they searched, the people that searched, because, yeah, they even had helicopters and army and everything looking for Kyron. We've gone over the school, the I want to play this clip where Kane talks about her failing polygraph questions. The polygraph question. Tongue-tied. The polygraph questions that she was asked that she did not pass were all concerning Kyron.
There in your home and you think about the idea of Kyron being found. When you envision the idea of him being found, what do you see?
It's just exciting. It's a piece of our lives that have been missing for the past 5 years. Just having him come home and do the family thing for the first time in a long time.
I think other parents would look at this and go, how is he excited? How does he still have hope? We're at the wall of hope. Where is the source of that confidence that you will be reunited with your son?
Well, I think that's well stated. I would call it a belief. Because to me, hope is passive. Hope is just, gosh, I don't know what's going to happen. I sure hope it turns out well, as opposed to, I believe he's alive. It's a much different statement. And if you think about how much time elapsed where something could have possibly happened, in other words, how far could he have gotten with that one particular individual, it's not very far. And we've searched a lot of those areas. So if he's not in those areas, then where is he? And then the next question that immediately comes to mind is then who else was involved and who is he with? And I think I've said that to you many times since we've spoken about it's the same theory. It's never changed. It's who do we need to be looking for?
Is there something specific that leads you to believe he's still alive?
I think it has more to do with the searches.
Yeah.
So the searches, as they are looking for clues, they've found no clues. They found nothing. There's been, of all the searches conducted to date that I know of, both private and by the sheriff's office or the search and rescue teams, there's been no piece of evidence forensically linked to our case. So they found nothing. So he's not around here. So the question is, where is he?
Yet Kane says there's been no contact between Terri and their daughter.
What does that tell you?
It tells me everything I need to know. She's told us about the failed polygraphs, and when you fail 2 or 3 polygraphs, the percentages are really high. And when the questions are around your involvement with, taking him from the school that day, I think we know, we all do.
Kane says she never asks about her mom, and while there have been reports about Terri trying to change her name and find work down in the Roseburg area where she's living, Kane simply doesn't care what his ex-wife is doing. He's much more focused on his efforts still to find Kyron.
Yep, failing questions regarding whether or not Kyron was with her after a certain particular time, after leaving the school. I have something too that I wanted to share. Where is it? Oh. Did you guys know that Terri Horman tried changing her name? She couldn't find a job. The press had her out everywhere. She tries to change her name to Claire Sullivan. Here's the interesting thing about Claire Sullivan. First of all, she was denied by the judge to being able to change her name. Let me see. Let me find it. Claire, now in the book, let's see, Anna Pigeon novel, Nevada Bar Burn. It's the book Burn. There is a woman, and this is a crime, true crime novel or whatever, or not even true crime, a crime novel called Burns. Claire Sullivan is a woman who is wanted by the police for the murder of her husband and 2 daughters. Claire had fled Seattle after being blamed for an act of arson that claimed her family's lives. But before she left Seattle, Claire had found evidence that her daughters might still be alive, a part of the elaborate human trafficking scheme, and that her dead husband may have been involved directly or indirectly. This book, we know, because she does gives book reviews, we know that she ordered this book to read it, and she tries changing her name to Claire Sullivan, which is a character in the book Burn that is about a woman who has tried to kill her husband and 2 daughters. How friggin' weird is that? It's like everything she does has some secret something behind it, right? It's so weird. Yeah, and the injury thing is so dumb. She just completely denies any injury. Let's see. What else do we got? We know that the grand jury's been being used as a tool to collect information in Kyron Horman's case because they can collect more and better information by requesting information. So we do know that they have been being used as a tool up and as far as we can tell up till 2017. Let's see. What else do we got in the Doug Bishop file here? Yeah, Desiree Young talks about the polygraphs that she filled also. That's what I was looking for.
She came in from failing one of the polygraphs. She was visibly shaken by it, and she was scrambling to try and justify herself. She's bothered by it. Not the same way I think that normal people would be, just in a frenzy. And she's walking around the living room, and she walks over to me, and I'm sitting in a recliner, leans over the arm at me and says, "I want you to know I loved your son." And I heard it, and I looked at her and I said, "What did you say?" "I loved your son. I love my son. I love my son still. I will never stop loving my son. You said past tense, and
Yes.
I stood up and looked at my mom.
Past tense. I think you're muted.
And I was in like a moment of rage. Someone has to get me. I'm going to kill her. I had to walk out of the house. I couldn't handle it. I was at my limit. And Tony looked at me from outside and knew something was wrong. And he came up to me and I said, she said she loved my son. Past tense. She said loved, not love. She did something to him. And I hadn't slept in days. Tony thought I was being emotional. I said, ask my mom. She said that. That was her words. I'm not being emotional. I'm telling you, it's a fact. It got even more uncomfortable. She failed the second polygraph.
A second?
Yes.
With the FBI?
Yes. And
Sam, you're muted.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Yeah, I did not know that they use the FBI to do the polygraphs until I heard her talk about that, and that is just huge.
I can't believe she would walk up to the mother of the child and said, I loved it.
I know, and I just got done talking about that too, but I was obviously muted then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that you would have been able to hold me down after that one. Like, I would have freaked out.
they were able to get to another version of her timeline through that polygraph, right? And so as a result, we were concerned at that point. Tony said to me, they're not clearing her off their list. There's something wrong.
Yeah.
And so we all went into Kyron's bedroom, away from my parents, my son, and we went in there to talk. And Kane, Tony, and I confronted her. And I said to her, trying to appeal to her motherly instinct if she had one, think about it if it was Kiara. If it was Kiara and I was the last person with her, would you not want me to do everything humanly possible to clear myself? Would you not want me to take 5,000 polygraphs if I had to? If you have to take 11 polygraphs and it's uncomfortable, you do it, because we have to find Kyron. We hit her hard. We've all taken polygraphs. It's uncomfortable. That's all she vented about, how uncomfortable and awkward it was. They're mean to me. Absolutely, it's uncomfortable. I was scared to death that they wouldn't believe me, that I had nothing to do with it. But I passed because I didn't have anything to do with it. Because I have no guilty conscience. I love my son. She can't get cleared. She can't pass a polygraph because she's lying, she's deceiving, and she absolutely knew where Kyron was. And that's the question she failed. Where is Kyron? Did you have any involvement? Were you with Kyron after 8:45?
And she failed those questions?
Yes. And when they asked her to do a third, she walked out of the polygraph, got up and walked out, wouldn't finish it.
Wouldn't even finish the third. Got up and walked out. Failed too. She gets an attorney and never speaks to law enforcement again. Everything she has done speaks volumes of guilt, 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 and more guilt. I can't even. It bothers me so much, you know. I can't imagine what they go through knowing what they know. And they just sit on this information and they're just like, oh my God. This is what's out here. She just got done mentioning about how Tony, her husband, who is a detective down in Medford, he's retired now, but she mentions him and mentions what he says about, oh, they're on to her, she's not passing her polygraph, something's wrong, they're giving her another one. Well, here's an interview done by Tony where he actually talks about the reasons why he was seeing red flags and not being able to check off his checklist, which is important to me because he's a detective. And I have read some of the cases that he has worked on, and he has worked murders and stuff. So I just found it really interesting to hear from Tony himself.
Parents were gathered together, Kane and Terri, Desiree and Tony. Tony has had a unique perspective from day one. He's not only Kyron's stepfather, he's also a police detective back in Medford. And tonight, he's speaking out for the first time.
I was watching the investigation right from the start.
Tony says that first night, because he knows so much about how police operate, he was walking the family through what to expect.
I explained to each person that now our lives are not private anymore, that the investigators are going to want to know very detailed information about our lives.
That's when Tony noticed something unsettling. He says Terri, Kyron's stepmom, seemed to bristle at the idea that she would be questioned. When all 4 family members submitted to lie detector tests, Tony tells Dateline he noticed right away that something wasn't gelling for detectives because they asked Terri Horman to submit to a polygraph more than once.
I thought that something must not be right. Something must not be allowing them to check her off their list.
Isn't it possible, though, that she was just nervous that she didn't pass her lie detector test with flying colors because she was emotional or upset?
There's more to it than just that. The information that you're giving, does it hit your ear and sound right? Does it make sense?
She wasn't making sense.
Not from the information I heard from her.
She couldn't explain to them for about 2 hours worth of time where she was or what she was doing.
And there was something else that gave Desiree and Tony a sinking feeling that something wasn't right. They say Terri's cell phone records apparently didn't match up with where she said she was on the morning of Kyron's disappearance.
That, to me, is strike 2. That's huge. There's starting to be some structural problems with what she's saying at that point. And then it continues to stack up.
As part of the investigation's new focus, law enforcement distributed a flyer asking people if they had seen Kyron the day he went missing. But the flyer caught people's attention for another reason. It featured a picture of Kyron's stepmother, Terri Horman, and the white pickup she'd driven Kyron to school in that day, and even included the question, did you see Terri Horman at or near the school? Scratch the surface and a more complicated portrait of Terri Horman emerges. 5 years ago, she was convicted of drunk driving and pleaded guilty to reckless endangerment because her older son was in the car with her at the time. Kane says police informed him of a harrowing discovery. About 6 months before Kyron went missing, Kane's wife, Terri, had allegedly tried to hire a landscaper to kill him.
I didn't believe it at first. It was something that I couldn't even wrap my head around at the time.
There'd been no indication in your marriage that things were that bad or that she was upset with you?
No.
It was a pivotal moment for Kane, the moment he stopped trusting his own wife.
Do you think she is capable of hurting a child?
If you asked me before this situation, my answer is no. Based on what I know now, I don't know. I think anything is possible based on the way things have gone over the past few weeks.
Do you fear for your safety now, Kane, for your daughter?
I fear for my daughter.
Do you think that Terri has more information than she's told investigators so far?
Yes.
About where Kyron is?
Yes.
And so your message to her now is what, Kane?
Fully cooperate with law enforcement. Tell the truth.
When I heard that made the decision in my mind. At the fork in the road, we knew which road to go down. I absolutely believe that Terri Horman is responsible for Kyron's disappearance.
And I do too.
With help? Did someone help her?
We personally think that's the case.
Do you think Terri Horman planned to do something?
Something with Kyron?
To Kyron.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
For some reason, I just really like hearing from Tony. Yeah, name change. I was muted. I had to stop muting myself because I would just forget that I was muted. And I'm just looking for more things to show you guys. You know, Terri was just really good at being deceitful and conniving, and like I said, controlling this narrative. And she really was, what's the word I'm looking for? Controlling
Manipulative.
or manipulating
Yeah, that
Kane
better.
100%. Yeah, manipulated. Let's see. She has actually blamed the reason why she's being blamed on corrupt police officers from the Dr. Phil show. Here is this clip. This is crazy too.
Before you start that, sweetie.
Yeah.
I'm going to jump down. I hope you don't mind.
All right. No, I don't.
It's midnight here.
I was actually going to mention that earlier. If any of the mods need to go, you are good to go, because I know some of you guys are Central and East time. So, you guys are hours ahead, and I've already been on for almost 10 hours.
10 hours.
And I will be getting off of here soon, probably myself. I just have a few more videos and stuff I'm going to show. So thank you so much for joining me up here and being here and talking with me about Kyron.
Thank you for inviting me up, and I really enjoyed my time. I have to say, Sam, you are one hell of a woman that you have followed this case, and when you do presentations on it, they're amazing. Just super amazing. And you show the facts and not trash.
Yeah.
And that's what I love about your channel.
Well, thank you so much. That's what I believe. You cannot spread misinformation in a child missing case, because when you start doing that, those rumors, that misinformation starts getting spread, and then nobody knows what the truth is. And that's why we worked so hard when Kaylee came aboard, was just trying to debunk all the misinformation and rumor to try to keep it straight. But I really appreciate you for saying that. I love Kyron. I love his case. I feel bad for his parents, and I just want Kyron found.
Yeah, you have done so much work on this case. It's unbelievable. Very much appreciated. Very much.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
amazing.
you, Heidi, for being here.
And I look forward to interviewing you.
Absolutely. Would you tell us the name of, is that okay for you to tell us the name?
I'll give some information out because it's not up and running yet. Myself and 3 close friends of mine are starting a new channel. It's called the Misfits True Crime. And we're basically going to delve into cold cases.
I love it.
So I just started the actual channel today, as you saw, because I couldn't get on my other one on my phone. And we got some great stuff coming up as soon as we get everything settled. Crystal Rogers case, with all the updates going on there. You coming on with Kyron, and I believe there is one more.
Yeah, I'm
Oh.
excited about that. I love getting up on panel with people and talking about Kyron or any of the missing kids that I do. Yeah, I was honored that you asked me to come up. So, yeah, I can't wait. Keep in touch.
Yep. It's going to be a little bit before we get it on the road here, but we're going to do it the right way. Drama free, one and done, and just the facts. Just the facts.
I love it.
So
I love it. Thank you so much, Yaya, for
all
being
right, honey.
here.
I love
Everybody,
you.
I love you too, hun.
I'll be
Thank
in
Yaya
chat.
for coming up.
All right, I'll be in chat though.
All right.
All right.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye. It's so nice having people on. You get to run everything, across with somebody else or whatever. You guys are so sweet in here. Connie, yes, Sam, you are amazing. Thank you for all you do. Susie, we love you. Samantha so much. She is like family. She has such a beautiful heart. You guys are going to make me cry. I absolutely love doing what I do. I love working and researching the Kyron Horman case. I love researching the missing children, and I know we do Kyron so much, and we had originally planned on not stop doing Kyron, but stop doing it so much and start throwing in other kids. And I have actually been doing a lot of research on some other children and doing a Michael Vaughn live again soon too. But then Desiree came out and mind blown us with all of this new information that she started giving out. And yeah, I just started going crazy, researching things a little bit more, looking into stuff a little bit more because, like I said, we don't find out 14 years later too much new information. So when we do, we have to talk about it. Here's Terri Horman talking about corrupt police officers.
On center stage with Dr. Phil and tried to convince the world she had nothing to do with it. In part, she blamed Portland area police, who she said are corrupt.
There's a lot of political corruption going on in Portland with the law enforcement.
Retired FBI agent George Houston watched the show with me. He's not buying it.
That's ridiculous because even corrupt police agencies, when it comes to a little kid, will knock themselves out to find that little kid. This is just it's just unreasonable. She's asking people to believe things that are just not. It's like Dr. Phil says, it's bizarre.
Houston spent 22 years with the agency, then worked with Hillsborough Police for another 8. He's interviewed thousands of suspects and witnesses and watches body language closely. He quickly noticed that Horman talked in a flat, non-emotional way, even when she was saying how much she loved her son. It seemed to him that she was just going down a checklist.
At some point in going down that mental checklist on someone that you've lost and you love, there is going to be an emotional impact somewhere in that list that's going to break you down. This did not happen with her.
It did not happen with her. She literally shows no emotion for Kyron, his disappearance, nothing. So let's see. What else do we got here? Just looking through my files, everybody. I know I'm being quiet. It's getting late. I do have other things to show, though. Let's see. My problem is I just can't decide what I want to put up. Ashley, thank you so much. God bless you, Sam, for doing this live all day for Kyron and bringing awareness to his case. I had a friend join in today, and she couldn't believe all of the things about Terri and the case. That is awesome. Thank you so much. We thought you muted again. Yeah, I'm just being quiet. This is a clip from People's Magazine. Terri can't talk to law enforcement, but she can talk to People's Magazine and Dr. Phil. And this is just some of the stuff that she's talking about on the Dr. Phil show. Or People's Magazine, sorry.
This gap-toothed, bespectacled little boy is Kyron Horman, smiling in front of his tree frog project on June 4th, 2010, the day the 7-year-old disappeared, seemingly without a trace from his Oregon elementary school. His stepmother, Terri Horman, took that last photograph of him.
When you see that picture now, what goes through your mind?
Just to take him home. Just go home.
You see that emotion when she's like, just could take him home? That's real emotion that she's feeling right there. Almost possibly regretting what she knows she did with Kyron, in my opinion.
Did you have anything to do with his disappearance?
No, none. And I don't resent you asking that question, but it hurts my heart to even be asked. Every sense of the word, he's my son.
For the first time, Terri Horman says she's speaking out to set the record straight. It's an ABC News and People Magazine exclusive.
It's been more than 5 years since Kyron disappeared. Why sit down now?
Because the focus has been on me, and I should not be the focus.
Did Kyron think of you as another mom?
I'm mom. He referred to me as mom, and he would call Desiree Medford mom.
Terri says she's been Kyron's primary caregiver since he was 3 months old. The former teacher says she loved being a mom, especially being able to help with homework.
He was very proud of that.
Yes,
science.
We spent some time on that.
She says she watched Kyron walking towards his classroom around 8:45 before classes began that day.
I walked out the main doors by the buses.
That was the last time you saw him?
Yeah.
Kyron was marked absent from school, but wasn't reported missing until later when he didn't get off the bus home. Terri called the school in a panic.
I'm talking to the secretary. She says he's not here, and your heart just sinks. I mean, you're just like, how could he not be there?
Kyron simply vanished. The school had no surveillance cameras.
Kyron!
Oregon police quickly launched what became the biggest and most expensive search in the state's history.
We're gonna bring you home, buddy.
As the family pleaded for help, police seemed interested in Terri Horman, especially after she failed 2 separate polygraph tests.
Why do you think you failed lie detector tests?
Well, partially because of my hearing. I'm deaf in my left ear.
Why would being deaf in one ear affect a lie detector test?
Because I'm reading your lips as we're speaking.
Womp, womp, womp. Liar. 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 Because I'm reading your lips right now. Please. Is there a liar, like, button? Bzz, I need to make one. I need to find something that just is like liar, liar, pants on fire or something for every time Terri opens up her mouth and lies. The unfortunate thing is that you guys would constantly hear the buzzer because she lies so much. Like, really? You're deaf in one ear? Is that why you failed the polygraphs? Oh, good Lord. No, not deaf in one ear. No, not deaf. No, don't believe it. Reading lips? Don't believe that either. Dr. Phil actually holds up this little thing in front of his lips, this like piece of paper in front of his lips while he's talking to her, asking her if she heard all of the questions. Not his questions, but just kind of like testing her. Yeah, she knew everything that Dr. Phil was saying. No, we haven't done one in a little bit, Ashley. You're right. I will throw one up here in just a minute. Let's get through this interview.
Also,
Thank
I
you.
hadn't slept. I hadn't slept in days.
Did you at any time lie to police?
No.
A lot of people think if you flunk not one but 2 lie detector tests that there's got to be something going on.
Well, I think that they already had settled on me to be their patsy.
Terri says she left Skyline Elementary that day at 8:45, her 19-month-old daughter Kiara with her. She says she drove to a nearby Fred Meyer's pharmacy to look for a specific kind of medicine for Kiara. Terri says they didn't have the medicine, so she drove to another Fred Meyer's to see if they had it in stock. Then comes a period of unaccounted time many who have followed the case closely question, when Terri says she pulled over to tend to her fussy toddler.
I parked for a little while, for about a half hour, and I rocked her to sleep and got her to crash for a little bit.
So why pull off the side of the road?
She works best at the time, works best to be rocked to sleep.
Terri says that once Kiara was asleep, she began to drive around to keep her napping. Much of the media speculation about her whereabouts that day centers here on Sauvie Island, where police repeatedly searched. There were widespread but unconfirmed reports that her cell phone was pinging from that location during the unaccounted time.
Highway 30 runs parallel to Sauvie Island. I was on Highway 30.
You didn't go?
I was never on Sauvie Island, never.
1 month after Kyron went missing, Desiree Young came forward to the press claiming Terri had something to do with it.
We implore Terri Horman to fully cooperate with the investigators to bring Kyron home.
Then Terri's husband Kane files for divorce and a restraining order. In the filings, Kane writes that police told him they believe Terri was involved with Kyron's disappearance, even though publicly she was never officially called a suspect. But there's more. A bombshell accusation. Kane claims police told him Terri tried to hire their landscaper to kill him. In court documents obtained by ABC News, Terri's part-time landscaper, Rodolfo Sanchez, told police that Terri, quote, told me she wanted me to help her get rid of her husband. Terri denies that this ever happened and says Sanchez made up the story after she rejected his sexual advances. She was also never charged.
So you're saying this whole murder for hire plot was made up?
Yes.
And yet that was the basis on which...
Wait. She just said her baby fell asleep. Before she said she gave up because she wouldn't fall asleep. That is correct. She does in another interview or in an email that she says, no go, so off to the gym. You are correct. And here's my liar button for now. Womp, womp, womp. Liar, as the nose points out, like Pinocchio, and goes back in. That's all she does is lie. She has so many stories. You know, first it's like, I'm going on this long drive because I'm trying to soothe the baby's ear, going on this long drive to get her to sleep. I pulled over and parked for like 30 minutes. No. And, you know, I'm trying to get her to sleep. She finally falls asleep, so I drive all these ruled roads. I tried to get her to sleep. She didn't fall asleep, so off to the gym I go. And then she lies about the time that she gets to the gym because she says she gets there at 11:39 when she actually doesn't get there till 12:20, and she's on footage being seen. It's like all kinds of new evidence as they start investigating, start coming out, and her timeline just plummets and vanishes away. One little broken part at a time because she can't keep up with her lies. You know, that's why you shouldn't lie, is because you can't keep up with them, right? And being this nervous and being it with a child missing, I just think her anxiety, being nervous, or she's just really good at controlling the narrative. Don't know what it is. I do know she was controlling the narrative, but is she really that smart to where she's controlled it for, I mean, I know she's still just trying to control it, but I actually think people are starting to see through her shit now. Ashley, that is a question I asked myself too. Why did she take the baby out if she was sick? Makes no sense. If my child had an earache the way she has made it out, I wouldn't have went anywhere with her. Exactly. But we all know now that the baby wasn't sick. She had already taken her amoxicillin weeks prior to this, finished it, and was feeling fine. Terri says she took her to the doctor the day before because she was still showing symptoms and signs of like aches and pains. But then if that is true, why are you driving around in high elevations making a baby's ear pop? I hope and pray that she was just fine and that when her ears were popping, she wasn't even in more pain, because that's what have been happening. That would have been what was happening, you know. Let's continue playing more of her lies.
Daughter was taken.
Kyron Horman was granted a restraining order and sole custody of their daughter, Kiara.
I've lost 2 children in 3 weeks. 2 children.
Meanwhile, Terri's entire life became the subject of public scrutiny. Surprising pictures of her days as a female bodybuilder surfaced, as well as a mugshot of her 2005 DUI. Meanwhile, entire websites devoted to her supposed guilt cropped up on the internet. And in the midst of it all, it's discovered that Terri has been sending salacious texts to a male friend.
You're sexting with
Sure.
some random guy. It doesn't
Sure.
look good.
No, it doesn't. But
No, it doesn't. Really? No, it doesn't. She just answers that like it's just no big deal. Like, oh, I knew you were going to point this out. It's not a big deal. No, it doesn't. No, it really does not make you look good, Terri, that you were sexting 3 weeks after your stepson came up missing. Come on. I'm wondering if she was over medicating the baby. You know, she was going through an awful lot of Tylenol. I hope and pray to God she didn't do anything like that. I also hope and pray that the baby never saw anything happen to Kyron.
like I said, I'm not going to make an excuse for it. I'm
not going to make an excuse for it. I'm not going to make an excuse for it. I can't even handle this part of the interview. I just, you know, I'm not going to make an excuse for, I can't even handle it. I mean, what the hell? Can we not put past this monster?
own up to it.
Terri tells us she believed the police zeroed in on her too quickly in the investigation.
Why do you think the police have never charged you, called you a suspect, or even a person of interest?
Because they have exonerating evidence they have not shown the public. And
exonerating evidence that they have not shown the public, because she claims that her attorney has witnesses that claim that they saw Kyron at the school when she was not at the school. That is just not true. Because let me tell you, after 14 years, after she's been the main focus of the investigation, her attorney, an expensive, high-paid attorney, by the way, is just using this in grandstanding in the courtroom, saying that this is what he has when he doesn't have anything, honestly. Because if he had anything to prove that there were, like if he had witnesses that could come forward, that law enforcement, like they were actually credible witnesses, wouldn't he have produced them by now? I mean, come on. You would have produced them by now. Law enforcement would be taking a look at these witnesses. They would be able, to try clearing this or, finding it credible or not credible and moving on. Now, if law enforcement has found out about these witnesses and found them to be uncredible, that could also be another reason why she is still the focus. But there's no exonerating evidence that law enforcement has that could exonerate her. They're not going to spend their time, money, and effort 14 years later, still looking, still searching for Kyron if there was some other person that they could be looking at.
And they should come forth with what they know.
Terri says she told her pediatrician and later the police that she suspected something was off about Kyron in the weeks leading up to his disappearance.
I'd walk into his room and there were things he was doing to himself that would tell me that there was something wrong, that somebody may be touching him improperly.
So you're implying that maybe he had been sexually abused?
Possibly. And that was a concern of mine.
What's your theory on what happened?
That he was taken from school.
So you think a stranger came in and abducted him?
Yes. And there's pedophiles in the area. Definitely.
Investigators repeatedly
Yes, and there's pedophiles in the area, definitely. She makes up so many excuses. She mentions so many people, a stranger abduction, or Kyron may have been SA'd. It's all, you know, she just lies so much. It's crazy.
denied our request to comment on Terri's story, citing the ongoing investigation. But Desiree Young, Kyron's mother, says she is sure of her guilt.
I'm certain. I'm confident I would stake my life on it.
Desiree says the sexual abuse comments are a diversion tactic.
He was never abused. Very loved child. I think that Terri, and she's been doing this since he went missing, throws up other flags to try and detract from herself.
Desiree also claims that police showed her details that point out inconsistencies in Terri's story, the details of which investigators would not confirm with ABC News.
It was all her lies, all of her inconsistent stories, the different versions of her timeline. I will search for him until the end of time. I'm gonna look until he comes home.
Though he's spoken out against her in the past, Terri's ex-husband Kane declined our request for comment. He still has custody of their daughter Kiara, who's now 7 years old. Terri says she hasn't been permitted to see her in 5 years.
What would you say to her?
I've missed every moment with you. I can never get it back. I'm so sorry.
Terri tells us the court recently allowed her to start the process of reuniting with her daughter, but it's slow going.
What is that like, living as, quote unquote, a prime suspect when the authorities have never arrested you, they've never charged you with anything formally?
Not being able to get a job.
You're unemployable.
Absolutely. Well, I actually sold my car in order to purchase food, in order to pay her support.
Either you're a very convincing liar, or a grave injustice has been befallen you.
People can say what they want about me. I really don't care. My purpose is to find my son, to get my daughter back, to get my life back in order, in that order. He had not been at school that day and had been unaccounted for 6 hours. And nobody called me. And that's when the panic set in. If I could do anything differently, I'd keep Kyron home that day. That is something that you go back again and again. What if? I never harmed my son. I never wanted to harm my husband. And there is just so much information that is not being told to the public. Answer is no. I never harmed my son. I'm speaking now because nobody is looking for my son anymore. I want
Nobody's looking. Nobody's looking for Kyron. His parents have not stopped looking for Kyron since he disappeared. I mean, and she will say anything. The my son thing gets to me so much. I can't even listen to her say my son. Wasn't her son. It was her stepson. Wasn't her son. She never even treated him like a son, ever. Just like Connie's saying now, like, womp, womp, womp. Let's just remove this. Heidi reminded me when she posted something about up here about him wandering off. I have a video clip that I put together that just talks about, the different people, different things she has said about what she thinks happened to Dr. Phil. What happened to Kyron? Yeah, I'm getting tired. Let's see. Dr. Phil, right here. In front of me the whole time. And let's see. Is this one it? We will see. I think so.
There, you took this child to school.
Yep.
What happened?
We Normal day, just nothing out of the ordinary. Got to school about 8:15, I believe, and went to the classroom. He had his library books to return to the librarian, saw the teacher, the PTA president was in there, talked to a couple other kids, and there's the infamous picture I took of him standing by his poster. And then we walked, I mean, I can have because I have a detail, yes, that one.
There were people standing there with you
Yes.
that have nothing to do with the case other than that they work at the school that said, I was standing there when she took the picture. I saw her take
Yep,
the picture.
And the PTA president, she was there, and she actually had mentioned, yes, that she saw me do it.
The science fair was actually the day before.
Right.
You thought it was this day, but it was the day before.
Right. So we were told to bring the items on the 3rd, which was a Thursday, which was his diorama and his portfolio.
Right.
And so we took the truck, and then we went to do it then. And that was about 8 o'clock in the morning, dropped him off for that. And the teacher didn't say a word about, we were told to put them all in the corner. And so we put them all in the corner, and I saw the pile of other projects, and so I just assumed it would be the next day. She didn't say anything to me. I was all the way in the classroom with him at that time. So by the time I got there and take the photo of him in front of his project, I'm assuming that everybody's gonna do a tour, and then they're gonna do like their little presentations.
Yeah.
But that
It
was
had already been done.
Right.
So you weren't there for the actual presentation, but you saw it the next day.
Right.
Okay. Describe the last time you saw Kyron. Where was he and where were you?
I was at the top of the stairs. There's 2 levels to the school.
Right.
Okay, so his class is on top, and we had done our search around at the different classrooms, and then went down below because he wanted to see his kindergarten, 1st grade teacher to say hi to him before we were done. And so he went up the stairs by the office, and I went up the stairs that are by the gym, and then because I've got the baby and I'm Kiara's diaper bag. And so he beat me up, the stairs. And then he was going down the hallway. I saw him go. I stood at the top and watched him right at about as he got to his door, his classroom door. The back, last thing I remember is the back of his head.
Well, that was not the one that I thought, but that was the last time she says that she saw Kyron, which we know is not true now. She names off all of these crazy suspects. Let's see if I can find it. Thank you guys so much for being here. Wondering if I didn't download it. Boo. Because I worked on that for a minute. Or if I accidentally put it into a different file, because I just rearranged everything. I knew exactly where everything was, and then I started rearranging things and putting things into files and stuff to try to get like a hold on these hundreds of videos and stuff that I have. Let's just see. What's this one about? No, I know what that one is. Oh, I think I lost the one I was looking for. But she's named, like I said earlier, a suspect 0 that came into the school, asked Miss Matthews if he could borrow Kyron to go out to his truck to help him carry something back in. That's who they call suspect 0. Didn't exist. The man in the picture that was taken at the science fair that actually law enforcement looked in and ruled out and found out it was just another student's father. They've talked about him, David Durham, David Stinson, she has commented now about David Durham, even years and years and years of him being talked about as a suspect. She's never said anything, but now she's even pointing fingers in that direction. She talks about a man at a 7-Eleven store that did actually happen months prior to Kyron's disappearance. But on the Dr. Phil show, she actually says that it happened the day before Kyron disappeared, when it did not. That's actually what I'm trying to find right now. And that's why it's aggravating, because she talks about the 7-Eleven guy like it's so for real. And he existed, but yeah, not like she says. Is it in this file? Changing stories. Terry, suspects. I found it. I found it. Here we go.
Do you think happened to Kyron?
I think that somebody came in the school and took him. One of the exonerating things that our public's not made aware of is the day before, on June 3rd, when I was completely someplace else at the doctor's and at the gym. There was a man in a white pickup truck.
The day before, when I was completely somewhere else, I just think it's an odd statement to say, honestly.
Ford, and it was parked at 7-Eleven on Highway 30, which is near the school. He was acting very strangely.
Actually, I did forget about the Kyron video. We're almost done, though. I think I'm going to stop after this video. Then we'll pay the Kyron video, and I'll say my goodbyes and stuff. Thank you so much again for reminding me. I'm just mentally exhausted right now.
And he was addressed by one of the employees there that came out and asked him what he'd doing, because he'd been pacing back and forth in front of the 7-Eleven for about an hour. And he went over to find out what was going on, and the guy, I'm not sure what the entire conversation was about, but I do know from a couple of these witnesses that this man asked the employee where the nearest school was, and that employee told him Skyline, and this is the day before.
When actually the nearest school is on Sauvie Island. I've done a video on this 7-Eleven. Kaylee has even tried getting a hold of law enforcement and requesting the documents on this 7-Eleven. Nobody can find anything there about this 7-Eleven thing. I know that the 7-Eleven man existed because I was told by Detective Tabor that the 7-Eleven man did exist, but it didn't happen when he didn't say it didn't happen when she said. He said, but it happened months prior to, or weeks prior to, Kyron's disappearance. But she's saying that it happened the day before.
When after all this happened, another employee that was working there that day, she had contacted the police and said, hey, there was this strange guy here. We've got a tape of it. Would you like to come see it? The cops went over there, they viewed the tape, and she asked them, would you like the tape? And they said, no, we're good.
How would she know? How would she know whether or not this person at 7-Eleven asked or told law enforcement to come get this footage? How did she know about that? So randomly, she just starts making phone calls and asking questions or whatever. I just womp womp, lie. She's so full of crap. Oh, Susie just said she's so full of it. So in this, she talks about in the middle here, I left the school at 9 a.m. and he was seen with a man chaperone and 2 girls after I left. There she is, pointing fingers at the man, saying that there was no men on the chaperone list. That, and it was also highly chaotic, had to have been 300 people running around. So she's blame Mrs. Porter. She's talking about the chaperone like he existed. She has never yet sat down with a sketch artist, though, to, tell law enforcement this is what this chaperone guy looked like or whatever. And there's the guilty people. And then here, she is saying, seems like that would be a good question for the math teacher since she's the one that okayed it. No name or time given, so I couldn't tell you. Here she is pretty much agreeing about the suspect zero. This man that comes into the school asks Ms. Matthews if it's okay if he takes Kyron out to the car or truck, whatever he has, to help him get some stuff out of his vehicle. And she's basically agreeing with it that it actually happened. Like she knows that this actually happened, this math teacher, Miss Matthews, since she was the one that okayed it. Like she said, oh yeah, it's okay, take Kyron. Like a teacher's going to allow a child, one of her children, to leave the school with somebody during school. Do you know how much trouble a teacher could get in for that? It doesn't make sense. Let's see. And then do you know what information the teacher may have been given concerning this man? No, I don't. So she just agrees. Like it's truth when it's not. I need to take off the Dr. Phil banner here. Okay. Teachers do not do that, no. And what does she live in that teacher wouldn't have a career anymore? Or what world does she live in? No, the teacher wouldn't. You don't allow children to just walk out of the school with a man. I don't believe for 1 second that a teacher let a student out of her sight, to go with someone to get something out of a car or a truck. Yeah, I believe at one time it was mentioned that it was a truck. And then this question here, did the teacher's Miss Matthews say what time Kyron was asked to help the guy bring the stuff in? I have no information on this because it doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. She says here, nobody has been cleared past failed polygraphs or designated as a person of interest suspect by LE in any statements. I think people forget that sometimes. So when she says that, she's even saying Dede didn't pass her polygraphs. And this is all in regards to the fact that people are talking to her about Kane and Desiree as suspects, actually. And this is when she said, nobody has been cleared. Well, Kane, Tony, and Desiree may not have been publicly cleared, but they're cleared. They're working with law enforcement. They're not persons of interest. They have not been the focus. I've given all my information to authorities, and it's in their hands to do with it as they will. And this is when this Jenny Ann Jax asks her if she would tell the truth if she knew whether or not Kane had any involvement. She's handed over all of her information to the authorities. It's in their hands. Like Kane may have actually had something to do with it, or like trying to mix around with the fact that this information could even be true. She's just playing games. That's what she likes to do. Play games and try controlling the narrative. So how does he connect to Kyron's story? They are talking about David Durham. And she says, I think it's because he may have had a medical illness and lived on Sauvie Island at the time. They thought there might have been a connection, especially since he shot an officer with no provocation. Well, he shot an officer, but it was down in Lincoln City. He was taking medication that made him paranoid and erratic. He is wanted by the FBI. I mean, he is a not in America's Most Wanted. He is a wanted fugitive. I've actually done a video on him. I did keep it up just because he is a fugitive, just to get it out there, and because they did search his property. But they searched his property because they searched lots of different properties over there. He was a volunteer firefighter. He lost his firefighter position, his volunteer firefighting position, because he started acting paranoid and erratic. He started acting that way shortly after Kyron disappeared. And then in January of 2011, after several searches around the area and on his property, he decided, now maybe they were making him more paranoid because of the medications that he was taking, but David Durham ends up packing up all of his gear, all of his survival gear. Now, he's been in the service, and I'm talking below zero temperature survival gear that he has, grabs his dog, gets in his SUV, drives to the beach, goes to Waldport, visits some family members. They're saying David Durham's acting crazy, like he's never has before. He goes into Lincoln City, Oregon, down the coast range on 101. While he goes into the store, he comes out, he leaves, he's speeding to go down 101 to go back towards Waldport, gets pulled over. Well, he shoots the officer that pulls him over because he's all paranoid and freaking out. And now there's this high-speed chase going from Lincoln City, Oregon, all the way to Waldport, Oregon. And he's just driving down Highway 101. He's even shooting behind him at the police officers, okay? Because they're chasing him. A woman police officer in Waldport, before he gets ready to cross over the Alsea Bay Bridge, in her PJs and tennis shoes or slippers, I think she said tennis shoes, but she's in her PJs and tennis shoes, has to throw spike strips across the road to stop his vehicle. He goes across the spike strips, goes onto the Alsea Bay, throws his dog out of the vehicle, then spins around at the end, gets out of his vehicle, hops over the side there of the Alsea Bay Bridge, which it puts him down into the sand on Alsea Bay. He's never been seen since. They don't know if he drowned in the water or if he escaped and got away and fled. You know, I actually thought I saw him crabbing once down off of Alsea Bay in Waldport. Before I even knew who he was. I've actually talked about this with people, but here she is saying there's a possibility that he had something to do with Kyron's disappearance, and that's what the whole point is. I just wanted you guys to know who David Durham is, because he was one of my case studies as one of Kyron's suspects that I was able to mark off my list. So this is somebody talking about, this isn't the first time that Kyron's wandered off, because this is another one of her twists, that Kyron wanders off. And then there's somebody else in the group that mentions who, what were the first two times? And this person tries to explain, the times that Kyron has disappeared, but then she is corrected by Terri herself. One time, flying kites on the soccer field, the whole class, he and Carson went to the bathroom to play around, and she realized after 30 minutes, teacher, I'm assuming, I got a nasty email because she had to take the whole class in to look for him. Throwing shade at the teacher, saying that Kyron wandered off. After the school program, second time, in the library, and the teacher didn't show. She got lost and was new. The whole group was left unattended for the better part of an hour. I received a call from the secretary, Susan Hall, to come pick Kyron up early. 3rd, June 4th. So she's saying he wandered off on June 4th. But she's also said she believes that somebody took him from the school. So go figure. And then here she is describing it again. Found with Carson in the bathroom in September, 30 minutes later. Found in the library in March with other children unattended for an hour after school art class. The teacher didn't show up for. The secretary found them when she was doing her closing duties. There's been other smaller similar incidences. Now she's saying there's even other more incidences. And yeah, that is her controlling the narrative there, talking about, and there are so many times she's tried to control the narrative. We've done like this, so many deep lives on her. But I have been here now for almost 11 hours. I am exhausted after putting everything together. I am so happy that I got to sit here and see so many people here for Kyron so late. I know that Susie is 3 hours away from me, so I know it's like 2 a.m. in the morning there. I know it's like 1 a.m. for Connie. She's still here. Ashley is still here. I cannot believe you guys are still here with me, have been all day. I appreciate you guys so much. I don't know if who is all here. I'm showing there's 8 people. Ashley is still here. Susie, Connie. I don't know if Zane Lily's still here or if Yaya's fell asleep. I just appreciate everybody for being here, for supporting Kyron, for supporting his family, for supporting me. It's his 22nd birthday, and his family has missed out on 14 birthday parties. Hi, Yaya. She's still here, she says. 14 birthday parties, 14 happy birthday songs, the blowing of candles, the celebration that comes with the birthdays. And I can't even imagine what his parents are feeling today, away from Kyron, not knowing if he's dead or alive, where he is, and knowing that, if they believe that he's gone, that what would he be doing at 22 years? Terri Horman and Dede Spicher took away a very precious young man from a very special family. They were very close-knit. They did a lot of things together, went a lot of places together. Good-hearted people that lost their son, all because somebody got jealous, maybe over Kyron. I didn't get to play my hatred videos, but there has been emails that Terri wrote about Kyron, and she absolutely acted and talks about hating Kyron. Desiree and Kane have both seen these emails. These are more evidence in the case. And we know, because we have seen and heard on, other information that we have gotten, that she wasn't too kind to Kyron. The color coding at the school and stuff, and what Kane had to say about the punishments that were going on in the house. Anyway, I want to just get off on a better note. We love you, Kyron. Desiree, Kane, if you guys ever come over and listen, if you're here, Stacy, just thinking about the family. Thank you, Stacy, for doing all that you do. We appreciate you for working so hard on Kyron. Yeah. I just want to tell everybody good night. We're going to end tonight on the video of Kyron. I hope everybody sleeps tight. Please throw up some green and blue hearts and some frogs for Kyron and some happy birthdays. And we'll be back again soon. Thank you guys so much for being here so late. I know we haven't been around too much this summer, but we are in the background doing a lot of work that we can't wait to show you guys this fall. It won't be long, and we'll be back. If for nothing else, I mean, I'll be showing the Crime Fest Northwest in its entirety, because there are lots of parts that are missing, because Rebecca Morris, the author, talked their Desiree and Rebecca talked together. There's actually stuff that Quinn was even talked about. I love you guys so much for being here. We're kind of like a family now. And yeah, yas, again, thank you so much for coming up and joining me today and being here all day. I know that it's late. I just wanted to bring awareness to Kyron all day. I think he deserves that. I believe that, maybe his parents can have a day of rest because they know somebody out there is working hard for the entire day to help bring awareness for Kyron. It breaks my heart that he's missing. My heart breaks for his family. I pray for them all the time, even when I'm salmon fishing, even when I'm gardening, even when I'm cooking my zucchini bread in the house, or, doing my low carb stuff. Kyron is always in the back of my mind. Kyron's always there. I'm always thinking about him. I'm always researching about him. He really grabbed a hold of my heart. And yeah, here goes the video. You guys have a good night. I hope you guys have a great rest of your week. One more time. Let's just throw this up. Let's see. Got a message for you, Terri.
We're coming for you. Don't sleep. We're coming for you. Don't sleep.
The pressure's coming, Terri. Dede, we're going to be in your town here soon. I really hope I get to make it to this little rally that they're going to do at Dede Spicer's. That would be great. I would go in a heartbeat. Happy birthday, Kyron. I love you guys. Good night.